Chapter 1323. In a moment of carelessness, half of his arm had disappeared, shocking the old man surnamed Wang and causing him to stumble back a few steps. After steadying himself, he glared at Yang Kai in shock and anger, a look of disbelief filling his face. He, an origin-returning realm master, had actually been injured to such an extent while fighting a second-order Saint King cultivator. If he were to speak of this, no one would believe him. Condensing his Saint Chi to his severed arm to prevent the blood from flowing out, the old man surnamed Wang took out a pill from his space ring and tossed it into his mouth, staring at Yang Kai with a look of dread. Since the other party had the means to injure him, he could definitely kill him. It wasn't until now that he had time to investigate the abnormalities in his knowledge sea. If it weren't for the changes in his knowledge sea just now, he wouldn't have been struck so easily. He would definitely have been able to see the strangeness of that attack, so he really wanted to know what had happened to his knowledge sea. After a quick investigation, the old man surnamed Wang paled and shouted in shock, "Soul-devouring insects? How is that possible?" Under his investigation, he was surprised to find that in his sea of consciousness, there were countless tiny insects that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. These insects were very subtle and silent, hibernating in his sea of consciousness, as if they were waiting for some order to attack. The changes in his knowledge sea just now were obviously caused by these soul-devouring insects devouring his soul. The reason why those Saint Kings were unable to withstand Yang Kai's attack was most likely also because of these insects. Otherwise, how could they have failed to avoid being cut by the golden silk? After understanding this, the old man surnamed Wang broke out in a cold sweat. He had naturally heard of the soul-devouring insects, but although ordinary soul-devouring insects were notorious, he didn't put them in his eyes. With his powerful strength as an origin-returning realm master, he was fully capable of expelling them. However, these soul-devouring insects were obviously not ordinary and had clearly evolved. The old man surnamed Wang tried to expel them with his divine sense, but they refused to budge and continued to hide in the depths of his knowledge sea, becoming a hidden danger to him. If he wanted to completely expel them, it would be impossible to do so without meditating for at least 1 or 2 hours. With this thought, the old man surnamed Wang immediately began to think of retreating, his expression flickering. His shirt and the soul-burying bell were restrained by the other party. Now that he was seriously injured and the soul-devouring insects in his sea of consciousness were waiting for an opportunity to attack, he was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he would be in grave danger. He was very afraid of the attack that could swallow half of his arm. "You can actually recognize the soul-devouring bug? You're quite knowledgeable, old thing. But consider yourself unlucky. Your power is useless against me. This young master is your nemesis." Yang Kai laughed sarcastically as he waved his hands and sent out a series of space blades. Each of these space blades was pitch black in color and tore through space. If someone used their divine sense to investigate, they would find that the inside of these space blades was nothing but nothingness, as if there was nothing there at all. In an instant, more than a dozen pitch-black space blades shot towards the old man surnamed Wang. The corners of the old man surnamed Wang's eyes twitched and his expression became extremely ugly as he shouted, "Boy, don't be too arrogant." At the same time, his body suddenly expanded and a mass of black chi spread out, instantly covering a radius of more than a dozen meters. It was unknown what kind of secret art this old man was using to try and conceal his figure. However, when the dozen or so space blades cut through the black fog, they immediately opened up a dozen or so paths through it. Before the old man surnamed Wang could finish his words, he let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged the space blades that approached him. Come, show me all the means you have. This young master will let you die with understanding." Yang Kai grinned coldly and continued to use idle chatter to disturb the old man's state of mind and arouse his anger. However, his hands did not stop, the space blades raining down on the old man like water. The old man surnamed Wang almost coughed up blood in anger. These words were clearly what he had just said to Yang Kai, but now the situation had taken a turn for the worse and the other party had actually returned them to him. As if he had been slapped in the face, the old man surnamed Wang's face burned with unwillingness and bitterness. Under the ravaging of the space blades, he didn't even have the mood to respond and could only silently dodge. If he hadn't realized what kind of attack this was when half of his arm had been swallowed up the first time, now he could faintly guess. After all, the space force fluctuations emitted by the space blades were extremely clear, so he wasn't a fool. The old man surnamed Wang was shocked. He had never known that there was someone on Shadowed Star who could cultivate the Tao of space to the point of condensing it into a blade and use it to attack enemies from a distance. Even Elder Mo Shaosheng of Heaven Battling Union couldn't accomplish this. It was rumored that Elder Mo was also proficient in the Tao of space. When the space arrays of many great forces were damaged or malfunctioning, they would invite him to repair them, but Elder Mo's use of the Tao of space was on a completely different level compared to this arrogant young man. Not only did the other party possess soul-devouring insects that could restrain him, but he was also proficient in this strange Tao of space. The old man surnamed Wang no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, and instead began to treat him as an equal. The space blades seemed endless, ferocious and unstoppable. Wherever they passed, they swallowed up all that stood in their way, forcing the old man surnamed Wang to dodge in a sorry state. "Old dog, do you only know how to dodge?" Yang Kai shouted as he sent out a few more space blades. Suddenly, the phantom image of a budding lotus appeared in his eyes and he shouted, "Blossoming lotus!" The old man surnamed Wang, who was taking advantage of the terrain to dodge the space blades, suddenly paused. Even without meeting Yang Kai's eyes, he felt the phantom image of a lotus appear in his mind. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had disappeared and was replaced by this seven-colored flower bud. In the next moment, the old man surnamed Wang felt the strength of his knowledge madly gather towards a certain place, completely out of his control. The source of this convergence was actually the lotus bud that had strangely appeared. As the strength of his knowledge poured into it, the lotus bud actually bloomed rapidly. Although he didn't know what mysteries this blossoming lotus possessed, the old man surnamed Wang knew that he absolutely couldn't allow it to fully bloom, otherwise, the consequences would be extremely dire. With a scream, the old man surnamed Wang bit the tip of his tongue and forcibly withdrew his attention from the blossoming lotus bud, at the same time causing his knowledge to tumble violently. Hong. With a loud bang, the old man surnamed Wang was shaken from the depths of his soul, and his face suddenly went pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His figure staggered and his complexion seemed to have aged several dozen years in an instant. He had used some unknown secret technique to burst open the lotus bud, but at the same time, his soul had also suffered some damage. Qianyu was dumbfounded as she watched from the side, a look of both surprise and joy flashing across her beautiful eyes. When she realized that they had been ambushed, Qianyu thought that this time there was really no escape, but how could she have imagined that the enemies who were so powerful and invincible to her would be easily defeated and killed by Yang Kai? Even the last origin returning Realm Master, Manager Wang, was not Yang Kai's opponent. If Qianyu didn't know Manager Wang personally, she might have thought he was just a Saint King Realm cultivator, but she knew that Manager Wang was a genuine origin returning Realm Master. Usually when she saw him, she would tremble with fear and speak carefully, but now, Manager Wang was panicking like a stray dog, no longer possessing the demeanor of a powerful senior. For a time, Qianyu's heart was filled with mixed feelings as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, thinking that Su Yan's vision was really good. When she first met Yang Kai, she had somewhat looked down on him, but how could she have known that Su Yan would have such great foresight? At this moment, Qianyu finally relaxed and glanced over at Yang Inflammation, only to find that the other party's face was indifferent, without the slightest trace of nervousness. Only then did she understand that Yang Inflammation had full confidence in Yang Kai, and that she had simply been overthinking things. An origin returning Realm Master is only Sozo. Yang Kai sneered. To be honest, I have no interest in Chen Shitao at all, nor do I have any intention of obstructing Wang Yuhan. It's just that your grandson is too narrow-minded, insisting on seeking his own death, and even implicating you as his elder. If I were you, I would just smash my head against the wall and kill myself. Why bother struggling to survive? Listening to his sarcasm and ridicule, the old man surnamed Wang felt both annoyed and regretful at the same time. If things were really as Yang Kai said, then what was the point of him coming here? Had he come here specifically to be humiliated and die? At this moment, the old man surnamed Wang wished he could grab Wang Yuhan out of the underworld and kill him a dozen times over. Although his face was extremely ferocious, he didn't have much energy left to vent his anger. He knew that even in his peak state he couldn't do anything to this young man, so if he didn't leave now he was afraid he really wouldn't be able to. A vicious glint flashed across his eyes as the old man surnamed Wang suddenly pointed his finger. A beam of profound light shot out and struck the flag that had been resisting the 100 Mountains picture. The flag immediately began to tumble as an extremely unstable energy fluctuation emanated from it. Soon after, with a loud bang, the flag exploded, releasing countless bizarre phantoms that flew uncontrollably in all directions. This artifact actually has the power to self-destruct. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly took back the 100 Mountains picture before summoning his purple shield again to protect Qian Yu and Yang Yan, so they wouldn't be caught in the explosion. After doing this, Yang Kai looked up and found that the old man surnamed Wang was already 1,000 meters away. He had actually fled. Yang Kai coldly snorted as his wind and thunder wings unfurled behind him, and his figure disappeared in a flash. So far, Yang Kai had yet to kill an origin-returning realm cultivator, so how could he miss such a rare opportunity? Moreover, judging from the methods used by the old man surnamed Wang, his understanding of Shi had clearly reached a certain level. As long as he killed him and absorbed his spiritual energy as well as his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, Yang Kai might be able to comprehend Shi and prepare to break through to the origin-returning realm. Although the old man surnamed Wang's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he was still injured while Yang Kai had the assistance of his wind and thunder wings, so his speed was naturally much faster. Chapter 13:24. The distance of 1,000 meters was quickly closed, and just as he was about to catch up to the old man surnamed Wang, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a shocking energy fluctuation from behind him. Immediately after, a stream of light shot past him and struck the old man surnamed Wang in the back. With a pitiful scream, the old man surnamed Wang fell to the ground and struggled for a moment before falling completely still. Yang Kai raised his brow and glanced back in surprise to see Yang Yan in his black robe holding a crossbow-like artifact in his hand and waving it towards him. Yang Kai recognized this artifact as one of his spoils from the battle in Luyan Desert. He had obtained it from a cultivator from the Xie family, who had once used this artifact to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the other party had failed and was ultimately killed by Yang Kai. However, although this artifact was quite powerful, the price to pay for using it was too great. It required a blood sacrifice and was an evil artifact, so Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to it after obtaining it, and had simply tossed it into his space ring. Unexpectedly, Yang Yan had refined and improved this artifact at some point, and was now using it to deal with an enemy. Since the old man surnamed Wang was dead, it saved him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai immediately walked over to the old man's body and silently urged the power of his demon eye of annihilation. Soon, the old man's soul was sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and purified. After removing the old man's space ring, Yang Kai immediately returned. Inside the abandoned hall, Qian Yu's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai, as if she didn't recognize him. After using the crossbow artifact, Yang Yan was also somewhat exhausted and his face was obviously pale. It seemed that even though this artifact had been refined and improved by her, the price to use it was still not small. Let's rest for a while, we'll continue on our way. There shouldn't be any more ambushers here. Yang Kai said and handed Yang Yan a bottle of pills. Then he walked towards the space array. He wanted to completely destroy this space array. Regardless of whether the other party had arranged a backup plan, he couldn't leave behind any clues. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Yan hurriedly adjusted his breathing while Qian Yu went to collect the belongings of the other Saint King realm cultivator. A moment later, except for Yang Yun, who was still meditating, Yang Kai and Qian Yu were ready. Qian Yu handed over the space rings left behind by the others, a look of shock still on her face. Even now, she was still unable to accept what had just happened. Yang Kai glanced at her and naturally knew what she was thinking, waving his hand and saying, "Keep it for yourself, there shouldn't be anything good here, but it's still suitable for you to use. Don't worry about it, When you arrive at Dragon Cave Mountain, you'll understand just how rich they are. These things won't be of much use to you in the future. Qianyu froze for a moment but didn't refuse, replying happily, I'm looking forward to it. She couldn't help looking forward to Dragon Cave Mountain. Since arriving in Star Territory and arriving at Joyous Union Pavilion, she hadn't met anyone she knew and had no place to rely on. She felt like a tree without roots, water without a source, suffering every day. But now Kaiyang had finally appeared. This allowed her to find a pillar of support, and she couldn't help but be filled with hope for the future. Although Kaiyang was just a junior to her, this junior had now walked ahead of her in terms of cultivation realm. So it didn't matter if she relied on him a little. While waiting for Yang Yan to recover, Yang Kai sat to the side, thinking about the gains and losses of this battle. This was not the first time Yang Kai had fought with an origin-returning realm master, but it was the first time he had killed one. If not for the interference of the soul-devouring insects and the mysteries of the Tao of Space, Yang Kai would not have been their opponent. However, it was also this battle that allowed him to understand that the golden blood thread he cultivated could actually break through Shi. This was a pleasant surprise. When Deng Ning of Demon Blood Temple taught him the Demon Blood Thread secret technique, he had not mentioned this point. Facing an old man surnamed Wang from a first-order origin-returning realm, Yang Kai had to use his full strength, so what if he was facing a second-order or third-order origin-returning realm master? Yang Kai suddenly realized that his cultivation was still too low. After returning from this trip, he should break through to the next realm. Only when his cultivation reached the origin-returning realm would he be able to act without fear on Shadowed Star. Half a day later, after Yang Yan had mostly recovered, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and left the desolate city with the two women. After flying for 2 days, when they passed by a small city, Yang Kai went down to inquire about the direction, and learned that this place was only half a month away from Heavenly Fate City, causing him to be overjoyed. He was really worried that this desolate city was further away from Heavenly Fate City than Black Crow City, but it seemed that their luck was quite good. The place Wang Yuhan had chosen to ambush them was not in the opposite direction of Heavenly Fate City. On top of that, this place was Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so with his friendship with Qian Tong, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, Yang Kai was basically safe here. Along the way, Yang Kai did not say a word as he planned what he would do in the future while Yang Yan and Qianyu chatted from time to time. Half a month passed by in a flash, and when the group of 3 returned to Dragon Cave Mountain, Qianyu fell in love with this place at first glance. Although Dragon Cave Mountain was not as magnificent and domineering as the other great sects, it had its own unique style. The scenery here was picturesque, and it was like a paradise on earth. After handing Qianyu over to Yang Yan, Yang Kai went to see the divine tree and learned that it had been doing well during this time. Under its nourishment, the transplanted golden sun fruit tree had become full of vitality and no longer withered. After letting the divine tree swallow a drop of golden blood, Yang Kai immediately announced that he would enter retreat. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai played with a crystal-clear cold bead in his hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. This bead was none other than Su Yan's Ice Soul bead. If the bead existed, she would exist. If the bead broke, she would die. Although Yang Kai did not know where Su Yan was, as long as this Ice Soul bead was still there, it meant she was safe. This bead had a trace of Su Yan's aura, which made Yang Kai feel nostalgic. After staring at it for a long time, Yang Kai grinned, held the Ice Soul bead in his palm, closed his eyes, and began circulating his secret art to break through his bottleneck. Back in Joyous Union Pavilion, Yang Kai's third-order Saint King bottleneck had already been touched, but at that time, he had been anxious to inquire about Su Yan's whereabouts, so he had forcefully suppressed it. Now that he had returned to Dragon Cave Mountain, the first thing he needed to do was naturally break through his current realm. The 10,000-year incense had been burning all this time, giving off a soothing fragrance. The place Yang Kai chose to meditate was under the 9-branched jade crystal tree, where he could comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, so this time's breakthrough was not a hindrance to him at all. In just 10 days, without using any pills or saint crystals, Yang Kai successfully broke through to the third-order Saint King realm. The sound of his breakthrough did not leak out as it was completely blocked by the barriers around the cave mansion. So no one on Dragon Cave Mountain even knew he had broken through. After spending another month or so consolidating his cultivation, Yang Kai began to count his gains from this trip. With a thought, Yang Kai took out another bead and played with it in his palm. This bead was different from Su Yan's Ice Soul bead in that it was gray and inconspicuous. It was the colored glass bead that Dai Yuan had given him. This was the essence condensed from Dai Yuan's Thousand Illusion colored glass art, after she cultivated the Thousand Illusion colored glass art. It was equivalent to a monster beast's monster core, and was extremely precious. Dai Yuan had said that if he could refine this colored glass bead, he might be able to comprehend the mysteries of the colored glass divine light. The colored glass divine light had the effect of binding one's body and capturing one's soul. Yang Kai had also suffered a small loss before, and was deeply aware of this. If he could really achieve what Dai Yuan said, he would have one more method to deal with his enemies in the future. Moreover, the colored glass divine light had some similarities to his demon eye of annihilation. The demon eye of annihilation also had the ability to suppress one's soul. So if he could combine the two, Yang Kai could not say what kind of mutation would occur. After quietly contemplating for a while, Yang Kai came up with a plan in his heart, and put the colored glass bead aside before taking out the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace. When he was extracting the sun's true essence from the corpse cave, the artifact spirit had suffered some injuries, but after that, Yang Kai learned that this was actually a blessing rather than a curse for the artifact spirit Firebird, because it had actually absorbed a trace of the sun's true fire, and was currently hiding inside the artifact refining furnace to assimilate it. Now more than a month had passed, but the artifact spirit Firebird showed no signs of waking up, and was still refining and assimilating the trace of sun's true fire. However, Yang Kai found that the sun's true fire seemed to have decreased significantly, while the artifact spirit Firebird's aura had become much stronger. Yang Kai immediately understood that the artifact spirit Firebird had really obtained huge benefits. Ignoring it, Yang Kai put away the artifact refining furnace. Next, Yang Kai inspected the stone mongoose. Like the artifact spirit Firebird, the stone mongoose had also been injured, but after the stone mongoose spat out the sun's true essence, Yang Kai had told it to absorb the essence of various minerals to repair itself. Now that he had seen the results, he could not help feeling quite surprised. The stone mongoose's injuries had actually healed, and after being released by Yang Kai, its eyes seemed to have gained a lot of intelligence. However, what Yang Kai was more concerned about was that the stone mongoose seemed to contain an extremely tyrannical fire attribute energy. Even when Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate it, he was unable to see through it. As soon as his divine sense came into contact with this energy, it was incinerated. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai had not expected that the stone mongoose had actually absorbed the sun's true fire. What's more, the stone mongoose had completed its transformation much earlier than the artifact spirit Firebird, which made Yang Kai feel pleasantly surprised. As expected of an innate divine technique, even the artifact spirit born from the fire attribute cannot compare to it. The stone mongoose was born with the divine technique to purify minerals, and now that it had absorbed the sun's true fire, its purification would be even more thorough and perfect in the future. Unfortunately, he had not been able to find another blood essence stone. After all, there was another stone mongoose in his black book space. Without the blood essence stone, that stone mongoose could not truly be born. After confirming that not only was the stone mongoose fine, but it had also profited from its misfortune, Yang Kai gave it an order with his divine sense. The stone mongoose opened its mouth and spat out countless refined minerals, which soon formed a small mountain in front of Yang Kai. Chapter 1325. These things were all swallowed by the stone mongoose in the corpse cave. At that time, Yang Kai and Yang Yan were busy trying to collect the sun's true essence, so they didn't have much time to deal with the mountains of ores and saint crystals, so they asked the stone mongoose for help. There were 7 or 8 mountains of various ores and saint crystals in the corpse cave, and although the stone mongoose had only swallowed about half of them, it was still an astonishing amount. Some of these ores had been absorbed by the stone mongoose to strengthen itself, and make up for the damage caused by the sun's true fire. But most of them were now piled up in front of Yang Kai. At that time, Yang Kai had been in too much of a hurry to check the quality and type of these ores, but since they had been piled up outside, their quality and rarity were definitely not as good as those stored in his space ring. Now, after scanning them with his divine sense, Yang Kai was able to confirm his guess. However, he didn't need to worry about this as all of these ores would be handed over to Yang Yin to deal with. Just as he was about to put these ores back into his space ring, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise as he stared at a certain spot on the mountain in front of him. Waving his hand, a fist-sized, round, white and flawless object appeared in his hand. Staring at this ball in surprise, Yang Kai soon seemed to remember something, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Circulating his secret art once more, he noticed a huge amount of pure energy seeping out of the ball in his hand, causing his expression to become strange. Staring at the stone mongoose in a daze, he asked in amazement, "You can even purify this kind of thing?" The stone mongoose tilted its head and looked at him without saying a word. Yang Kai smiled slightly, knowing that it probably couldn't express its emotions. After all, the stone mongoose's sentience was limited. Reaching out, Yang Kai took out the cave mansion's barrier token that Yang Yin had given him before and poured his Saint Qi into it to transmit a message. A moment later, the cave mansion's barrier was opened from the outside and Yang Yin walked in quickly, asking curiously, "Weren't you in retreat? Why did you call me?" "Look at this." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tossed the ball over to her. Yang Yin caught it, glanced at him suspiciously, and then began to carefully examine it. After a while, Yang Yan's beautiful eyes widened as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face, as if she had discovered something incredible. Quickly rushing over to Yang Kai, she asked anxiously, "Where did you get this thing? Is there anything else?" Kai Yang pointed at the small mountain in front of him. Yang Yin turned her head and looked over, but when she discovered that there were many round balls like the one she was holding in her hand, she couldn't help becoming slightly absent-minded. Yang Yang Yan's Yang Yang Yin, Yang Yan's Yang Yang, Yang Yang to Yang Yin to Yang Yin, S to Yang Tu's to Yang Monarch's Yang Yang Stone. "Leave some for me." Yang Kai looked at her with a depressed expression. "What do you want to do with this?" Yang Yin snorted as she covered her space ring with her small hand. "Cultivate. You can tell what this thing was transformed from, right? I just broke through not long ago, so I can use this to better stabilize my realm." Yang Kai scratched his face. "Of course I can tell. This thing should have been transformed by Xiao Xiao, right?" Yang Yin picked up the stone mongoose and kissed it a few times on the cheek, leaving Yang Kai dumbfounded and the stone mongoose at a loss. "I never expected Xiao Xiao to be able to purify and compress even Saint crystals. This is great. The problem I was worried about was solved just like that, hee hee." Yang Yan's beautiful eyes stared at the stone mongoose, as if she couldn't wait to kiss it a few more times. How could the stone mongoose be able to purify and compress Saint crystals? "Didn't you know about this before?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Yang Yin shook her head. "I tried before, but Xiao Xiao didn't have this ability. However, the stone mongoose was born with the ability to absorb the essence of various minerals and transform them into its own ability. Now that it can do this, I'm guessing it has something to do with the sun's true essence. Although I'm not certain, it shouldn't be wrong." Hearing this, Yang Kai gently nodded. The sun's true essence was said to be the hottest essence extracted from the stars, and refined by the stone mongoose, so it wasn't surprising that the stone mongoose's ability had undergone some changes. However, the fact that even Saint crystals could be purified and compressed and formed into a spherical object was shocking enough. Within the star territory, the best quality Saint crystals known to exist so far were high-rank Saint crystals, but this spherical object had broken this common sense and set a new precedent. The energy contained in this sphere was far purer and more abundant than high-rank Saint crystals. Yang Kai had sensed it just now and felt that the energy contained in this sphere was equivalent to the sum of 5 or 6 high-rank Saint crystals. This didn't mean that the value of this sphere was only equal to that many high-rank Saint crystals. It was actually far more valuable than that. Because in theory the exchange ratio between high-rank Saint crystals, mid-rank Saint crystals, and low-rank Saint crystals was 1 to 10, But any cultivator knew that the higher the grade of Saint Crystal, the more valuable it was. The better the quality of Saint Crystals, the more help a cultivator could provide when breaking through bottlenecks, restoring Saint Qi, or meditating. At a critical moment, it could even be a matter of life or death. Although the energy contained in this sphere was only equivalent to the sum of 5 or 6 high-rank Saint Crystals, if it was circulated in large quantities, it could be exchanged for at least 10 or even 20 high-rank Saint Crystals. Of course, this was only in the early stages of mass circulation. If this sphere were to be sold alone, 10,000, 100,000, or even more was possible. After all, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Of course, Yang Kai didn't have any ideas about this. Judging from Yang Inflammation's performance just now, this Saint Crystal compressed by the stone mongoose was definitely of great use to her. On top of that, it was very likely to be related to something she had mentioned before, but Yang Kai didn't ask about it in detail. Since Yang Inflammation said she wanted to give him a surprise, all he had to do was wait and see. There was no need to beat around the bush. After determining that these spheres were refined by the stone mongoose, after it had refined the sun's true fire, Yang Kai relaxed and asked Yang Inflammation about Qian Yu's situation. After learning that she had arrived here, she had gotten along very well with the cultivator here. Wuxia had provided her with a lot of cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, so she was now in retreat. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Inflammation left happily, not only taking away the spheres and various minerals, but also the stone mongoose. According to her, if she hadn't seen Yang Kai open the cave mansion's barrier, she would have rushed in to ask Yang Kai for the stone mongoose's help. With the stone mongoose by her side, the efficiency of her artifact refining would greatly increase, which would be of great help to her grand plan. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai opened the cave mansion's barrier again, and touched the ring on his finger that Yang Inflammation had specially refined for him, a smile appearing on his face. There were only 2 things inside this ring. One was the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, and the other was the sun's true essence. But these 2 things were also the 2 most valuable things Yang Kai had obtained on this trip. If either of them were leaked out, it would cause a sensation on Shadowed Star. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai took out another ancient book, a dignified look on his face as he fell silent. This ancient book was also obtained from the Corpse Cave, and belonged to the ancient Yang sect. At that time, there were too many ancient books, so Yang Kai hadn't carefully examined them. Later, when Yang Inflammation was refining the ring that stored the sun's true essence, Yang Kai had casually browsed through a few of the books and discovered this ancient book, which had aroused his interest. Because this ancient book didn't record any secret art, but rather one specifically used to temper one's physique. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than that of a cultivator of the same level, but this was only possible because of the various opportunities he had encountered over the years, not because he had deliberately cultivated it. Because secret arts specifically for tempering one's physique and cultivating one's soul were extremely rare and precious. Even if some were occasionally circulated, they were mostly trash that couldn't even enter the eyes of powerful masters. Naturally, Yang Kai didn't care about them. However, Yang Kai had never expected to obtain the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art in the ancient Yang sect's Corpse Cave. When Yang Kai first saw it, he thought it was a secret book that introduced the sword Dao, but after carefully examining it, he realized it was actually a secret art for tempering one's physique. Yang Kai had roughly studied this secret art before and knew how profound and rare it was. If what this 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art said was true, then if one cultivated this secret art to the extreme, they would be able to achieve an immortal and indestructible physique. Moreover, after cultivating this secret art to a certain degree, they would be able to condense their blood qi into the profound heavenly 5 elements sword qi, which would be extremely powerful when facing an enemy. This greatly excited Yang Kai, but the requirements for cultivating this secret art were also extremely harsh. The strength of one's physique had to be at least twice that of a cultivator of the same rank in order to be able to withstand the pain and devastation of cultivating this secret art. Yang Kai felt that this shouldn't be a problem for him. Secondly, one's vitality had to be extremely vigorous, because cultivating this secret art would cause great harm to one's physique. If one's vitality was even slightly lacking, it was possible to fail in cultivating this secret art and die. The gains simply weren't worth the losses. Yang Kai felt that this requirement wasn't a problem for him. In terms of the strength of his vitality, Yang Kai didn't dare claim to be the strongest master in Star Territory, but with the strange nature of his golden blood, there were few who could surpass him. Thirdly, in order to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, one needed to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements and absorb and refine the energy contained within them. After countless years of accumulation, one would finally be able to form the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. As for what a supreme treasure was, the ancient record of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art gave a rough explanation. If one wanted to cultivate this secret art, one needed to find materials equivalent to a 10th order monster beast's monster core at the very least. This alone was something no one on Shadowed Star could accomplish. A 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, and Shadowed Star simply didn't have such a thing. Yang Kai had 2 treasures that absolutely met these conditions: the sun's true essence he obtained on this trip, and the profound Een sunflower water he had previously obtained. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal also met these conditions, but if he really wanted to cultivate it, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to use it. Yang Kai still had some use for it. Chapter 1326. Of the 5 elements, there was no need to worry about water and fire. In addition, Yang Kai also had the Thunder Wood, a wood attribute treasure. This Thunder Wood was obtained by Yang Kai before he came to Shadowed Star. It was formed from the flesh and blood essence of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan after it died. In terms of value, it was no worse than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. As for the metal and earth supreme treasures, Yang Kai still had no clue what to do with them. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. After all, even if he had collected all 5 supreme treasures of the 5 elements, he did not have much time or energy to cultivate them. There were too many things he had to deal with right now. He had to cultivate his Space Blade and Golden Blood Thread secret technique, refine the Dragon Bone and Dragon Bead, and find a way to refine the colored glass bead. This was especially true for the Golden Blood Thread secret technique. After learning that it could actually break Shur, Yang Kai's evaluation of it rose to a whole new level. Demon Blood Temple's secret technique was indeed worthy of being their foundation, and had many unique aspects. Right now, Yang Kai had only cultivated a single golden blood thread, and had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage. If he wanted to cultivate more golden blood threads, he did not know how much time it would take. For these reasons, even though Yang Kai was extremely envious of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he would not immediately begin cultivating it. At the very least, he would wait until he had collected all 5 of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. However, there was no problem in comprehending it first. Once he became familiar with it, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in the future. After secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai temporarily put the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art into his space ring, sorted out his thoughts, and began to absorb the spiritual energy left behind by the old man surnamed Wang to spy on his heavenly way martial Dao. This was the first spiritual energy left behind by an origin returning realm master that Yang Kai had absorbed, so naturally, he had to be very careful, swallowing it bit by bit, not wanting to miss even the slightest bit. 3 days later, the spiritual energy left behind by the old man surnamed Wang was exhausted and Yang Kai opened his eyes, revealing a thoughtful look. Although the old man surnamed Wang's cultivation was not very high, he had been immersed in the First Order origin returning realm for many years, and had his own unique understanding of Shur. Now more than half of these insights had become Yang Kai's wealth. Through this devouring, Yang Kai had a slight understanding of what real Shur was. Understanding was one thing, but if he wanted to cultivate, it was still a bit difficult. He could only wait until his own cultivation base had also broken through to that level before he could really start cultivating. However, if he encountered another origin returning realm master, Yang Kai would be able to use his understanding of Shur to make some countermeasures, so he wouldn't end up with nothing. Yang Kai believed that as long as he killed more origin-returning realm masters in the future, his understanding of Shi would become more and more thorough. Accumulating sand to build a tower, it would not be impossible for him to eventually reach an unparalleled level. Only when an origin-returning realm master cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage would they have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. And on Shadowed Star, there was no one who could reach this level, which was why no Origin King realm master had ever appeared on Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star's world principles suppressed an origin-returning realm master's comprehension of Shi. Yang Kai had not yet reached this point, but it was impossible for him to be trapped on Shadowed Star forever. If one day he really managed to reach the third-order origin-returning realm, he would leave this place no matter what, escape the shroud of world principles, and reach the Origin King realm in the outside world. It was too early to think about such things though, so Yang Kai quickly collected his thoughts and took out the colored glass bead that Dai Yuan had given him. Placing it in his palm, he silently poured his Saint Qi into it, and began refining it. As soon as he began refining this colored glass bead, Yang Kai's expression shook and he immediately showed a look of pleasant surprise, immediately increasing the output of his Saint Qi. Almost imperceptibly, the colored glass bead's colored glass light drilled into Yang Kai's body bit by bit, and, under Yang Kai's deliberate direction, converged into his left eye. The colored glass bead was equivalent to the monster beast's monster core, and Yang Kai had only thought that refining and absorbing the energy from the monster beast's monster core would be the most direct way possible, so he had given it a try, but he had not expected it to actually work and be so effortless. This made him overjoyed. Holding his breath, Yang Kai concentrated on absorbing this colored glass bead, while continuing to cultivate the golden blood thread in his body. Time flew by and 2 months passed. On this day, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked at his empty hands, frowning slightly. After 2 months of absorption, the colored glass bead given to him by Dai Yuan was completely consumed by him, and no longer existed. However, although he had absorbed the colored glass bead's colored glass light into his body, it would still take some time for him to completely refine it. Now, inside his knowledge sea, the demon eye of annihilation suspended midair was shrouded in a dazzling light. This light was the colored glass divine light contained in the colored glass bead. However, Yang Kai felt that the speed at which it was merging with the demon eye of annihilation was very slow, somewhat different from what he had expected, which made him a little depressed. After all, according to his previous calculations, the demon eye of annihilation and the colored glass divine light were similar and theoretically could be easily merged, but now it seemed that he had been too naive. However, this situation was also within his expectations. In any case, as long as there was enough time, the colored glass divine light would be able to merge with the demon eye of annihilation. It was just a matter of time. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Yang Kai shook his hand and 2 golden threads appeared. One of them shone with golden light and was incomparably sharp. As it trembled, it seemed to be able to cut through space. Its might was unparalleled. However, the other golden thread was clearly inferior. Not only was its color not bright, but the power contained within couldn't be compared to the first one. This golden thread was the second golden blood thread Yang Kai had cultivated. When Demon Blood Temple's disciples cultivated this secret technique, even if they spent their entire lives cultivating it, they might not be able to cultivate 2 golden blood threads, because the foundation of this secret technique was one's own vitality. Each person's vitality was limited, and if one used too much, their lifespan would be shortened. In Demon Blood Temple, only the few elders who had reached the 2nd or 3rd order origin returning realm could cultivate 2 or 3 golden blood threads. Anyone below the origin returning realm could only cultivate 1. Even so, these elders were only able to cultivate golden blood threads after wantonly searching for pills that could nourish one's vitality. Otherwise, if they lost too much of their vitality, they would likely die. However, Yang Kai was different. He had several dozen drops of golden blood in his body, and each drop of golden blood could be transformed into a golden blood thread. What's more, golden blood could also be replenished, so in theory he could cultivate countless golden blood threads. This was why he had chosen to cultivate this secret technique at the time, because this secret technique was simply tailor-made for him. More than a month ago, Yang Kai felt that he had cultivated his first golden thread to its peak. It wasn't that the golden thread had been tempered to its peak, but because he had only obtained the first half of the demon blood thread secret technique. As for how to further temper his golden thread and make it more powerful, Yang Kai had no clue. In desperation, Yang Kai chose to cultivate his second golden thread. With his previous experience, this second golden thread took shape much faster than the first, and Yang Kai believed that it wouldn't be long before it became as powerful as the first one. After cultivating his second golden thread, Yang Kai faintly understood something. He felt that this secret technique was not as simple as he had imagined. If there were enough golden threads, perhaps they could be combined to form other transformations. However, there was no introduction to these transformations in the first half of the demon blood thread secret technique, so Yang Kai guessed that they were hidden in the second half. After cultivating his golden thread to its peak, Yang Kai was unable to continue tempering it, and he had no clue about the transformations and combinations that Yang Kai had guessed. It seemed that if there was a chance in the future, Yang Kai would really have to pay a visit to Demon Blood Temple and obtain the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Only then would he be able to progress further on this Tao. The harvest from this time's retreat was huge, and Yang Kai calculated the time and felt that it was time for him to exit. He remembered that Yang Yan had said last time that she would need to borrow Yang Kai's strength in her ongoing plan, but he didn't know if that time had come. Since he had been in retreat all this time, she definitely wouldn't dare disturb him. Making up his mind, Yang Kai went to take a look at the red candle fruit again. After confirming that the piece of red candle fruit had not withered under the nourishment of the red candle stalk, Yang Kai opened the cave mansion's barrier and walked out. The world energy aura in Dragon Cave Mountain seemed to be much denser than before, and there weren't many cultivators living here. Their cultivations were also quite uneven, so the consumption of world energy was naturally not great. This caused the world energy aura here to become denser and denser. Unlike other great sects that had tens of thousands of disciples, even if they had good earth veins to provide world energy, they could only maintain a balance. All around, Yang Kai looked around but did not see anyone. Not surprised by this scene, Yang Kai released his divine sense and soon found the location of Yang Yan and the others. However, what puzzled Yang Kai was that all the important figures on Dragon Cave Mountain had gathered together, as if they were discussing something important. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang slowly walked towards the bamboo house where these people were. But before he even reached the bamboo house, he heard Howen's voice from afar. "They've gone too far. Aren't they just sitting on the ground and raising the price? Why is this happening?" Immediately, Chang Chi's comforting voice rang out. Good old Hao, sit down first. These youngsters are all calm, so why are you so agitated?" "Foreign Elder Chang, what do you think about this?" Wu Yi seemed to be asking. "Heh, I think there's something strange about this." Chang Chi replied with a sneer. "Our cooperation with Shadow Moon Hall isn't a matter of just 1 or 2 days. Over the past 2 years, we've imported and purchased many materials from them, but at least 200 million Saint crystals. We've always cooperated with them in good faith, not deceiving anyone, but this time, the price of materials has actually increased. It's really strange. And not only that, they even detained Yufeng. It's really strange." Howen seemed to have calmed down and agreed. "Also, I've noticed something strange," Wu Yi said thoughtfully. "What is it?" "Since 3 months ago, the shopkeepers and workers of Shadow Moon Hall in Heavenly Fate City seem to have changed a lot. Now, all the people we're familiar with have disappeared. I can't even find Luo Qing." Inside the bamboo house, the group of people looked at each other and suddenly realized that something must have happened inside Shadow Moon Hall. Chapter 13:27. Just as everyone was feeling surprised, the door of the bamboo house was pushed open, and a figure stepped inside. Everyone was startled at first, but after seeing the face of this newcomer, they couldn't help standing up, Wu Yi happily calling out, "Yang Kai, you've come out of seclusion?" Yang Kai nodded before sweeping his eyes around, his gaze eventually landing on Qianyu. Finding that her complexion was much better than when he saw her in Joyous Union Pavilion, Yang Kai immediately relaxed, knowing that she was living happily here. To the side, Changqi and Howen exchanged a glance, a look of shock flashing across their eyes before they cupped their fists and said, "Congratulations, Nephew Yang, for breaking through to the Third Order Saint King realm. Nephew Yang's cultivation speed is simply unmatched on Shadowed Star." The last time they went to Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Kai was just a First Order Saint King, but after coming out of Lu Yen Sandfield, he had broken through to the Second Order, and now he had actually broken through to the Third Order. Only 2 or 3 years had passed since then, shocking the two of them and making them feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Compared with Yang Kai's promotion speed, their aptitude was simply mediocre to the extreme. 2 foreign elders are too polite. This junior only obtained some opportunities to reach this height. Compared to those true geniuses, he is nothing. Yang Kai smiled modestly before changing the subject. "Let's not talk about this matter for now. I just heard you talking about Shadow Moon Hall, and Yufeng being detained. What's the situation? Tell me about it." Seeing Yang Kai ask, everyone glanced at each other before Wu Yi took the initiative to explain. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai learned that something bad had really happened in Heavenly Fate City. A month ago, Dragon Cave Mountain had ordered a batch of goods from Shadow Moon Hall. A few days ago, Yufeng had taken a few Haiku family cultivator to Heavenly Fate City to pick up the goods, but he hadn't expected that the other party would not only fail to fulfill their previous agreement, but also raise the price of those goods by more than 30%. Yufeng naturally wouldn't accept such a price. At that time, he had tried to reason with the person in charge of Shadow Moon Hall in Sky Fortune City, but he hadn't expected that the other party wouldn't budge an inch. Yufeng had no choice but to ask the other party to refund the deposit. After all, the other party had broken the contract first. Yufeng felt that even if he didn't buy these goods, he couldn't suffer such a great loss. Who would have thought that the other party wouldn't retreat at all? Not only did they not retreat, they even started beating people up. The 5 disciples that Yufeng brought with him were all injured. During the battle, Yufeng and the others naturally wouldn't allow themselves to be captured without a fight. They put up a little resistance and broke several shelves in the shop before being captured by an Origin returning Realm Master. Not only were they detained, but the Saint Crystals they had prepared to trade were also confiscated. Only 1 disciple was allowed to return and inform Dragon Cave Mountain to prepare a large number of Saint Crystals as ransom. If not for this, Wu Yi and the others wouldn't have known such details. After listening to this, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, his expression as calm as an ancient well. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Their lives aren't in danger, right?" According to the disciple who came back, although the injuries they suffered weren't light, they weren't serious and only needed a few days to recover. "Good, that's good." Yang Kai gently nodded before looking up at the crowd and asking, "What do you think is wrong?" "What's wrong?" Wu Yi was startled and shouted, "Everything is wrong. We've been cooperating with Shadow Moon Hall for so long without any twists and turns. We pay Saint Crystals to buy materials, and they make a lot of money from us. Over the past 2 years, we've become Shadow Moon Hall's biggest customer. They can't wait to curry favor with us, so why would they do something so despicable? Moreover, the people below Shadow Moon Hall definitely don't have the guts to do such a thing. I suspect someone from above is behind all of this. This old man feels the same way." Changqi echoed from the side. "Our Dragon Cave Mountain's foundation is still shallow. Although we are sitting on a huge amount of resources, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Perhaps Shadow Moon Hall has become impatient with our business dealings and wants to swallow us whole." "Do you suspect Qiantan?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "It's not impossible." Wu Yi nodded. "It's possible, but I don't think Qiantan has anything to do with this." Yang Kai shook his head. Of all the people present, he had the most dealings with Qiantan. Without even mentioning Qiantang's personality, his friendship with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, as well as the fact that he had saved them in Lu Yan's desert, made it clear that Qiantang wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing it. "I just heard you say that since 3 months ago, all the shops in Heavenly Fate City belonging to Shadow Moon Hall have been replaced? Is that true?" Yang Kai asked again. "And it's true," Wu Yi nodded quickly. "Because I often go in and out of Heavenly Fate City, I'm quite sure about this. In the past 6 months, Has anything unusual happened in Shadow Moon Hall? Young Kai frowned. If we're talking about unusual events, there have been none in Shadow Moon Hall, but there have been some. In the past few months, a lot of unfamiliar faces have entered Dragon Cave Mountain. At first, they just wandered around the periphery, but later, a few of them actually broke in and were trapped in the spirit array. After they were captured, they simply said it was an accident. Because their strength wasn't high, we didn't embarrass them and let them go after giving them a warning. As for the big event, there really was one. What? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Grandmaster Gulin passed away, Wu Yi quickly said. Grandmaster Gulin? Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly asking. The origin grade low-rank artifact refiner from Shadow Moon Hall. And it happened about half a year ago. Rumor has it that after Grandmaster Gulin repaired an artifact in Shadow Moon Hall, he suffered a huge loss of vitality and didn't have much lifespan left. In the past few years, he hasn't even refined another artifact. Does this have anything to do with us? I don't know the specific situation, but perhaps it has something to do with it. A thoughtful look flashed across Yang Kai's face. I heard from Qian Tong that he and Grandmaster Gulin had a very good personal relationship. Wu Yi pondered for a moment before asking in surprise. What you mean is that Grandmaster Gulin's death affected Elder Qian Tong. And since we have always been sheltered by Qian Tong, we were also affected. Yang Kai grinned. I'm just guessing. Perhaps that old dog Qian Tong is burning the bridge after crossing the river. But if this matter is really related to the internal struggle of Shadow Moon Hall, it's best we stay out of it. And we can't get involved in Shadow Moon Hall's affairs. Wu Yi immediately raised her guard. Wu Yi suddenly became vigilant. She hadn't thought about it so deeply before, but after being enlightened by Yang Kai's words, she seemed to understand the essence of the matter. Is there any news from Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer? Yang Kai asked again. Wu Yi shook her head. Shadow Moon Hall announced to the public that the two of them are in retreat trying to break through to the origin returning realm, but I don't know the specifics. Understandable. Forget it. It's better to rely on oneself than others. Since Yufeng has been detained, I'll make a trip to get him back. Losing St. Crystals is one thing, but I can't let anything happen to him. That's 20 million St. Crystals we're talking about, Wu Yi said with a distressed expression. And what are you going to do about it? If they don't care about face, there's no need to give them any face, otherwise, they'll really think my Dragon Cave Mountain is easy to bully. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Wu Yi was dumbfounded. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. If it's really because of the internal struggle of Shadow Moon Hall, we don't need to worry too much. Right now they're too busy dealing with other matters, so there's definitely no master there. On top of that, I really want to know who wants to target our Dragon Cave Mountain. If I don't go there myself, how can I figure it out? This old master will accompany you. Chang-Chi stood up. Howen also said. This old master will go as well. Although old Chang and I don't have high cultivations, we're still origin returning realm masters. Since breaking through, we haven't had a chance to fight anyone. This trip will be a good opportunity to test our strength. The two old men looked at each other and smiled. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before nodding. Good, then I'll have to trouble two foreign elders. The rest of you don't need to follow me, just stay here. And then you must be careful, Wu Yi exhorted. After the discussion, Yang Kai immediately led Chang-Chi and Howen out of the bamboo house, summoned his star shuttle, and flew straight to Heavenly Fate City. In Heavenly Fate City, in a shop called Gathering Source Hall, Yufeng and the others were tied up in a room in the inner courtyard. Their faces were all bruised and swollen, and the Saint Chi in their bodies seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Clearly, a powerful seal had been placed on them. They were lined up in a row and kneeling on the ground. In front of them, there was a sinister-looking old man sitting on a sandalwood chair. The old man's hair was white, and he held a purple teapot in his hand. His eyes were half closed, as if he was asleep. However, the light and ruthlessness that occasionally burst out from his eyes showed that he was more alert than ever. Tell me, what's the safe route in and out of Dragon Cave Mountain? Tell me and I'll let you go so you don't have to suffer any more physical pain. Next to the old man was a ferocious-looking brawny man. who was holding a 3-finger-thick whip and playing with it as he asked coldly. Bah! Yu Feng spat out a mouthful of spit mixed with some blood, hitting the brawny man's cheek. You want to know the route in and out of Dragon Cave Mountain from grandfather? Dream on. Grandfather won't tell a bunch of despicable people like you even if he dies. The brawny man remained motionless, allowing the spit to slide down his cheek as he grinned wickedly. The whip in his hand suddenly whistled through the air and landed on Yu Feng's face. With a crisp crack, the right side of Yu Feng's face split open and a piece of flesh flew out. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. Yu Feng's entire body was knocked askew and he almost fell to the ground, but he quickly straightened up and grinned. Continue. Even if you beat grandfather to death today, don't think you'll learn anything from me. When you rush into Dragon Cave Mountain, you'll have a taste of those thousands of spirit arrays. Ha 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 ha. A series of wild laughter caused the brawny man's face to darken, and the old man sitting on the chair to become impatient. Chapter 1328. The old man's cultivation was only at the peak of the First Order origin returning realm, so if it weren't for his scruples, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to kill Yu Feng and use his soul-searching secret technique to obtain the information in Yu Feng's mind. It was only because of a number of reasons that the old man didn't dare to kill people so easily. Moreover, using his soul-searching secret technique consumed a lot of energy, so there was no guarantee he would be able to obtain the information he wanted. So he could only resort to this method to threaten Yu Feng and the others. Seeing Yu Feng act so stubbornly, the brawny man sneered. Good, good, good. I like people like you who have backbone. You can insist on keeping your mouth shut, but what about them? I'd like to see if all of you are as tough as you are. As he spoke, he looked at the second person and asked the same question. And the answer he got was actually a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. The brawny man lashed out with his whip again, sending the Haiku family disciple flying a few times before crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the third person, his expression becoming extremely gloomy as he snapped. Speak, it'll be easy for you to speak, or else you'll suffer. The third Haiku family disciple raised his eyes and looked at him indifferently. This disciple was only a first-order saint, the one with the lowest cultivation among the group. Now that his saint chi had been sealed, if he were to take a hit from this whip, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 10 days to half a month. Yu Feng opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but before he could, the man said, Rest assured, Brother Feng, although we haven't been on Dragon Cave Mountain for long, each of us has obtained a lot of benefits. How could we be ungrateful wolves who repay kindness with enmity? The Shadow Moon Hall is nothing. Could it have helped so many of us break through 1 or 2 minor realms in such a short period of time? Good. Yu Feng's heart warmed as he nodded heavily, knowing that this man was right. 50 to 60 Haiku family disciples had left the family with Wu Yi and joined Dragon Cave Mountain. In the past 2 to 3 years, they didn't have to worry about cultivation resources at all, and they had an endless supply of various pills. Their lives were countless times better than before, and each of them had obtained at least 1 or 2 artifacts to defend themselves, all of which were Saint King grade. It could be said that every Haiku family disciple had already regarded Dragon Cave Mountain as their home, and had developed a strong sense of belonging. Seeing this, the brawny man knew that it was pointless to ask, so he stopped talking and raised the whip in his hand. Just as the whip was about to strike, the old man sitting on the chair suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look outside. Kong. A loud bang rang out, mixed with a violent Saint Chi fluctuation. There seemed to be a fight taking place outside, accompanied by a few cries and screams before everything calmed down. Who's intruding into gathering hall? The old man's face became cold as he stood up and rushed out, but just as he was about to fly out, he let out a strange cry and flew back as if he had suffered a heavy blow. A beam of light followed closely behind him and fell directly into the room, enveloping the old man in an imposing manner. The old man's face filled with shock as he quickly summoned a small shield-like defensive artifact to block in front of him. A loud explosion rang out, and the old man was forced back a few steps before he was able to cushion the impact. Looking at his shield again, his face couldn't help twitching. Yang Kai's origin-grade low-rank defensive shield was now stained with clusters of black flames. These flames were so hot that the surface of the shield was showing signs of melting. This scene caused the old man's soul to leave his body as he realized that if he had been hit by these flames just now, even if he didn't die, he would have been severely injured. Before he could react, two forces descended from the sky and enveloped the entire room. When he looked up again, he saw a tall and sturdy young man, wrapped in a cold aura, leisurely entering. Behind this young man were two old men, both of whom were first-order origin returning realm cultivators just like him. The shur that had enveloped the room was released by these two old men. The old man's eyes narrowed as he knew that the situation was not good. He was the only origin returning realm master here, so it was impossible for him to fight two people at once. Hurriedly taking out an item from his space ring, he crushed it and breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai. Foreign Elder Chong, Foreign Elder Hao. Yu Feng and the others saw the newcomers and were overjoyed and shouted. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw the tragic injuries on these people's bodies, causing his eyes to shrink as infinite murderous intent surged in his heart. Yu Feng and the others' injuries were already very serious, and their vitality was clearly insufficient. There were obvious signs that their foundations had been damaged. If Yang Kai had come out of seclusion 2 days later, their cultivations would have regressed, but it was not too late now. As long as he provided them with some pills, they would recover in a few days. You're Yang Kai. The old man was taken aback when he heard this and stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly, not showing any intention of responding, instead signaling to Changqi with his eyes. Changqi understood and immediately stepped forward, condensing his Saint Qi into a sharp blade at his fingertips. First, he unbound Yu Feng and the others, then probed the seals on their bodies, frowning deeply. Although these seals were also issued by the first-order origin returning realm cultivator, it would take Changqi at least 2 hours to crack them. Obviously, now was not a good time. Leading Yu Feng and the others to Yang Kai's side, Changqi whispered a few words to him before standing aside. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to the old man and narrowing his eyes. From what you said just now, it seems you already know me? So what if I do? The old man coldly snorted. Yang Kai showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and suddenly asked, Your surname is Xia? The old man's expression changed slightly as he became shocked and blurted out, How did you know? Sure enough. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. When he was discussing this matter with Wu Yi and the others, he had already guessed this. If Dragon Cave Mountain was really implicated because of the internal strife within Shadow Moon Hall, then his side shouldn't have been implicated so deeply. After all, no matter who it was, Dragon Cave Mountain was a big customer, so cooperating with it would only bring benefits and no harm. There was no reason to offend it for no reason. Yang Kai instinctively felt that anyone who would act so unscrupulously against Dragon Cave Mountain must have some sort of grudge with him. As for those who had a grudge against him and were related to Shadow Moon Hall, it was none other than the Xie family. Xie Hongwen was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall while his father, Xie Li, was also a steward of Shadow Moon Hall. Although his status was not as high as Qian Tong's, he still had some authority. The Xie family was another force independent of Shadow Moon Hall, but was also inextricably linked to Shadow Moon Hall. There were only 2 reasons why they would act against him. The first was because they suspected Xie Hongwen's death was related to him. After all, a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall had tipped off Xie Hongwen about Yang Kai's location in Luyan Sand Field. In the end, Xie Hongwen was unable to escape from Luyan Sand Field, so he must have fallen. This was enough for the Xie family to suspect Yang Kai. So far, no one from the Xie family had come to find trouble with him, probably because they were afraid of Qian Tong and his illusory origin-grade artifact refiner. The second reason was that the Xie family was taking this opportunity to test Qian Tong's strength. If Qian Tong still had the strength to protect Dragon Cave Mountain, then Yang Kai would definitely not stand idly by. Now, it seemed that Qian Tong's situation was not very good. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply as he speculated about the situation. However, he was not sure what the truth was, but it should not be far from what he had speculated. As long as he made some inquiries in the future, he would be able to figure it out. Considering all this, Yang Kai's mood suddenly improved. As long as it was not Qian Tong who came to deal with him, it did not matter. Moreover, since the Xie family was taking the lead, it meant that the internal disputes of Shadow Moon Hall were really deep. Not only was Qian Tong unable to deal with this matter, but his opponents also did not have much energy to pay attention to this side. This way, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples. With the current heritage of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai didn't put a trivial Xie family in his eyes. If the other party dared to provoke him, Yang Kai would let the Xie family know what it meant to not touch a tiger's butt. This old master is Xie Quan. Seeing that he had spilled the beans, the old man no longer tried to hide it and sneered. Since you know that this old master is from the Xie family, you dare to destroy my gathering source hall? Boy, you are really arrogant. Xie family. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled for a while before touching his chin and looking at Yu Feng. Who beat you up like this? Yu Feng was stunned for a moment before pointing at the brawny man behind Xie Quan. Yang Kai gently nodded, but his face suddenly became ferocious. With a flick of his wrist, a golden thread shot straight towards the brawny man. Xie Quan's face changed as he shouted, "You overestimate yourself." As he spoke, he released his shi, and at the same time, he flicked his fingers to attack the golden thread. In his mind, the attack of a third-order Saint King was something he could easily break with a wave of his hand. So releasing his shi was already quite impressive for Yang Kai. But in the next moment, his eyes trembled because the golden thread actually cut his shi into pieces. He couldn't form it at all, and the chi he sent out had no effect at all. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated his opponent. In a hurry, a top-like artifact appeared in his hand. As the artifact spun, beams of light shot out from it, forming a barrier in front of the brawny man in the blink of an eye. He was an origin-returning realm cultivator, so it would be too shameful if he allowed his opponent to kidnap someone right under his nose. A scene that shocked him appeared. The barrier couldn't stop the golden thread from breaking in. As soon as it came into contact with the golden thread, it exploded. In the next moment, the brawny man cried out in alarm as his body was swept up by a powerful force and flew straight towards Yang Kai. Put this old master down. Xie Quan's old face flushed red. Saint Chi burst out of his body as he raised his hand and pushed towards Yang Kai. A huge palm print shot out from his hand, as if he wanted to smash Yang Kai into a meat patty. Yang Kai snorted coldly and pushed out his palm as well. Another huge palm print appeared and collided with Xie Quan's palm print. Not only did it swallow up the other party's palm print, but it also produced a power that covered the heavens and the earth, enveloping Xie Quan instead. Xie Quan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that a third-order Saint King could actually fight him head-on, and even gain the upper hand. Chapter 1329. In the blink of an eye, the brawny man was dragged to Yang Kai's side. His eyes were wide open, filled with horror. He was a third-order Saint King, but in front of this young man who was of the same cultivation level as him, he was powerless to resist, which made his hair stand on end. It was only at this moment that he seemed to think of resisting, but just as he gathered his Saint Chi, Yang Kai gently patted him on the shoulder. The brawny man groaned as his face turned slightly pale, and he could no longer gather the strength in his body. Yang Kai kicked him in front of Yu Feng and the others, snatching the long whip in his hand and throwing it to Yu Feng, saying coldly, "An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye." Yu Feng caught the whip and was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He exchanged glances with his tormented companions and surrounded the brawny man with a grin. In the next moment, the sound of punches, kicks, and whips rang out, mixed with the brawny man's screams and cries for help. Xie Quan's face was livid, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour someone. He looked at Yang Kai and nodded. "Good. Young people are indeed full of vigor. This old master wants to see how long you can be arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and suddenly, several figures rushed out from all directions. There were at least a few dozen of them, and they surrounded the ruins of the gathering source hall, glaring at Yang Kai and the others. Although none of these people was an origin-returning realm cultivator, their numbers were enough to make Chang Chi and Howen pale. Not only that, from all directions of Heavenly Fate City, many people were also flying over, many of them origin returning realm masters. After a short while, the situation took a turn for the worse. Yang Kai and the others, who had been able to gain the upper hand, were now at a complete disadvantage in terms of numbers and cultivator realm. Changqi glanced around and his face sank. He found that there were 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters gathered around. Obviously, they were all helpers called by Xie Quan. He had expected this situation before he came. After all, this was a trip into the tiger's den. It was impossible for the other party not to call for help, but he did not expect the other party to make such a big scene. Secretly glancing at Kai Yang, Changqi was surprised to find that he was still calm and composed, as if he had a card up his sleeve. This caused Changqi to be slightly surprised, but at the same time, he was also affected, secretly wondering what kind of card Kai Yang had left behind. Brother Xie, is this the one who destroyed the gathering source hall? An old man with a goatee who had rushed over first greeted Xie Quan. His voice was cold as he stared at Kai Yang and asked. Xie Quan cupped his fists and said bitterly, I am ashamed, but it was indeed this boy who destroyed it. This old master did not expect that he would have 2 origin returning realm masters by his side. This old master was alone and was outnumbered. I failed to protect him. After this Xie will definitely apologize to your noble hall. The old man with the goatee chuckled and waved his hand. Brother Xie is too serious. It's just a trivial gathering source hall. If it's destroyed, then so be it. My Shadow Moon Hall is a big family, so we don't care about this little thing. On the other hand, Brother Xie, your junior's situation seems to be a little bad, right? As he spoke, he looked at the brawny man who was being beaten up by Yufeng and the others and said with a cold expression, Since this old master and the others are here, you still dare to attack? Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Stop it for this old master. As he spoke, a sharp light flashed in his eyes and a powerful divine sense pressure descended from the sky, enveloping Yufeng and the others. At the same time, Changqi chuckled meaningfully, and also released his own spiritual energy. The 2 divine senses collided in midair and disappeared silently. They were both from the first order origin returning realm, so Changqi was naturally not afraid of him. They were evenly matched. Yufeng and the others could not help but stop at this moment and look up at Yang Kai. They had never been surrounded by so many origin returning realm masters before, so they were somewhat uneasy. Keep fighting. Stop when you've vented your anger. Yang Kai glanced at the many origin returning realm masters, as if he did not put any of them in his eyes. His arrogant expression made all the masters here frown in displeasure. The old man with the goatee seemed to be about to say something, but Yang Kai interrupted him. Are you from Shadow Moon Hall? Yes. The old man stroked his beard. This old master is Shadow Moon Hall's junior manager, Ma Xian Yuan. Junior manager. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and a sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. May I ask where Elder Qian Tong is now? Elder Qian. Ma Xian Yuan's face changed slightly, as if he was a little afraid. It was not just him. When Yang Kai mentioned Qian Tong, most of the origin returning realm masters gathered here had the same expression. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that this group of origin returning realm masters was definitely not on the same side as Qian Tong. They were probably his opponents in Shadow Moon Hall, otherwise, they would not show such expressions. It seemed that his previous guess about Qian Tong and the incident in Shadow Moon Hall was not far from the truth. Elder Qian is naturally in Shadow Moon Hall. Boy, you destroyed my Shadow Moon Hall's gathering source hall and injured people here. Don't think that you can get away with it just because you know Elder Qian. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, you won't be able to escape, a middle-aged man on the right shouted. Yang Kai glanced at him and chuckled. Of course I won't leave before this matter is resolved. I came here today for 2 things. As he spoke, he pointed at Yufeng and the others. Take them away and collect the materials owed by your noble hall. The 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters looked at each other and saw the mischievous look in each other's eyes. A few of them could not help but laugh, obviously mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself. Xie Quan looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Boy, you talk big. You think you can take them away just because you said so? Did you ask for this old master's permission? If you don't agree, I'll beat you until you do. Yang Kai shouted and pointed his finger. An artifact that looked like an artifact refining furnace appeared out of thin air. The moment this artifact refining furnace appeared, the temperature within 1,000 meters of it rose sharply, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into a sea of fire. Even the air was distorted by the heat. In the next moment, a sharp bird cry sounded out from the furnace. Immediately, a crimson firebird that was more than 30 feet long flew out from the furnace. The firebird spread its wings, and all of Sky Fortune City's fire attribute heaven and earth spiritual energy seemed to be attracted by it, converging into its body. No one expected that Yang Kai would be so bold as to take the initiative to attack, when they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers and cultivation. When the firebird appeared and absorbed the surrounding world energy, its body expanded to several dozen meters in length and covered half the sky. Only then did the mini-origin returning realm masters come back to their senses. Xie Quan's eyes trembled as he stared covetously at the firebird and cried out involuntarily, "Artifact spirit! It's the artifact spirit!" As soon as his voice fell, the artifact spirit firebird opened its mouth and spat out a washbasin-sized fireball, smashing straight toward Xie Quan. The artifact spirit firebird had awakened a month ago. It was one of the few pieces of good news that Yang Kai had encountered during his long seclusion. After refining a trace of Sun's true fire, not only did the artifact spirit's spirituality increase, its strength had also increased by a lot. At the very least, the flames it could control now were 3 times stronger than when Yang Kai first subdued it. Looking at the washbasin-sized fireball smashing towards him, Xie Quan's face paled. He felt the threat of death from this fireball. Not daring to be negligent, he hurriedly released his defensive artifact to block it. At the same time, his figure flickered and he fled into the distance. Hong. With a loud bang, the fireball smashed down. Xie Quan's defensive artifact couldn't withstand it for even a moment, and lost most of its spirituality. The surface of the artifact dimmed, and a huge hole appeared on the ground. The edges of the hole were full of signs of melting. This artifact spirit is fierce. Everyone, let's attack together. Xie Quan knew that he wasn't the artifact spirit's opponent, and immediately shouted. Hearing this, the other origin returning realm masters summoned their artifacts one after another, wanting to work together to deal with the artifact spirit firebird. Everyone's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and they didn't even care about Yang Kai. They thought that the reason why Yang Kai was so unscrupulous and took the initiative to attack was because of this artifact spirit. As long as they could subdue it, why would they put a trivial third-order Saint King in their eyes? Moreover, if they could subdue this artifact spirit, it would be of great help to them. With such a precious artifact right in front of them, who would be in the mood to care about Yang Kai? Seeing this, Yang Kai sneered and waved his hands. Black fireballs shot out in all directions, bombarding the cultivator, who hadn't reached the origin returning realm. Wherever the demonic flames passed, everything that came into contact with them was set ablaze. The cultivator who reacted quickly fled in all directions, while the slower ones were directly swallowed by the demonic flames. Not even their bones were left behind. In the blink of an eye, the territory of Heavenly Fate City had turned into a sea of flames. The flames were monstrous, almost burning a hole in the sky. Let's go! Yang Kai shouted to Changqi and Haowen. The two of them understood and immediately summoned their star shuttles, grabbing Yufeng and the others. Circulating their Saint Qi, they carried Yufeng and the others out of Heavenly Fate City. You want to leave? How could the goateed old man named Ma Xian Yuan give up when he saw Changqi and the others fleeing? The long sword in his hand flickered with sword light as he slashed out sword light towards Changqi and Haowen. Yang Kai sneered and summoned his purple shield. Under the urging of his Saint Qi, a yellow sandstorm enveloped Changqi, Haowen and the others. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a message to Changqi. Changqi paused for a moment before quickly flying forward again. Together with Haowen, they took Yufeng and the other disciples and disappeared without a trace. Only the burly man who had been whipping them remained, howling in pain. However, This burly man no longer had a human form and looked extremely miserable. Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a demonic flame, which hit the burly man's body and made him completely disappear from this world. This guy was from the Xie family, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Chapter 1330. Little brat, you dare to kill my Xie family's disciple. Xie Quan was furious when he saw that the brawny man was killed. So what if I killed him? What are you going to do about it? Yang Kai's expression was ferocious as he wrapped himself in demonic flames, looking like an ancient demon god. As he spoke, he sent a strand of Saint Qi into the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace floating in the air. The artifact refining furnace immediately began to spin. As it spun, strange flames flew out of the furnace, transforming into the shape of firebirds that shot out in all directions. These firebirds were like miniature versions of the artifact spirit. They looked the same, but in terms of size and power, they couldn't be compared to a real artifact spirit. This was the fire attribute energy stored in the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace. This artifact refining furnace had been baked in the earth-lung fire vein for tens of thousands of years, so it was naturally not an ordinary object. Yang Kai only needed to release the artifact spirit to deal with enemies before, but this time, facing so many Origin returning realm cultivators, he didn't dare to be careless and even used the power of the artifact refining furnace. The artifact spirit firebird flapped its wings at the same time, forming countless fireballs that smashed down like a swarm of locusts. Under the cooperation of the two, the faces of many Origin returning realm cultivators changed drastically, and they hurriedly dodged. Heavenly Fate City, which was already on fire, was even worse. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the houses and shops were burned down, and the ground was scorched black. More than a dozen cultivators couldn't dodge in time, and were killed on the spot. Waves of Shur descended from the sky as Xie Quan said with a violent look, "Little brat, those two old men are gone. Let's see how a Saint King like you can escape." With more than a dozen layers of Shur superimposed on top of each other, Yang Kai could not help feeling as if he was struggling to even move. The two golden threads responded immediately, and cut through the invisible Shur, greatly reducing its power. Yang Kai took another step forward, but after this step, his figure suddenly blurred and all the Origin returning realm masters present were unable to see where he had gone. Yang Kai even used his space force. Although he didn't directly tear space, this step had already broken through the constraints of space. When his figure reappeared, he was already behind Xie Quan. "Brother Xie, be careful." The moment Yang Kai appeared, the old man with the goatee cried out in alarm. Xie Quan's complexion also changed greatly, and a layer of white mist suddenly spread out from his body, wrapping around him, making it impossible to see his figure clearly. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and a golden thread flew out, entangling the white mist. Faintly, a soft puffing sound rang out, accompanied by Xie Quan's miserable shriek. The white fog that enveloped him condensed for a moment, before suddenly exploding. His figure that had just disappeared was once again revealed. However, when everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were dumbfounded. Xie Quan stood where he was with an ashen face. He stared blankly at the golden thread that came out of his chest. His face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with fear and alarm. He did not dare to move. The other end of the golden thread was wrapped around Yang Kai's fingertips. He was easily subdued by Yang Kai. Not only did the others not think of it, even Xie Quan himself didn't think of it. He only knew that the golden thread was extremely strange and extremely sharp. His Saint Qi was unable to resist the penetration of the golden thread, otherwise, it wouldn't have penetrated his body and been captured so easily. A sharp bird cry rang out again as the 100-meter-long firebird artifact spirit flew over to Yang Kai's head, its pair of bright eyes darting about. Every Origin returning realm master who was targeted by this firebird paled. Although they had only fought with this artifact spirit for a short while, everyone could see how terrifying it was. In a one-on-one fight, no one was its opponent, and even if they joined forces, it was impossible to subdue it. Even if this artifact spirit's strength wasn't as good as a third-order Origin returning realm master, it wasn't far off. If you dare to move, you will die. Yang Kai's voice was like a cold wind from the nine nether purgatory, blowing into Xie Kuan's ears, causing him to feel a chill in the depths of his heart. Seeing Xie Kuan standing in place obediently, a look of satisfaction flashed across Yang Kai's face. He looked up at the other origin returning realm masters and said indifferently, I said that I came here today for two things. The first has been completed, so let's talk about the second. What do you want? Xie Kuan's voice was bitter. Return all the saint crystals that my dragon cave mountain paid and robbed. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Your saint crystals are in my space ring. Take them if you want, Xie Kuan replied through gritted teeth. He had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Yang Kai glanced at his finger, and another golden thread flew out and wrapped around Xie Kuan's finger. In the next moment, the golden thread flew back to Yang Kai's hand along with the ring. Xie Kuan's face turned pale as blood spurted out. He gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain, but he still didn't dare to move. Yang Kai's divine sense swept through the ring, and a look of ridicule appeared on his face. He sneered. Isn't this a little too little? It wasn't just a little, it was half of what he had. The materials that Dragon Cave Mountain had ordered from Shadow Moon Hall were worth 20 million saint crystals. There was only 10 million in this ring, and the other half was nowhere to be found. Xie Kuan didn't say anything, only turning his gaze to the old man with the goatee, Ma Xian Yuan. Yang Kai immediately understood that they had already divided the saint crystals brought by Yu Feng. The other half of the saint crystals were probably with this old man with the goatee. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked at Ma Xian Yuan. The latter looked hesitant and unwilling. Obviously, he wasn't willing to give up the benefits that he had just obtained. That was 10 million saint crystals. If it weren't for the sake of so many saint crystals, why would these people from Shadow Moon Hall help the Xie family deal with Yang Kai? After all, the struggle in the hall was already in an abyss of suffering, and there weren't many people who could be sent out. Seeing that Xie Kuan didn't seem to want to hand over the saint crystals, Yang Kai's face turned cold. A second golden thread flew out and wrapped around Xie Kuan's shoulder. Blood spurted out as Xie Kuan's arm fell off. Everyone's face changed as they looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. They never thought that this little brat would be so ruthless and merciless, dealing such a heavy blow without saying anything. Xie Kuan was also unyielding. First, he didn't make a sound when his finger was cut off by Yang Kai. Now, he didn't make a sound when his arm was cut off. He just looked at Ma Xian Yuan with a ferocious expression. His dry lips twitched slightly as he growled. Brother Ma, you won't just watch this little brat cut this Xie into pieces, right? Hearing this, Ma Xian Yuan knew that he couldn't keep the 10 million saint crystals. After all, the Xie family still had Xie Li in Shadow Moon Hall, and his status was higher than his own. If Xie Kuan was really killed by Yang Kai, Xie Li would definitely find trouble with him. So he gritted his teeth and took off the space ring on his hand. He took out his belongings and threw the space ring to Yang Kai, saying fiercely, Little brat, the rest of the saint crystals are here. Take them and let them go. Or don't blame me for fighting you to the death. They thought that they would definitely succeed this time, but who knew that an artifact spirit would mess up their plans? And this little brat called Yang Kai was also very strange. Even now, Ma Xian Yuan still didn't know how he managed to sneak attack Xie Kuan and subdue him. While cursing Xie Kuan's carelessness in his heart, he also felt some fear towards Yang Kai. If the other party could subdue Xie Kuan like a ghost, it didn't mean that he couldn't kill Ma Xian Yuan. After all, Ma Xian Yuan wasn't much stronger than Xie Kuan. Is he really a third-order Saint King? Ma Xian Yuan suspected that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation. After all, the other party seemed to be at ease. It was obvious that he still had some tricks up his sleeve. After catching the ring Ma Xian Yuan threw to him, Yang Kai checked it and made sure that he wasn't lying. Then he nodded lightly and put away the two rings. He turned a blind eye to Ma Xian Yuan's harsh words and said indifferently, I've got the saint crystals back. Now let's settle another account. What do you want? Ma Xian Yuan's face darkened. Old thing, don't play dumb. Yang Kai chuckled. You detained my Dragon Cave Mountain's disciples and even tortured and whipped them. You don't think I'll just let you off like that, do you? Do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? Hurt them. Ma Xian Yuan's face was filled with rage as he shouted. If that's the case, boy, you destroyed so many shops in Heavenly Fate City and killed so many disciples. Shouldn't we settle this with you as well? You brought this upon yourself. My Dragon Cave Mountain has cooperated with your noble palace in good faith for the past 2 years, and has never owed you any Saint Crystals. Yet you dare to go back on your word. No matter how much you argue about this, no one will stand on your side. What will it take for you to let this go? Ma Xian Yuan's face was dark. Compensation. Yang Kai said concisely and coldly snorted. It's fine if you don't compensate, but I don't know if you can bear the consequences. Boy, you're threatening this old master. Ma Xian Yuan's face was ferocious. Yes. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. I'll count to 3. If you don't agree, I'll take action. 1. Seeing Yang Kai being so aggressive and even counting down, the faces of all the Origin returning realm masters turned cold. While they were furious, they also felt extremely aggrieved. All of them were only First Order Origin returning realm cultivators. They thought that with so many people, it would be enough to crush Dragon Cave Mountain, but the development of the situation was not something they could control. 2. As soon as this number came out, Xie Quan shouted anxiously, Brother Ma. Ma Xian Yuan glanced at him from afar and said with a flicker in his eyes, Brother Xie, these people were captured by your Xie family disciples, and they were also injured by your Xie family disciples. This matter has nothing to do with our Shadow Moon Hall, right? Xie Quan's expression froze for a moment before a trace of sadness appeared on his face. How could he not know that Ma Xian Yuan was telling the truth? The main force in dealing with Dragon Cave Mountain this time was still the Xie family, but Ma Xian Yuan's words were too hurtful. After all, the reason why the Xie family took action was because they were instructed by the higher-ups of the Shadow Moon Hall to take the opportunity to test Qian Tong's reaction. Ma Xian Yuan should not have stayed out of this matter. 3. After Yang Kai finished counting, he grinned. It seems that you're not willing to compensate. Since that's the case, I'll do it myself. As he spoke, the golden thread in his hand trembled slightly. In a flash of golden light, Xie Quan was turned into minced meat without a sound. The smell of blood filled the air. All the Origin returning realm cultivators were dumbfounded, their expressions extremely strange. Chapter 1331. No one would have thought that Yang Kai would actually kill Xie Quan, who was captured by him. The reason why these Origin returning realm masters did not act rashly was firstly because they were afraid of the Firebird artifact spirit, and secondly because of Xie Quan. Xie Quan was subdued by Yang Kai, so naturally, they were afraid of provoking Yang Kai to kill him. After all, they had witnessed Yang Kai's ruthlessness before. If Xie Quan really died, they would not be able to explain it to Xie Li. But now this concern was gone, and the reason was actually Yang Kai himself. This was both surprising and infuriating. Only now did everyone realize that they had completely underestimated this young man's madness and arrogance. Without Xie Quan as a hostage, did he think that he, a Saint King, could stand here and talk to so many Origin returning realm masters as equals? When they thought about how the deaths of Xie Quan and the Xie family disciples would enrage Xie Li, they could no longer remain calm. Ma Xian Yuan pointed at Yang Kai from afar, pointing his finger repeatedly. He seemed to be so angry that he could not speak. After a long while he gritted his teeth and said, Boy, you're dead. You're really dead this time. Brother Ma, don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and capture him and hand him over to Manager Xie. Someone shouted coldly from the side. With just you? Yang Kai laughed wildly. If Changqi, Yufeng, and the others were still here, he would have some concerns, but he was the only one left. Even if there was a third-order Origin returning realm master here, they would not be able to stop him. He cultivated the Tao of space, so he could tear space and escape at any time. This time was not like the last time in the corpse cave. Not only did he have yang inflammation, but he was also facing a 1,000-year-old corpse general. There were only 7 or 8 first-order Origin returning realm masters here. Wanting to stop him was simply a fool's dream. I'll first destroy Heavenly Fate City, then I'll settle accounts with you. Yang Kai's voice suddenly turned cold. He pointed his hand and shouted, "Burn!" The Firebird artifact spirit received the order and let out a long cry. The flames on its body rolled, and the fire attribute spiritual energy between heaven and earth once again gathered into its body. In the blink of an eye, its body seemed to have grown a lot bigger. Seeing this scene, many origin returning realm masters paled and began circulating their Saint Chi around their bodies before summoning their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. In the next moment, the Firebird opened its mouth, and a ball of dazzling light was faintly visible in its mouth. Soon after, it spat it out. A beam of fiery light with astonishing power shot out. The high temperature contained within almost melted the space. It made one's hair stand on end as it flew straight to the ground. The artifact spirit's target wasn't anyone, but the largest shop in the vicinity. Yang Kai had made up his mind to turn Heavenly Fate City upside down before deciding what to do next. The people of Dragon Cave Mountain had been bullied to such an extent, so naturally, Yang Kai would not let this matter rest. If he were to shrink back this time, it would only leave an impression of weakness, which would only make things worse in the future. After all, this was the first conflict Dragon Cave Mountain had faced since it was built. Before the flame reached the shop was set ablaze by the high temperature, and in the next moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the distance and entered the shop. Immediately after, a thin layer of energy barrier wrapped around the building tightly. This was the defensive barrier of this shop, a kind of protective spirit array. As long as one was a slightly larger shop in Heavenly Fate City, it would have won, but depending on the strength of one's financial resources, the power of this spirit array would vary. The barrier of this shop was obviously not weak. The energy barrier surrounding it gave off a faint green light that rippled like water. At a glance, it was obvious it had been carefully arranged. Even so, when the flames came into contact with the restriction, it shook the restriction and almost broke it. The green light dimmed in an instant, and it only lasted for less than 2 breaths before shattering. The flame did not diminish in the slightest as it rushed straight towards the shop. At that moment, an artifact that looked like a round bowl suddenly flew over and expanded to a radius of several dozen meters, directly blocking the entrance to the shop. Caught off guard, the flame rushed into the round bowl. Immediately, a blue light bloomed from the round bowl, gathering the flame and suppressing it. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared strangely above the round bowl, his expression extremely dignified as he poured a few streams of Saint Chi into it. With the help of his divine sense, the round bowl quickly shrank back to its original size. The middle-aged scholar waved his hand and took back the round bowl, staring blankly at the tumbling flames inside with an ugly expression. "You've finally come out." Yang Kai coldly snorted but did not do anything else, simply standing in place and staring at this middle-aged scholar. When he first stepped into Heavenly Fate City, he had already noticed the existence of this man. After all, this man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Besides him, there was no other master in the entire Heavenly Fate City that Yang Kai was afraid of. Otherwise, he would not have been so unscrupulous before. What puzzled him was that no matter what he did, the other party had no intention of showing up. However, Yang Kai had been paying attention to him. Now, when the shop was about to be destroyed, this man finally could not help but show up. Yang Kai did not know whether this person was an enemy or a friend, but he instinctively felt that the other party should not have any malice towards him, otherwise, he would not have been able to hold back long ago. Blue Jade Bowl. City Lord Fei, the cultivator of the First Order origin returning realm, shouted one after another. Hearing them shout, Yang Kai immediately understood who this middle-aged scholar was. Heavenly Fate City's City Lord, Fei Ji too. Yang Kai had never dealt with this person before, but he had heard of his name. More than 2 years ago, when he had a conflict with the Haiko family and the Su family, the two families had come to the City Lord's mansion to ask for help. Unfortunately, in the end, the two families were unable to meet Fei Ji Tuesday. However, the patriarch of the Haiko family, Yan, happened to meet Xia Hongwen in the City Lord's mansion and dragged Xia Hongwen into that conflict. Yang Kai knew about him because he heard about him from Wu Yi, but he did not expect that this person was actually a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Looking at this person, Yang Kai finally showed a hint of fear. The blue jade bull in the other party's hand was actually able to absorb the firebird's attack, so it was obviously not of a low grade. Furthermore, the aura of this person was extremely deep, not much worse than Qian Tong. He could do whatever he wanted under the watchful eyes of 7 or 8 first-order origin returning realm cultivators, but that did not mean that he could do the same in front of a third-order origin returning realm master. However, before he could figure out this person's attitude, Yang Kai did not plan to retreat. He still had a trump card that he had not used yet. Whether it was the Space Blade or the Blossoming Lotus secret technique, he was confident that he would be able to rely on them. After the goateed old man and the others recognized Fei Ji too, their expressions changed slightly, and they all rushed forward to salute him. Ma Xian Yuan's eyes flashed as he said, "City Lord Master, didn't I hear that you were in retreat to cultivate a secret technique? Could it be that you have already succeeded?" Fei Ji too glanced at him leisurely and said indifferently, "Why? Is Steward Ma very concerned about this city lord's secret technique?" I wouldn't dare. This subordinate was just asking casually. Ma Xian Yuan's face turned red and he did not dare to say anything more. Fei Ji too swept his gaze across the faces of the first-order origin returning realm cultivators and mocked. "If this city lord did not come out, would you tear down my heavenly fate city? City Lord Master, please forgive us." Everyone was shocked when they heard this and hurriedly cupped their fists. One of them stepped forward and explained, "But there are some reasons for this. The reason why the shops in the city are in such a state is not because of us, but because of this brat's arrogance. He killed and set fire to this place. City Lord Master, please understand." As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai from afar. Fei Ji too turned his head to look at Yang Kai, and found that the other party was looking back at him without fear. He could not help but click his tongue in amazement. At the same time, his face darkened as he scolded, "A bunch of wastes. You can't even take down a Saint King realm brat. Do you still have the face to live in this world? You call yourselves origin returning realm cultivators. I think you've all been living like dogs all these years." The 7 or 8 origin returning realm cultivators all lowered their heads and did not say a word, feeling extremely sullen in their hearts. Fei Ji too scolded them for a while before chuckling meaningfully. "Brat, you've got guts. You dare to kill and set fire to my heavenly fate city? You don't put this city lord in your eyes, do you? Senior is wise. This group of people went back on their word and bullied me too much. Junior had no choice but to resist a little." Yang Kai said indifferently. "Resist a little?" Fei Ji too's eyes twitched. He had been hiding in the dark, and had seen everything from beginning to end. All he saw was Yang Kai's infinite arrogance, and the group of origin returning realm cultivators being toyed with in the palm of his hand. So how could they resist? Thinking to himself that this brat was lying with his eyes wide open, Yang Kai said with a cold expression, "I just heard you say that you wanted to destroy my heavenly fate city?" Yang Kai grinned. "Senior, please be magnanimous." Junior was just angry and spoke without thinking. Senior Master is magnanimous and won't take Junior's words seriously, right? Fei Ji too took a deep breath and sneered. "This city lord doesn't care whether you spoke without thinking or not. A man must keep his word. Today, either you really destroy my heavenly fate city, or this city lord will give you an explanation. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place safely." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai's face sank slightly, but after pondering for a moment he smiled and said, "Since Senior says so, then Junior will be bold enough to ask for Senior's instructions." With such a master here, he definitely couldn't continue to cause trouble. However, he vaguely heard a different message from the other party's words. This Fei Ji too really didn't seem to be an enemy. The other origin returning realm cultivators weren't fools. How could they not understand the meaning behind Fei Ji too's words? The city lord master clearly wanted to bury the hatchet with the other party. Ma Xian Yuan and the others were shocked. Just as they were about to speak up to stop him, Fei Ji too said loudly, "You've killed people and burned down many of my shops. Even if my Shadow Moon Hall was in the wrong, you've already vented your anger. Originally, it would have been fine if we stopped here, but I can't just let you leave like this. Otherwise, if word gets out, Outsiders will only think that this city lord is a coward. Junior understands. Yongkai gently nodded. Chapter 1332. Seeing that Yongkai was so tactful, Fei Jitu couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. Previously, when he was secretly observing him, he vaguely felt that this little brat was unruly, but he didn't expect him to be such a clever person. At least his efforts were not in vain. Many of the shops in the city had been damaged and burned down, but they were dead after all, so there was no need to investigate. As long as they were rebuilt afterwards, it would be fine. As for the dozen or so people who had died, most of them were disciples of the Xie family, and had nothing to do with Fei Jitu's day. Even if everyone here died, he wouldn't care. After pondering for a moment, Fei Jitu said, "This city lord will give you two options. It's up to you which one you choose." Yongkai pretended to listen attentively. "First, take out the Saint crystals you just obtained as compensation. You can't just walk away from murder and arson. Those Saint crystals are more than enough as compensation. What do you think?" As soon as he said this, the goateed old man and the others' expressions changed slightly. They immediately understood that their worries were actually true. City Lord Fei really wanted to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Then they thought of some of the rumors in the hall and immediately felt anxious, not daring to say anything. Yongkai's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before smiling. "Senior's suggestion is not inappropriate, but please forgive this junior for being so bold as to reject it." Fei Jitu narrowed his eyes and looked at Yongkai with some surprise. To be honest, the reason he proposed this kind of compensation was because he was the strongest person here. Furthermore, as a city lord, he felt that Ma Xian Yuan and the others wouldn't refute him. How could he have known that this little brat wouldn't appreciate his good intentions? He immediately became angry and scolded Yongkai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. He coldly snorted. "You didn't hear what the second option was before you dared to reject it." Yongkai said solemnly, "One of the purposes of this junior's visit was to retrieve the Saint crystals that were stolen. Now that I've obtained them, there is no reason to return them. Senior, please tell me what the second option is." Fei Jitu stared at him for a while before saying, "Since you are so opinionated, then this city lord won't persuade you. The second option is simpler. Don't dodge or evade. Take a blow from me, and as long as you don't die, I'll let you leave." Don't dodge or evade. Yang's eyes narrowed. But Ma Xian Yuan and the others were overjoyed when they heard this sentence. Fei Jitu was already at the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. In terms of strength, he was almost on par with Qian Tong. With such a master personally taking action, even if it was just a single blow, that arrogant brat wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Perhaps he would even die under this blow. While Ma Xian Yuan and the others were secretly overjoyed, they also thought that they had misunderstood Fei Jitu's intentions. It turned out that he didn't intend to let this brat leave safely. It was only because of the difference in status and cultivation that it wasn't convenient for him to bully the weak. But since it was the other party who took the initiative to do so, there was nothing more to say. They immediately looked towards Yongkai with schadenfreude, secretly anticipating the start of a good show. "You don't dare?" Fei Jitu looked at Yongkai mockingly. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Yongkai's eyes flashed brilliantly. With his current strength, he really couldn't deal with a third-order origin returning realm master, but if it was just a single blow, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, even if he was injured, with his restorative ability, it shouldn't take long for him to fully recover. This was a good opportunity to test how far he was from a cultivator of this level. On Shadowed Star, the peak of the third-order origin returning realm was the strongest. If he could really escape unscathed from Fei Jitu, then he could re-examine his own strength. "Little brat, you've got guts." Fei Jitu's gentle face suddenly showed a grin as he shouted, "I hope you don't regret this." Yongkai's face turned cold. Without saying a word, he stretched out his hand and pointed. The firebird hovering above his head let out a crisp cry and turned into a ball of fire that wrapped around his body. The red flame seemed to flow and distort the space around him. Yang Kai then summoned his purple shield and poured his Saint Qi into it, summoning a sandstorm that quickly submerged his figure. In the next moment, a shield condensed from black flames appeared in front of Yang Kai. This was the grand heavenly shield condensed from his own Saint Qi. Just as these 3 defenses were completed, Fei Ji too released a terrifying Saint Qi fluctuation. Immediately after, he took a step forward and, without anyone being able to see him clearly, appeared 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. Immediately, a tiger's roar suddenly rang out from his body and a huge tiger head suddenly appeared above his body. This tiger head was illusory when it first appeared, but as Fei Ji too poured his Saint Qi into it, it gradually showed signs of solidifying. At the same time, an unparalleled ferocious aura radiated from the tiger head. Ma Xian Yuan and the others who were watching from the sidelines all paled and quickly retreated. Although Fei Ji too did not deliberately target them, the murderous intent radiating from the tiger head was like a real blade that cut through their bodies, causing them to shiver. The city lord master was serious. Everyone was overjoyed. "Little brat, be careful," Fei Ji too shouted. The tiger head floating above his head suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and, like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, pounced towards Yang Kai with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Kai's face sank as he frantically pushed his Saint Qi. In the next moment, the solidified tiger head collided with the outermost grand heavenly shield. A series of cracking sounds rang out, and the dozens of grand heavenly shields were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. The tiger head, on the other hand, did not lose any momentum as it pounced towards the second layer of the sandstorm. The sandstorm was driven by the power contained within the purple shields, so it was extremely powerful. As soon as the tiger head fell into it, it was stopped by the power of the wind and sand. Its figure suddenly became sluggish and showed signs of stopping. However, Yang Kai was not happy. Instead, he was shocked and his face became even more solemn. Fei Ji too sneered. As he urged his divine sense, the tiger head suddenly spat out a gloomy light. As soon as the gloomy light appeared, it exploded and tore a hole in the sandstorm. At the same time, the tiger head took advantage of the opening, and the sandstorm could no longer stop it. In the blink of an eye, the huge tiger head arrived in front of Yang Kai. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect, and with a single thought, the Firebird artifact spirit's protective barrier surrounding his body began to spin rapidly, making him look like he was on fire, exuding an astonishingly high temperature. The tiger's roar and the bird's cry intertwined and lingered on. Ma Xian Yuan and the others craned their necks to see if Yang Kai was seriously injured or dead. However, their vision was blocked by the sandstorm, and they could not see anything at all. They were so anxious that they could not help but stomp their feet. However, a few people were able to deduce from Fei Ji too's surprised expression that Yang Kai was not seriously injured. With a boom, the sandstorm suddenly dispersed and once again condensed into a shield that flashed with purple light and flew to the side. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure also retreated quickly. His face was slightly pale. The Firebird artifact spirit that had been circling around him had unknowingly returned to hovering above his head. Although the tiger head's color had dimmed significantly, it still chased closely behind Yang Kai, as if it wanted to kill him. In midair, Yang Kai's face turned ruthless. He waved his hands and a series of pitch-black spatial blades shot out towards the tiger head. Seeing this, Fei Ji too frowned slightly. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed and he cried out in alarm, "Stop!" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed out and arrived in front of the tiger head. He reached out with one hand and sucked the tiger head into his body. With the other hand, he took out the blue jade bowl. A dazzling blue light blossomed from the bowl and went towards the spatial blades. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the blue light instantly dimmed, causing Fei Ji too's face to twitch as he couldn't help showing a pained expression. This blue jade bowl was an artifact Yang Kai had refined for many years, and was also the one he relied on the most. The blue light stored in this bowl possessed all kinds of strange powers. In the past, Yang Kai had used this bowl's blue light to avert danger many times, but now he clearly felt that the blue light in his bowl had actually decreased somewhat, and he couldn't tell where it had gone. Thinking about the strange blade that was emitting spatial fluctuations, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. It would take him at least several years to replenish the blue light he had lost, and he would also have to consume some precious treasures. At this moment, Yang Kai even had thoughts of killing Yang Kai. Even when facing an opponent in the same realm, no one had been able to make him suffer such a big loss. Yang Kai had never expected a mere Saint King realm to be able to achieve such a feat. When Fei Ji2 summoned the Blue Jade Bull, Yang Kai didn't attack again, and instead retreated lightly, taking back his shield. Taking a few deep breaths, Yang Kai's pale face finally restored a trace of redness. Calmly staring at Fei Ji2, his brow furrowed slightly, his expression slightly strange. You. Fei Ji2 looked at his Blue Jade Bull and then at Yang Kai, his face becoming extremely ferocious. Yang Kai chuckled. Senior, you've made your second move. Fei Ji2's expression froze for a moment before he smiled bitterly, staring deeply at Yang Kai before waving his hand dispiritedly. Go. Don't ever set foot in my heavenly fate city again, or don't blame this city lord for being impolite. Many thanks for Senior's leniency. And if possible, I would like to ask Senior to return the flame you took away before. Yang Kai looked at the Blue Jade Bull in Yang Kai's hand and said faintly. Fei Ji2's face twitched as he stretched out his hand and poured his Saint Qi into the Blue Jade Bull. A ball of flame immediately flew out, and the Firebird artifact spirit opened its beak and sucked it into its beak before diving into Yang Kai's body and disappearing. It wasn't that Fei Ji2 was easy to deal with, but he felt that the flame he had collected before was a bit strange. He couldn't refine it at all, and if it was sealed in the Blue Jade Bull for a long time, not only would it affect the power of this artifact, it might also cause some harm to the Blue Jade Bull, so naturally he was willing to do this favor. Farewell. Yang Kai cupped his fists and gloomily looked at Ma Xian Yuan and the others, as if he wanted to commit their faces to memory. After sneering meaningfully, he summoned his star shuttle and flew off towards Dragon Cave Mountain. And Yang Kai gently nodded. Tell them there's no need to go. This matter ends here. Shadow Moon Hall shouldn't be making any more moves, but for now, try not to go out as much as possible. Be careful of the Xie family's actions. I know. I'll keep an eye on them and make sure they don't go out. Wu quickly responded, then immediately said with concern. You also need to heal quickly. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards his cave mansion. Fei Ji2 was worthy of being a peak third-order origin returning realm master. Although that move didn't seem to be anything special, Yang Kai still understood its fierceness. However, his opponent hadn't used his full strength, something Yang Kai knew. Being able to injure him without using his full strength. It seemed that the gap between him and a third-order origin returning realm master was still quite obvious. Taking out a few bottles of pills from his space ring, Yang Kai poured out a few and stuffed them into his mouth before closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. Yang Kai's injuries were not serious, but his aura was somewhat unstable. After meditating for half a day, Yang Kai had recovered. After all, the golden blood in his body had a powerful restorative ability, so this kind of minor injury was nothing to him. Releasing his divine sense and realizing that it was already late at night, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he quietly got up, opened the cave mansion's barrier, and quietly left Dragon Cave Mountain, using his movement skill to fly straight towards Heavenly Fate City. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in the city and followed the route in his memory all the way to the location of the City Lord's mansion. After another cup of tea worth of time, Yang Kai appeared in the City Lord's mansion. Although this was his first time here, he was able to grasp the situation of the entire City Lord's mansion with his divine sense. Tonight, the City Lord's mansion was a bit strange. It was quiet all around, with not a single person in sight. Even the cultivator who was usually in charge of guarding the place had been removed tonight. The people in the City Lord's mansion did not know why this was happening, only that it was an order from the City Lord's master, that no one was allowed to walk around the mansion tonight. Once discovered, they would be killed without mercy. Under this strict order, naturally no one dared to offend the dignity of the City Lord's master. Aware of this, Yang Kai swaggered around the City Lord's mansion. After a few turns, he arrived in front of a room inside the city lord's mansion. Just as he stood there, Fei Jitu's voice came from inside the room. "Since you're here, come in and sit down." Hearing this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and generously pushed open the door and entered. Inside the room, Fei Jitu sat on a chair and looked at the door with a smile. After Yang Kai walked in, he waved his hand and closed the door again with a burst of Saint Qi. Yang Kai's expression did not change. He walked directly to another chair beside Fei Jitu and sat down calmly. "I knew that you were very bold during the day, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. Aren't you afraid that this is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den? It's easy to enter, but difficult to leave?" Fei Jitu sneered. "Senior is joking. If you really wanted to deal with this junior, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Just do it directly," Yang Kai replied lightly. Fei Jitu's eyes flashed and he nodded. "Good, this old man Qiantong didn't misjudge you. You're quite the character. May I ask why Senior sent a message to this junior during the day?" Yang Kai asked with a solemn expression. During the day, after he fought with Fei Jitu, the other party had suddenly sent him a message and asked him to come to the city lord's mansion again at night, which really puzzled Yang Kai. Although he didn't know the whole story, he could guess that it had something to do with the recent changes in Shadow Moon Hall. "If I said that I wanted to ask you for a favor, would you believe me?" "Help?" Yang Kai frowned. "What kind of help? Let's not talk about this for now. First, I want to ask you, what do you think about the recent events in Shadow Moon Hall?" Fei Jitu asked in a low voice with a dignified expression. Yang Kai shook his head. "Junior has been in retreat on Dragon Cave Mountain all this time, and does not know much about the outside world. I hope Senior can enlighten me." "So that's how it is." Fei Jitu gently nodded. "In that case, this city lord won't beat around the bush with you. The reason why your Dragon Cave Mountain is being targeted this time is actually because of the internal strife in Shadow Moon Hall. In this regard, my Shadow Moon Hall owes you. After all, over the past few years, your Dragon Cave Mountain and my Shadow Moon Hall have cooperated very well. Both sides have benefited greatly from each other. However, the reason why your Dragon Cave Mountain can exist and live in peace is mainly because of Qiantong's protection. Now, Qiantong has encountered some trouble, and some people want to deal with him, so they took advantage of your grievances with the Xie family to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain first to test Qiantong's reaction." After saying this, Fei Jitu stared at Yang Kai, but unexpectedly did not see any surprise on his face, asking in amazement, "You already knew?" Yang Kai chuckled. "I guessed." "Amazing." Fei Jitu's eyes flashed with a hint of praise. "Since you guessed this a long time ago, it's much easier to explain. Simply put, Shadow Moon Hall was originally divided into two factions, one headed by Qiantong, and the other headed by an elder named Fengzhen. The two of them had different philosophies and were often at odds with one another. Moreover, one of these two elders was in charge of artifact refining and artifacts while the other was in charge of alchemy and alchemy. The other elders and stewards who were subordinate to these two were basically balanced, so over the years, although these two factions had some conflicts, there was no major friction. But now, because of an incident, this balance has been broken." Grandmaster Gulin's death? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he remembered this matter. Qiantong and Grandmaster Gulin had a very good personal relationship, so with Grandmaster Gulin's death, Qiantong's side had lost a heavyweight, so it was inevitable that the other faction would become disloyal. Yang Kai thought his guess was right, but Fei Jitu sneered and shook his head. Grandmaster Gulin's death was just a trigger. What really caused these two factions to fall out was something else. "What is it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Speaking of which, you've also seen that thing before," Fei Jitu whispered. "The red candle fruit." "That's it," Yang Kai suddenly realized. In Shadow Moon Hall, the temple master's cultivation isn't the strongest. The truly powerful ones are Qiantong and Fengzhen. Both of them are most likely to break through to the Origin King realm, but there is only a small piece of the red candle fruit, so everyone wants it. How do you think the situation will develop? If that's the case, then it makes sense. Yang Kai's face flashed a look of understanding. 2 years ago, when Lu Yen Sandfield opened, A red candle fruit appeared in the third layer. Although it was cut into several pieces by Leng Qing of Star Emperor Mountain, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer managed to grab a piece and bring it back to Shadow Moon Hall. The temptation of a supreme treasure rumored to be able to help an origin-returning realm cultivator break through the shackles of cultivation was too great, so it wasn't surprising that the original balance in Shadow Moon Hall was broken. Chapter 1334. In fact, Qian Tong is not the kind of person who likes to fight with others, but the red candle fruit is too important. If he can really break through to the Origin King realm, then my Shadow Moon Hall will become the #1 great force on Shadowed Star. Even Star Emperor Mountain will not be able to compete with my Shadow Moon Hall. Although this hope is very slim, it is still hope. Since that old fart Qian Tong thinks so, Fengzhen naturally thinks so as well. As a result, the conflict between the two sides broke out and Shadow Moon Hall is now in a state of chaos. Fei Zhitu said with some distress, "If this matter is not handled properly, my Shadow Moon Hall will suffer heavy losses at best, but at worst, it may even be destroyed." "Is it that serious?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly. The grievances between the elders and stewards of Qian Tong's faction have been building up for a long time now, and it has always been the sect master who has been suppressing them, so there hasn't been any major trouble, but this time, even the sect master is powerless to do anything. In fact, if it were not for the hall master's advanced age, this red candle fruit would have been the most suitable for him to take, but the hall master could not bear to waste the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit, so he did not use it. If an internal war really breaks out in my Shadow Moon Hall, haha boy, do you understand what it means to say that no egg can remain unbroken when the nest is overturned? Yang Kai's eyes twitched. How could he not understand what Fei Zhitu was trying to say? If Shadow Moon Hall really fell apart, Dragon Cave Mountain would bear the brunt of it. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was still within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall, so no one could say what would happen when the time came. But soon, Yang Kai's expression became indifferent as he stared at Fei Zhitu and said, "Senior does not need to make it sound so scary. Junior only wants to know which faction you belong to." "Me." Fei Zhitu raised his brow and could not help laughing. "This city lord is tired of fighting and scheming against others, so I asked the hall master to place me in Heavenly Fate City as the city lord. Which faction do you think I belong to?" Yang Kai gently nodded and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I heard Senior's words were filled with concern and worry for Elder Qian, so I thought you and Elder Qian were on the same side." "Nonsense. Qian Tong, that old fart." Fei Zhitu coldly snorted, seemingly wanting to curse, but halfway through his words he stopped and waved his hand. "Forget it. In short, I owe Qian Tong a big favor, so this time I want to repay him." "What does that have to do with me?" Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Why did Senior call this junior here so late at night? Fei Zhitu stared at Yang Kai and said with a solemn expression, "Qian Tong is in trouble." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. "You don't look like an ungrateful person. Your Dragon Cave Mountain has been able to develop steadily these past few years thanks to Qian Tong. Don't think he hasn't taken care of you. If it weren't for him sitting in Heavenly Fate City, I'm afraid you would have already been eaten to the bone. A few trivial youngsters who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth actually dare to take over a mountain and call themselves kings. Humph, how inexplicable. Let's not talk about our Dragon Cave Mountain for the time being. City Lord Fei, please tell me about Elder Qian. If there is anything I can help with, I will not refuse," Yang Kai said lightly. There were some things he didn't need to be reminded of as he was well aware of. The fact that Dragon Cave Mountain had been able to remain so stable these past few years was indeed due to Qian Tong's care. But hearing Fei Zhitu say this still made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable, and his tone immediately became cold. Fei Zhitu didn't seem to mind and simply said, "What I'm about to tell you is something only a few people know about. This matter is of great importance, so please don't leak it out." After exhorting Yang Kai, Fei Zhitu immediately began explaining. After listening to Fei Zhitu's explanation, Yang Kai learned that Qian Tong had been missing for nearly half a year. Calculating the time, around the time he and Yang Yin set off for Colored Glass Sect, Qian Tong had already disappeared. As for where Qian Tong had gone, there were many different theories. Some people said he was in a life-or-death retreat to comprehend a secret technique. Others said he had gone out in search of opportunities and encountered an accident, while others said he didn't want Shadow Moon Hall to fall apart and had gone into hiding. However, no matter which theory it was, no one could prove it. However, with Shadow Moon Hall on the verge of collapse and the internal strife in the hall, Qian Tong's disappearance was truly puzzling. It was precisely because he had disappeared at such a critical juncture that Feng Zhen's faction was becoming more and more rampant and bold. Now in Shadow Moon Hall, although there were still several elders who could join forces to contend with Feng Zhen, without Qian Tong, such a key figure, they had fallen into a disadvantageous position. If Qian Tong did not return for some time, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, Ma Xian Yuan and the others had joined forces with the Xie family to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, which was also the final test Feng Zhen's faction had of Qian Tong. They wanted to see if he had really gone into hiding, so they could use this opportunity to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain to force him to show himself. Although the result of this test was the death of one of the Xie family's origin-returning realm masters, Feng Zhen's faction should be very satisfied. Qian Tong had not appeared from beginning to end, which was enough to show that something must have happened to him, and he was too busy to spare any attention. Once this result was passed back, Feng Zhen's faction would definitely make a big move. Where is Elder Qian now? Yang Kai frowned and asked. In an ancient ruin. Fei Ji too replied in a deep voice. An ancient ruin? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yes, but whether he is alive or dead I don't know. Fei Ji too let out a long sigh. The last time I heard from him was half a month ago. He used this thing to send a message. Saying so, Fei Ji too flicked his finger, and a milky white light suddenly appeared at his fingertip and flew directly towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught the milky white light in his palm. Looking at it, he could not help but click his tongue in amazement. This milky white light was actually a kind of insect that looked like a snow silkworm. It was only an inch long and its entire body was white and smooth, with tiny blood vessels vaguely visible inside. However, when Yang Kai swept his divine sense across this strange insect's body, a message suddenly came from inside and rushed straight into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai was startled, but he quickly calmed down and listened quietly. The message was indeed left by Qian Tong in this insect. Through his perception, Yang Kai immediately understood Qian Tong's situation. Indeed, as Fei Ji too said, Qian Tong was trapped in an ancient ruin and could not escape. He had no other choice but to send this insect to Sky Fortune City to ask for Fei Ji too's help. This insect is called a breath insect and can be considered an ancient variant. It doesn't have much use and is only suitable for sending messages. Because it can ignore all barriers and restrictions, it is very convenient to use. Don't be fooled by its bloated appearance, it can move very quickly. Fei Ji too explained after Yang Kai finished his investigation. Yang Kai gently nodded, a dignified look flashing across his face as he returned the breath insect to Fei Ji Tuesday. From the investigation just now, Qian Tong's condition was not very optimistic. The message left in the breath insect seemed to have been left after he was injured. After such a long time, Yang Kai did not know how he was doing. City Lord Fei, may I ask why Elder Qian went to explore the ancient ruin at such a critical juncture? Yang Kai asked, puzzled. Fei Ji too coldly snorted. How would I know what he's thinking? After a pause he continued, but I guess he doesn't want the conflict in the Shadow Moon Hall to really erupt, so he wants to find a balance to stabilize the current situation. You also know that he had a good personal relationship with Grandmaster Ge Lin before, and with Grandmaster Ge Lin's prestige and connections, he was able to completely suppress Feng Zhen. But now that Grandmaster Ge Lin has passed away and the other side has an origin-grade alchemist, the balance naturally no longer exists. The ancient ruin was discovered by Grandmaster Ge Lin a long time ago, and the reason why Grandmaster Ge was able to become an origin-grade artifact refiner was thanks to the ancient ruin. Qian Tong went to explore the ancient ruin at this time, because he wanted another person to take this opportunity to break through their bottleneck and become an origin-grade artifact refiner. Once that person succeeded in becoming an origin-grade artifact refiner, the initiative would once again be in Qian Tong's hands. Right, I forgot to tell you. Qian Tong also brought someone with him. That person is a Saint King grade artifact refiner, and can be regarded as Grandmaster Gulin's successor. Then Elder Qian is quite thoughtful. Yang Kai could not help showing a trace of admiration on his face. Good intentions? Fei Jitu sneered and said disdainfully, I think he has nothing better to do. Originally, with his means and connections, as long as he was ruthless enough, even without Grandmaster Gulin, he could have made Fengzhen beg for death, but instead he chose to explore some ancient ruins far away. If that wasn't the case, then what was? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. City Lord Fei seems to have a good relationship with Elder Qian. You don't need to comment on this City Lord's relationship with him. Fei Jitu's face turned cold. I called you here this time to ask for your help in getting Qian Tong out of the ancient ruin, lest he really die of old age there. How can this junior help in this matter? City Lord Fei, please make it clear. Since the ancient ruin can trap Qian Tong, with my insignificant cultivation, wouldn't I be courting death if I ran in? You're quite cautious. Fine, this City Lord will make it clear, otherwise you won't be able to rest easy. What I am interested in is not your strength. You are indeed extraordinary, a trivial third-order Saint King being able to contend with so many origin-returning realm masters. But that is also because you are relying on external forces. The fact that you were able to withstand my blow was most likely due to the power of that artifact and artifact spirit. With your strength, you will only be a burden if you go in, but your artifact spirit is quite good. I want to borrow its power. Yang Kai curled his lips, understanding why Fei Jitu had specifically called him here so late at night. It turned out that he had taken a fancy to the artifact spirit. There is an ice road in the ancient ruin that is extremely dangerous. Your artifact spirit doesn't seem to be born from ordinary flames. Even my blue jade bowl was unable to refine its flames. With its help, this City Lord can easily lead people through that ice road. Chapter 1335. Is that all? Yang Kai asked in surprise after listening to him. That's all. Fei Jitu nodded slowly. As for breaking through the ice road and rescuing Qian Tong, you don't need to worry about that. This City Lord will arrange it. If not for the fact that I couldn't find a suitable fire attribute artifact to restrain the ice road, I wouldn't have stayed here for so long. Yang Kai stroked his chin and fell silent. Fei Jitu didn't urge him and simply allowed him to think about it. After all, this was a matter of great importance. Although he was only borrowing the power of the artifact spirit to break through the ice road, it was still an ancient ruin, so it was impossible to say that there wouldn't be any risk. Even a master like Qian Tong had been trapped inside, so Fei Jitu couldn't say what he would encounter on this trip. This was a matter of life and death, so of course he had to consider it carefully. However, he still had some confidence in Yang Kai. In any case, as the City Lord of Heavenly Fate City, he knew a great deal about the nearby Dragon Cave Mountain. Even if he had never met Yang Kai before, he had heard many rumors about him, and knew he wasn't an ungrateful villain. Sure enough, after a while, Yang Kai raised his head and a look of determination flashed across his eyes. Obviously, he had made a decision. Fei Jitu immediately turned to look at him. City Lord Fei, Elder Qian has shown kindness to my Dragon Cave Mountain. Since he is in trouble, Junior will naturally do his best to help him. Fei Jitu heard this and gently nodded, a look of satisfaction flashing across his face as he thought to himself that this little brat really understood the big picture, and knew how to repay kindness. However, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and chuckled meaningfully, asking, "But what benefits do I get for doing this?" Benefits? Fei Jitu was stunned. Staring at Yang Kai in a daze, he asked, "You still want benefits?" Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. City Lord Fei is looking down on this junior too much. This junior has long since passed the age where he is hot-blooded and reckless. This time, his future is uncertain. City Lord Fei couldn't possibly think that he would be able to convince this junior to follow him with just a few words, right? Since I have to take the risk, of course I have to get some benefits. Fei Jitu furrowed his brows and a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. He said coldly, "But this time, The one we're going to save isn't anyone else but Qian Tong. So what if I am? If Elder Qian had personally sent a message to me, I would have accepted it without hesitation. But now it was you, Senior, who invited me. Since I am not familiar with you, I would have to accept it. After all, I would be able to save Elder Qian. Elder Qian also owes you a favor. It has nothing to do with me. What kind of twisted logic is this? Fei Jitu's face was ashen. He never thought that Yang Kai would actually make a request and directly ask for benefits. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In his mind, he had already given Yang Kai a lot of face by inviting him. If the other party didn't have the fire attribute artifact spirit, with his third-order Saint King cultivation, he wouldn't have been qualified to participate in this operation. When the time came to save someone, how could Qian Tong not be grateful to him? This little brat is actually so shameless. Fei Jitu's nose became crooked from anger. Whether it is twisted logic or not, City Lord Fei will judge in his heart. Yang Kai said calmly, neither anxious nor impatient. Fei Jitu stared at him angrily for a long time before seeming to think of something. Suddenly, he smiled and said with a sly look on his face, "If you want benefits, then I'll give you benefits. Brat, did you kill Xia Hong, one of the Xia family?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he quickly said, "City Lord Fei, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What evidence do you have to prove that I killed Xia Hong one? Don't play dumb with me." Fei Jitu coldly snorted. "Do you think others don't know about this? Do you think you did it without anyone noticing?" Yang Kai frowned, feeling that this man wasn't trying to deceive him, so he quickly put on a humble look and asked, "Please explain clearly, Senior." Fei Jitu sneered meaningfully. "Many people know about the grievances between you and Xia Hongwen. Last time, when the Lu Yansan field opened, Xia Hongwen deliberately brought two Xia family Saint King Realm disciples to take revenge on you. Many people know about this, but after he went in, he never appeared again. Clearly, he died in the Lu Yansan field. Lu Yansan field is full of dangers. Even if he died inside, what does it have to do with me?" Yang Kai looked indifferent as he flatly denied. "Then do you know that the Shadow Moon Palace has a kind of secret technique that can be used by the elders on their juniors? Once the junior meets with any mishap, the secret technique will be transferred onto the person who inflicted the fatal blow? Not only does Xia Hongwen have this secret technique, but also the elite disciples of Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener. Do you understand what this city lord is trying to say?" Yang Kai's expression was one of shock. If Fei Jitu wasn't lying to him, then he must have used this secret technique to transfer the secret technique. Yang Kai's killing of Xia Hongwen was likely no secret. There are only two reasons why the Xia family hasn't done anything to you. The first is because they fear Qian Tong, and the second is because you rarely show yourself after returning from the Lu Yansan field. Your Dragon Cave Mountain is filled with spirit arrays, so the Xia family's masters can't determine whether the source of this secret technique is on you or not. But as long as you leave Dragon Cave Mountain once, the fact that you killed Xia Hongwen will be exposed. Fei Jitu grinned meaningfully. "As long as you follow this city lord, not only can I help you dispel the maggot-like secret technique, but I can also promise you that the Xia family will no longer cause trouble for your Dragon Cave Mountain in the future, and can even restore your former trading relationship with Shadow Moon Hall. Isn't that great enough?" While he was speaking, Yang Kai had already released his divine sense to check his body, and a moment later, his face became ugly. Yang Kai didn't know when, but a faint energy had appeared in his body. This energy was hidden deep within his body, and if he hadn't checked it inch by inch, it would have been impossible to discover it. Even with Fei Jitu's reminder, Yang Kai still had to check his body 3 times before he was able to discover the existence of this energy. It seemed that this was the secret technique of Shadow Moon Hall that could transfer the secret technique. It was really well hidden. "You were able to find it?" Fei Jitu looked at him in surprise. Although Yang Kai didn't say anything, Fei Jitu could see some clues from the other party's expression. This secret technique was extremely well hidden. As far as Yang Kai knew, this secret technique on Xia Hongwen was planted by Xieli. Xieli was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, So even a cultivator in the same realm would not necessarily be able to discover the existence of this secret technique. So how did this third-order Saint King in front of him accomplish it? Fei Ji too couldn't help marveling, secretly wondering if the other party had used some kind of artifact to achieve this. Yang Kai didn't answer his question though, instead trying to wrap the weak energy in his demonic flame and refine it. But he quickly discovered that although this energy was very weak, it was extremely difficult to refine and would take at least a few days to completely eliminate it. However, since he had found it, Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Fei Ji too with a solemn expression and said, "Senior's proposal just now, I agree with half of it." Half. And after this matter, Dragon Cave Mountain can restore its trade relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, but the price will need to be negotiated. As for the Xie family, haha, this junior only has one request. Let's hear it. Fei Ji too glanced at him. Shadow Moon Hall must not intervene in the grievances between me and the Xie family. Yang Kai shouted. Fei Ji too raised his brow in surprise. He had thought that Yang Kai wanted to ask Shadow Moon Hall to suppress the Xie family and prevent them from causing trouble for Dragon Cave Mountain. But how could he have known that this little brat's tone would actually be so bold? From what he had just said, it seemed he wanted to take the initiative to deal with the Xie family. After understanding this, Fei Ji too suddenly showed a look of interest. Although the Xie family was not a top family, it still had many origin returning realm masters, and its patriarch was even a second-order origin returning realm master. With Dragon Cave Mountain's current strength, could it really compete with them? Was this little brat still dreaming? Of course, Fei Ji too didn't want to pay attention to the grievances between Yang Kai and the Xie family, nor did he bother to think about whether this little brat had eaten some kind of bear's heart or leopard's gall, daring to make such wild claims. Immediately nodding, he said, "That's not a problem. As long as Qian Tong can be released, I can guarantee that even if you destroy the Xie family, Shadow Moon Hall won't say anything. Of course, that's only if you have the ability to do so." Obviously, he wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. Yang Kai didn't try to argue with him, instead deciding on a date and place to meet before leaving the city lord's mansion alone. After Yang Kai left, Fei Ji too frowned. That's not right. Why didn't this little brat ask this city lord to help him expel the secret technique from his body? Does he have a way? After thinking about it for a while, Fei Ji too slowly shook his head, too lazy to think about it. In any case, the Xie family already knew that Xie Hongwen had died at the hands of Yang Kai, so it didn't matter if the secret technique was expelled or not. On Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai returned without alerting anyone. The date he had agreed to meet with Fei Ji too was 3 days later. After all, he still had to make some preparations and couldn't expose his whereabouts, otherwise he might be discovered. Taking advantage of these 3 days, Yang Kai wanted to refine the weak energy in his body. Although from Fei Ji too's words, this secret technique was only used to determine who the elite disciple's murderer was, who knew if it had other uses. With such a thing in his body, Yang Kai couldn't feel at ease. Fortunately, the characteristics of his demonic flame were extraordinary, not something an ordinary cultivator's Saint Chi could compare to. Coupled with the Firebird artifact spirit, it only took 2 days for Yang Kai to completely refine this energy. After checking his body again, Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Next, Yang Kai summoned Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, Qianyu, Changqi, and Howen and carefully instructed them not to go out during this time to avoid being targeted by the Xie family. After receiving their assurances, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion to make some preparations. In fact, there wasn't much to prepare. Yang Kai already had a lot of things, so there was nothing to prepare. On the other hand, the saint crystals he had accidentally formed were round saint crystals that had been purified and compressed by the stone mongoose and given to him by Yang Inflammation. Whether it was in terms of quality or the amount of world energy they contained, low-grade saint crystals couldn't compare with them. These saint crystals were extremely useful for recovery, healing, and even fighting. Chapter 1336. At dawn in the east, the darkest time before dawn, a figure quietly shot out from Dragon Cave Mountain. and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, 1,000 kilometers north of Heavenly Fate City, this figure reappeared. It was Yang Kai who had come at the appointed time. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai immediately flew towards a small hill not far away. At this moment, two people had already arrived at the top of this hill, and were sitting cross-legged in meditation. Both of them were men who didn't look very old, and surprisingly, they were only third-order Saint Kings. Yang Kai didn't hide his figure, and directly flew up to this hill. As soon as he stood firm, the two men opened their eyes and glanced over at him faintly. One of them, who looked a little older, didn't show any intention to speak, and simply closed his eyes again indifferently. The other man, on the other hand, looked at him with interest and nodded faintly. Yang Kai also nodded to him, but neither side had any intention of speaking. The mountain was not small, so while Yang Kai was suspicious in his heart, he quickly found a place to sit down cross-legged. When he heard Fei Jitu say that this operation would be dangerous, Yang Kai thought he would bring a lot of origin returning realm masters with him. After all, the other party had said that if it weren't for the power of the Firebird artifact spirit, Yang Kai wouldn't be qualified to participate in this operation. How could Yang Kai have known that as soon as he arrived at the appointed place, he would see two cultivators with the same cultivation as him? Although he was suspicious, Yang Kai also knew that since Fei Jitu had brought them along, he must have his own plans. These two either had some kind of special ability that Fei Jitu could rely on, or were elites among elites. Looking at it now, the former was more likely. Atop the hill, none of the three made a sound, and for a while, it was extremely quiet. After about half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and stared into the distance where a streak of light was rapidly approaching. Obviously, this was another cultivator who had come to join them. Because Fei Jitu's operation this time was very confidential, everyone had split up to act, something Yang Kai had expected. After the streak of light approached and landed on the hill, a beautiful figure appeared. It was actually a woman with an enchanting figure, a pretty face, and a head of shiny black hair that was quite eye-catching. However, this woman's cultivation was actually a third-order Saint King, which puzzled Yang Kai. Including himself, there were 4 third-order Saint King cultivators gathered here. So where had Fei Jitu gone? Was he counting on these 4 Saint Kings to rescue Qian Tong? Thinking so, Yang Kai's face sank. However, after the woman landed, she was surprised to find that the 3 best spots here had already been occupied, causing her brow to furrow. The man who had expressed his friendliness to Yang Kai before stood up happily and cupped his fists. So it is Sister CC. It has been a year since we last met. I trust Sister CC has been well since we last met. Listening to his tone, he seemed to know this woman, and looking at his expression, it seemed he was quite interested in her. The woman named CC glanced at him and said indifferently, "Kai-he? You actually came? City Lord Fei's vision is not very good. Even inviting an array master like you. It seems the future of this trip is uncertain." Despite being ridiculed by her, the man named Kai-he did not show the slightest annoyance and simply said, "In fact, City Lord Fei invited my father before, but unfortunately, my father is in retreat and cannot go out, so I have come in his place. I'm afraid I will have to cooperate with Sister CC on this trip, so I hope Sister CC will not be stingy." The woman named CC coldly snorted, her pretty face filled with arrogance. "I wouldn't dare. Although your Kai family's research on the Tao of Spirit Arrays is not as good as my Du family's, you still have some unique points. Just don't drag me down this time." Of course. Kai-he still had a grin on his face, as if he had no backbone at all, causing the other man to show a look of disdain. After listening to their conversation, Yang Kai understood why Fei Jitu had brought these 2 third-order Saint Kings. It turned out that these 2 were quite knowledgeable about the Tao of Spirit Arrays. It seemed that Fei Jitu had made some preparations. Du Cc then looked at the indifferent man and Yang Kai and asked arrogantly, "Who are these 2? Did they also come here at City Lord Fei's invitation? How come their cultivations are the same as ours?" Du Cc looked down on Saint King Realm cultivators, causing Yang Kai to frown, knowing that this woman was a proud and arrogant person. Kai-he smiled awkwardly. This brother doesn't know the origins of these 2, But if you don't mind, why don't you introduce yourselves? In any case, we will all be traveling together, so familiarizing ourselves with one another will be beneficial to our future cooperation. Compared with Du Cc, this Kaihe's temperament was much gentler. When he spoke to Du Cc, he was gentle and refined, and when he asked about Yang Kai and the other man, he also had a smile on his face, giving off a sense of closeness. Lian Guang. The indifferent man was a man of few words and didn't say anything else after reporting his name. Surnamed Lian. Du Cc and Kaihe's expressions couldn't help changing slightly after hearing Lian Guang's name, as if the other party's surname had some kind of profound origin. Yang Kai also couldn't help glancing over at him curiously, because the Lian family was very famous in this region. Even on all of Shadowed Star, its fame was no less than that of an average sect. Even someone as ignorant and inexperienced as Yang Kai had heard of it. It was easy to imagine just how great this family's reputation was. The Lian family wasn't very powerful and didn't have many members. It was said that the entire family only had 100 or so members, and the strongest one was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. There were at least 800 such families on Shadowed Star, if not 1,000, but only the Lian family was widely known. The reason was simple. The Lian family was proficient in the art of puppetry. It was said that the Lian family was proficient in refining and controlling puppets. Their cultivation may not be very high, but their combat power was far superior to that of a cultivator of the same realm, because they had countless puppets in their hands to assist them in battle. Once they started fighting, it would be a spectacular scene of several of them fighting one another, or even a dozen of them fighting at once. Moreover, it was said that the Lian family also had several strongest puppets that were comparable to third-order origin returning realm cultivators. The existence of these puppets alone was enough to deter many juniors. Once, there was a clan whose strength far surpassed the Lian clan. They coveted the Lian clan's puppet refining technique, and wanted to exterminate the Lian clan in order to seize the secret technique of refining puppets. Unfortunately, even after exhausting the entire clan's strength, they were still unable to succeed. In the end, they were eliminated by the Lian clan. It was also during that battle that the Lian family's reputation was spread far and wide. Several of their puppets, which were comparable to third-order origin returning realm masters, shone in that battle and killed countless enemies, causing many people to covet their treasures and fear them. The Lian family was also smart and knew that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Since then they had sought the support of the Shadow Moon Hall, and refined some puppets for the Shadow Moon Hall free of charge every year. Under the protection of the Shadow Moon Hall, the Lian family had remained stable until now and no one dared to have any ideas about them. So after hearing Lian Guang's self-introduction, Du Cc and Kaihe were taken aback. The two of them came from quite a big family and could be considered famous because they were proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, but compared to the Lian family, their reputation was far worse. Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look. Fei Ji too wanted to bring Du Cc and Kaihe with him to break the barriers and spirit arrays in the ancient ruins, which was understandable. But why did he bring someone from the Lian family with him? After Lian Guang reported his name, he didn't say anything else, as if he was a naturally reticent person. After Du Cc and Kaihe came back to their senses, they turned to look at Yang Kai together, but after Yang Kai reported his name, their expressions suddenly became strange. Kaihe looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and said in surprise, "Brother Yang, you wouldn't be the one who made a ruckus in Sky Fortune City a few days ago, right?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "If there isn't a second person who made a ruckus in Sky Fortune City, then it should be me." Kaihe was immediately shocked by Yang Kai's words. Even Du Cec's arrogant expression was restrained. Not only that, Lian Guang even opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai again. Although the families of the three of them weren't weak, none of them had the guts to go to Sky Fortune City and commit murder and arson. What was even more bizarre was that this guy was not only unharmed after committing murder and arson, he was even invited by Fei Ji too to participate in this operation. This surprised the three of them. They didn't know what kind of agreement Yang Kai and Fei Ji too had reached that the latter didn't hold him accountable. However, the three of them knew that some things were better kept a secret, so they didn't get to the bottom of it. However, after learning about Yang Kai's identity, Kai He and Yang Kai felt like old friends at first sight and no longer kept silent like before. Instead, they started chatting and laughing with each other. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai understood why Kai He's attitude had changed so much. It turned out that the Kai family and Xie family had many conflicts, and had even suffered a few losses at the hands of the Xie family. Last time, Yang Kai killed an origin-returning realm master from the Xie family in Sky Fortune City. After this news spread, many families in Cultivator who had a grudge against the Xie family clapped their hands and cheered, including the Kai family. Yang Kai killing Xie Quan was tantamount to helping them vent their anger, so how could they not be happy? As a member of the Kai family, Kai He naturally found Yang Kai quite pleasing to the eye. As for Du Cece, she found a place to sit down casually, and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. After waiting for about half an hour, several figures suddenly and strangely appeared on the hill. This startled the three Saint King Realm Masters except for Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai had a strong divine sense and was able to detect them, so his expression was calm. After seeing that the person who came was Fei Ji too, Kai He and the others breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to cup their fists and salute. Chapter 1337. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai took a look at the cultivator who had arrived with Fei Ji Tuesday. Of the three origin-returning realm masters, one was a middle-aged man about the same age as Fei Ji Tu, and was a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator, while the other two were first-order origin-returning realm cultivators, an old man and an old woman. However, although these two were only first-order origin-returning realm cultivators, their auras were quite deep and profound, unlike those who had just broken through to the origin-returning realm. They should have been immersed in this realm for many years and possessed profound cultivation. The appearance of these origin-returning realm masters made Yang Kai feel a little relieved. It seemed that Fei Ji too was not unprepared, and in the current situation, secretly gathering so many origin-returning realm masters was definitely not an easy task. After all, the rescue of Qian Tong was presided over by him, so it was not convenient for him to transfer manpower from Shadow Moon Hall. At the same time, he also had to conceal this operation from the public. Having so many origin-returning realm masters participating in this operation was already beyond Yang Kai's expectations. What's more, with a third-order origin-returning realm master leading the team, there shouldn't be any problems in terms of safety. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether there were any dangers hidden in the ancient ruins. After a few words with Kai He and the others, Fei Ji too smiled and said, "It seems that you little brats already know each other. That's good too. On this trip, all of you will need to contribute, so it's better for you to get to know each other first. Whether this trip succeeds or not, this city lord will remember this favor. When you return, tell your patriarchs that if they need this Fei's help in the future, just let me know." Kai He Du Cece and Lian Guang heard this and showed a touch of joy at the same time as they hurriedly expressed their thanks. "Good, since everyone is here, let's go." Fei Ji too waved his hand and summoned an origin-grade low-rank star shuttle before leading the way. Yang Kai thought that Yang Kai was going to introduce the other three origin-returning realm masters to him and the others, but the other party had no intention of doing so at all. After being stunned for a moment, he also summoned his star shuttle and followed. When he was chatting with Kai He before, Yang Kai had learned from him that this trip to the ancient ruins was to rescue Qian Tong. But as for where this ancient ruin was, Fei Ji too did not reveal anything. Now that everyone had gathered, he still showed no intention of explaining himself. Yang could not help cursing in his heart, but he did not take the initiative to ask and instead just follow behind him. The three origin-returning realm masters who came with Fei Ji too all seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai, glancing at him from time to time with their divine senses. This was especially true for the old man. When Yang Kai could not help but look back, the old man actually smiled and nodded in an amiable manner, making Yang Kai quite puzzled. He had no idea what kind of medicine this old man was trying to sell. Although the second-order origin-returning realm cultivator and the old woman did not show such obvious goodwill, there was still a hint of intimacy between them. Although he understood that these three people didn't have any malicious intentions towards him, Yang Kai still felt a little apprehensive, so he didn't say anything and just hurried along. For him, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He had many things to attend to right now, and if it weren't for Qian Tong encountering trouble this time, he wouldn't have left Dragon Cave Mountain, and would have instead gone into retreat to continue cultivating his various secret techniques. Especially since the Firebird artifact spirit had awakened, the efficiency of refining the dragon bone and dragon bead had greatly increased. Originally, it would have taken him several years to completely refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, but now the time required had been greatly reduced. Yang Kai could not wait to enter retreat and stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to fully refine these two treasures. The group of 8 remained silent. At first, Kai He had tried to curry favor with Du Cc, but after being rebuffed, he tactfully chose not to annoy the beautiful woman. After flying forward for 4 days, when a rolling mountain range appeared in front of them, Fei Jitu suddenly turned around and flew down. The remaining 7 naturally followed closely behind. A moment later, the group landed on the outskirts of this mountain range. Fei Jitu took out a yellowed animal skin map from his space ring and studied it carefully. "Isn't this Fallen Emperor Mountain?" Kai He asked in surprise. "Could it be that the ancient ruins are hidden in this Fallen Emperor Mountain? That can't be right. Countless people come to Fallen Emperor Mountain every year. Even you and I have come here a few times. If there really was an ancient ruin, how could there not be any news about it?" Du Cc slowly shook her head. While the two were talking, Yang Kai was observing the so-called Fallen Emperor Mountain. This was the first time he had heard of this mountain range, and also the first time he had come here, so naturally he had no right to speak. Looking around, Yang Kai could only feel that this mountain range stretched for countless kilometers and was lush and verdant. But what was strange was that this mountain range was completely silent. Not even the sound of insects or birds could be heard. Yang Kai also couldn't see any beasts or birds, causing him to feel somewhat puzzled. Haha, is this little friend's first time coming to Fallen Emperor Mountain? Just as Yang Kai was feeling puzzled, the old man suddenly came up to him, stroked his white beard and asked with a smile. "And this is indeed Junior's first time here." Yang Kai frowned, not understanding why this old man took the initiative to speak to him. No wonder this old man is Ning Xiangchen. The old man suddenly changed the topic and introduced himself with a smile. While Yang Kai was suspicious in his heart, he had no choice but to greet this old man politely. After all, this old man was much older than him. This was not the end of it though. The old man Ning Xiangchen pointed to the other old woman and the second-order origin returning realm master and introduced them to Yang Kai. Both of them also greeted Yang Kai with a smile on their faces, repeatedly praising the younger generation's abilities. Seeing several origin returning realm masters take the initiative to express goodwill naturally surprised Kai He and the others, none of them understanding why Yang Kai could win the favor of so many masters. Du Cc even wore a look of disdain, as if she felt that all the limelight had been stolen by Yang Kai. Several seniors, "Is there anything special about this Fallen Emperor Mountain?" Yang Kai took advantage of their pause to quickly change the subject. By now, he could see that these 3 origin returning realm masters probably had something they wanted from him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to show goodwill. But no matter what they wanted to help him with, and all of them had such intentions, it was definitely going to be troublesome for him, so Yang Kai wasn't going to let them change the topic. Hearing this question, Ning Xiangchen's expression suddenly became solemn, and instead of answering he asked, "Do you know why this place is called Fallen Emperor Mountain?" Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while before asking suspiciously, "Could it be that this place has something to do with the legendary great emperors of Star Field?" Ning Xiangchen couldn't help showing a look of approval on his face while the old woman next to him also smiled and said, This place is indeed related to the great emperors of Star Field, because it is rumored that this place is where the great emperors fell." Yang Kai's face changed as he cried out involuntarily, "Is that true?" Ning Xiangchen chuckled. "Whether it is true or not, no one can confirm, but in this Fallen Emperor Mountain, there is a trace of emperor pressure that is well known to the world. Emperor pressure? Yang Kai frowned. As you can see, there are no birds or beasts in this fallen emperor mountain. It's not that this place isn't suitable for them to live, it's just that this place is filled with beautiful scenery and rich in world energy. It's not impossible for some sects to establish their base here, but not only is there no sect here, there isn't even a monster beast because of the emperor pressure in fallen emperor mountain. This invisible emperor pressure shrouds the entire fallen emperor mountain, and the closer to its center, the stronger it becomes. The birds and beasts here can't live under this emperor pressure for a long time, which is why you can't see it. And a long time ago, Fallen Emperor Mountain was also fancied by a powerful sect that wanted to establish its foundation here, but even a third-order origin returning realm master couldn't stay inside Fallen Emperor Mountain for too long. Under the subtle influence of the emperor pressure, no matter how strong one was, they would eventually go mad and suffer a tragic fate. The old woman took over and explained, "Is this emperor pressure really that amazing?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Don't underestimate this emperor pressure. I also came here to cultivate in the past, and if I hadn't withdrawn in time, I'm afraid I would have become the demon race," the second-order origin returning realm master said seriously. "You can cultivate here?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Haha, that's what this old man was going to tell little friend. The emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain is not suitable for any living creature to stay here for a long time. On top of that, the closer one is to the center of Fallen Emperor Mountain, the stronger the emperor pressure becomes. No one knows what lies at the center of Fallen Emperor Mountain, but this place is quite suitable for tempering one's spiritual energy. Therefore, every year, many cultivators come to Fallen Emperor Mountain specifically to use the emperor pressure here to cultivate their spiritual energy. Not only that, but the emperor pressure also has a great effect on one's comprehension of Shi. This old man can see that little friend's aptitude is extraordinary, and that he will one day break through to the origin returning realm. When that time comes, you might as well come to Star Emperor Mountain to comprehend Shi. When that time comes, you will naturally find that cultivating here will yield twice the results with half the effort. And basically, 6 out of 10 origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star have come to Star Emperor Mountain to condense their Shi, and although no one has ever verified it, the Shi condensed in Star Emperor Mountain is much stronger than what one can comprehend under normal circumstances. Little friend should not miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in the future. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai was surprised and quickly cupped his fists. "Many thanks for enlightening me, 3 seniors. When that day comes, this junior will definitely come to Star Emperor Mountain to temper his Shi." Although even if these 3 didn't remind him, Yang Kai would definitely learn about this from other sources. In the end, these were all people's good intentions, so Yang Kai had to express his gratitude. Of course. Ning Xiangchen chuckled. "When the time comes, if little friend needs someone to escort him, feel free to inform this old master. This old master will definitely do his best." Not only did Ning Xiangchen say this, but the old woman and the other second-order origin returning realm cultivator also said the same, causing Yang Kai's heart to clench as he felt more and more that they had something to ask of him. Immediately, he said he wouldn't dare. Chapter 1338. While the group was talking, Fei Ji too seemed to have understood something, and after putting away the animal skin blueprint, his figure flickered and he flew into Fallen Emperor Mountain. "Haha, little friend should go first. This old master will bring up the rear. Right, try not to resist the emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain, just try to comprehend it silently," Ning Xiangchen kindly exhorted again. "Many thanks for senior's reminder." Yang Kai gently nodded before rushing into Fallen Emperor Mountain with Kai He, Du Cixi, and Lian Guang. After the 4 Saint Kings entered, Ning Xiangchen and the other 2 origin returning realm masters followed behind. In Fallen Emperor Mountain, it was true that one would not encounter any beasts or venomous snakes, but here, one would often encounter some crazy cultivators who would attack indiscriminately. These cultivators had come to Fallen Emperor Mountain to cultivate, but for various reasons, they had stayed here for too long, causing their minds to be overwhelmed by the emperor pressure and falling into a state of madness. Every year, countless cultivators would come here, and accidents would occur quite frequently in Fallen Emperor Mountain. In addition, there were also some cultivators with evil intentions who would use this place as a good place to kill and plunder. However, there were 4 origin returning realm masters in Yang Kai's group of 8, and with a master like Fei Ji2 leading the way, there was no need for them to worry about encountering such problems. As soon as he stepped into Fallen Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai felt an invisible force envelop his body. Under this pressure, the circulation of his Saint Qi suddenly became somewhat sluggish, and when he released his divine sense, he was only able to detect a few thousand meters around him. Under the influence of the emperor pressure, his divine sense was suppressed to such an extent. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little creeped out. This emperor pressure was everywhere, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him, observing his movements. This made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable, as if he was being watched. This was just a trace of emperor pressure. If the great emperors of Starfield really descended, just how terrifying would they be? By now, Yang Kai no longer doubted whether the great emperors of Starfield really existed. The 2 Star Emperor tokens he obtained were rumored to have been left behind by the great emperors of Starfield. Star Emperor Mountain was also rumored to have some relationship with the great emperors of Starfield. And the same was true for Fallen Emperor Mountain. Nothing was without wind, nothing, so it was likely that the great emperors of Starfield really did exist. In the face of this emperor pressure, Yang Kai instinctively wanted to resist, but remembering Ning Xiangchen's kind reminder and observing Kai He and the others, he found that they were all calm and collected, so he simply held his breath and turned a blind eye to this situation. This was still the outermost perimeter, so the emperor pressure was not too strong. Even if they did not resist, it would not cause any harm. Following Fei Ji2 all the way, Yang Kai did not encounter any cultivator along the way. Fei Ji2 could perfectly lead everyone around the field of vision and divine sense coverage of any cultivator who came here to cultivate. After all, this operation was extremely confidential, and Fei Ji2 did not want to complicate matters. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As they went deeper and deeper into Fallen Emperor Mountain, the emperor pressure that shrouded the area became much stronger, but Yang Kai was not alarmed. Instead, he was happy because in just 2 days, he felt that his spiritual energy had strengthened. Under the subtle influence of the emperor pressure, his knowledge had also become clearer and purer. This was really a good place to cultivate one's soul. Yang Kai didn't need to do anything at all. Just by staying here, he was able to reap such benefits. If he really found a place here to cultivate his soul or soul skills, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Unfortunately, the emperor pressure of Fallen Emperor Mountain was only suitable for a cultivator to temper their spiritual energy. Other than that, it could only be used to condense one's sure, so its effect was somewhat limited. If this weren't the case, this place would definitely become a cultivation holy land, and the great forces on Shadowed Star would likely fight over the ownership of this place. After walking for another 3 days, Yang Kai faintly began to feel some difficulty. The reason was simple. Although the emperor pressure here could purify a cultivator's knowledge and strengthen their spiritual energy, this kind of forceful and unilateral purification put a certain amount of pressure on the cultivator themselves. If they were unable to withstand this pressure, it would inevitably affect their mind. Yang Kai was in a relatively good situation. Until now, he hadn't resisted the emperor pressure, and had instead been silently comprehending the various mysteries contained in this emperor pressure, according to Ning Xiangchen's instructions. The other 3 Saint Kings, on the other hand, couldn't do the same. As early as yesterday, all of them had simultaneously pushed their spiritual energy to resist the invasion of the emperor pressure. Comparing the two, it was obvious who had higher spiritual energy cultivation. This scene not only surprised Kai He and the others, but also Ning Xiangchen and the others. One had to know that although Kai He and the other 2 were third-order Saint Kings like Yang Kai, 2 of them were proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays while the other was proficient in refining and controlling puppets. No matter which one it was, the requirements for one's spiritual energy were extremely harsh, especially the Lien family's puppetry techniques. Lian Guang could control up to 100 puppets in battle, each of which was attached to his divine sense, so the requirements for his spiritual energy were even more terrifying than studying spirit arrays. It could be said that the spiritual energy of these three people far surpassed that of a cultivator in the same realm. But now, compared with Yang Kai, they were still slightly inferior. How could they not be surprised? All of them secretly wondered what kind of secret art Yang Kai had cultivated that allowed him to have such a powerful spiritual energy. Of course, Yang Kai didn't know about this. He just felt that if he tried to resist, the benefits he could obtain here would be greatly reduced. So he decided to open his mind and focus on perceiving the emperor pressure. After Du Cece noticed this, she immediately showed a look of unwillingness. After all, since she began cultivating, because of her focus on spirit arrays, the strength of her spiritual energy had always been much higher than that of a cultivator in the same realm. But now, in front of Yang Kai, she was forced to accept this. Gritting her teeth, she steeled her heart and released the defenses of her knowledge sea. It wasn't until her face turned slightly pale that Kai He noticed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to ask if she was all right. But he was met with another cold shoulder. Helpless, he could only smile bitterly. In front of them was a swamp. Fei Ji too stared at this swamp with a dignified expression before taking out the animal skin blueprint and comparing it to the one before him. A moment later he shouted, "We're almost there. It's right here, all of you keep up." Hearing him say this, everyone's spirits were lifted and they quickly kept up with his pace. This swamp in Fallen Emperor Mountain was, strictly speaking, a huge mountain valley. No one knew why this swamp was formed here, but the ubiquitous miasma and puddles made it rare for cultivators to set foot here. After all, the cultivators who came here all wanted to temper their spiritual energy and find a comfortable place to cultivate, so who would be willing to come to such a place to suffer? Following behind Fei Ji too, the group walked for half a day before Fei Ji too suddenly stopped and stared at a huge puddle in front of him. "Is this the place?" Ning Xiangchen stepped forward and stood side by side with Fei Ji too and asked. According to the message from old Ghost Qian, this should be the place, but we'll need to do something. Saying so, Fei Ji too took out a bead and immediately spat it out before throwing it towards the center of the puddle. Under everyone's attention, when the bead fell into the puddle, it immediately began to ripple, as if something was stirring up the water below. Moreover, strands of white cold air suddenly appeared. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of 1,000 feet suddenly dropped. Kacha. With a series of cracking sounds, the huge puddle of water froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only a straight passage was left in the middle. It was so dark that the bottom could not be seen, and no one knew where it led to. Yang Kai released his divine sense but had no way to explore the bottom. After waiting for a while, when the cracking sound stopped and the channel stabilized completely, Fei Ji too shouted, "Let's go in. Brother Ning, you bring up the rear. I'll take these kids down first." "Good." Ning Xiangchen gently nodded. Fei Ji too glanced over at Yang Kai and the others, but after seeing the pale and sweaty Du Cece, he couldn't help frowning as a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. How could he not see that Du Cece was sulking over herself? This operation was of great importance, and if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't find a good array master, he wouldn't have asked this little girl to help. With a burst of blue light, Fei Ji too wrapped Yang Kai and the others in his Saint Qi and immediately leapt down into the channel. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai estimated that he and the others had fallen at least 1,000 meters before suddenly landing on solid ground. The sound of flowing water rang out in their ears, and under the illumination of the blue light, Yang Kai looked around and discovered that he was actually standing next to an underground river. Furthermore, as soon as he arrived here, the emperor might that had been enveloping him all the time actually disappeared. There's actually such a place underground? Kai He also looked around in amazement, obviously not having expected there to be such a place under Fallen Emperor Mountain. Chapter 1339. About half an hour later, after everyone had recovered, Fei Ji too called out, "Let's go." Saying so, He walked along the underground riverbed towards the direction Yang Kai had just been staring at. As they ventured deeper, the ancient and desolate aura that Yang Kai had felt before became more and more intense. Even Kai He and the others were aware of it. Exchanging glances with one another, they couldn't help seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Something that could exude such an aura was clearly extremely old. These people had all gone out many times and were extremely sensitive to this kind of aura. It seemed that there really was an ancient ruin here. Although they understood that Fei Ji too would not deceive them, as they approached their destination, everyone could not help but look forward to it. This time, rescuing the Qian Tong was naturally the most important thing for them, but if they could go deep into the ancient ruin and fish up some benefits, that would be more than welcome. Especially in this kind of ruin where almost no one had set foot, there would definitely be many good things. But a moment later, when a space array appeared in front of everyone, everyone was stunned, because the desolate aura Yang Kai felt before was emitted by this space array. And looking at the appearance of this space array, it seemed to be somewhat different from the ones on Shadowed Star. Although it was generally the same, there were still many subtle differences. Yang Kai had seen many space arrays before, and had even cultivated the Tao of space himself, so he immediately understood that this space array should have been left behind from a long time ago. That was why it was different from the current space arrays on Shadowed Star. After all, over the years, many of the space arrays on Shadowed Star had been repaired and modified. At this moment, in the several pits at the base of the space array, there were several pieces of high-rank Saint Crystal that had lost their energy, obviously having been consumed to open the space array. Fei Ji too picked up a piece of discarded Saint Crystal, and examined it for a moment before nodding. Old Qian should have been teleported to the ancient ruin through this space array. These Saint Crystals were used not long ago. In that case, let's go in, Ning Xiangchen hurriedly said. Fei Ji too slowly shook his head. We definitely have to go in, but we don't know what's on the other side of the space array. The information that old Qian sent back was too vague. It's already fortunate that I was able to find this place. However, since the ancient ruins could trap him, the inside must be extraordinary. After you guys go in, don't act rashly and follow us closely. If there is any danger, we will naturally deal with it. Do you understand? Kai He and the others naturally didn't dare to refute, and hurriedly agreed. Seeing the four Saint Kings acting obediently, Fei Ji too nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he placed a number of high-rank Saint Crystals into the groove at the base of the spirit array, before pushing his Saint Qi to envelop everyone, and bring them into the space array. In the next moment, the space formation flickered, and the 8 of them disappeared from the spot amidst a series of buzzing sounds. When the 8 of them reappeared, they were already in a different place. Just as they stood still, Fei Ji too and the other origin returning realm masters released their divine senses, and vigilantly scanned their surroundings while secretly circulating their Saint Qi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. After determining that there was no danger nearby, Fei Ji too and the others relaxed and began to examine their surroundings. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to observe his surroundings, and after a while he could not help showing a strange look because he discovered that after passing through the space array, the place they had arrived at was actually a strange space. At this moment, the world energy aura here seemed to be much richer than outside. Even the current Dragon Cave Mountain couldn't compare. Moreover, the sky was blue and filled with white clouds while the sun hung high in the sky, and the place where they were at was actually in the middle of a large group of buildings. This place seemed to be the location of some sect. However, Yang Kai's divine sense told him that besides the 8 of them, there were no other living beings here. Are these ancient ruins? Ning Xiangchen and the others couldn't help exchanging glances, showing a trace of suspicion. There's no need to doubt, these are indeed ancient ruins. Fei Ji too replied in a deep voice, seemingly having discovered something as he pointed forward. These characters have evolved on Shadowed Star, and were only used tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Following the direction he pointed, everyone turned their eyes to a loft not far away. The construction of this loft was quite exquisite, and there was a plaque hanging on the second floor. Written on this plaque were a few large characters that were quite charming, but no matter how the 8 of them looked at it, They couldn't understand what these characters were. Even Fei Jitu couldn't recognize them. In addition, there were some other lofts and buildings that also had plaques engraved with characters, but without exception, none of them were able to recognize these characters. Sure enough, these are ancient ruins, and they're actually so well preserved. Ning Xiangchen looked excited, his face turning ruddy, as did the old woman and the second-order origin returning realm cultivator. It wasn't that ancient ruins had never been discovered on Shadowed Star, but none had been so well preserved. Since they were well preserved, it meant that the treasures inside were still undiscovered. As long as they rescued Qiantong, they would have plenty of time to explore this place. Thinking so, the several origin returning realm masters' hearts began to heat up. First, we need to find old Ghost Qian. As for these ruins, it won't be too late to explore them later. Fei Jitu finally understood the importance of this matter. So after giving this order, everyone nodded. After all, in this place he was the strongest, and Ning Xiangchen and the others had a good relationship with him, so naturally, they wouldn't refute him. Immediately, Fei Jitu began to explore the marks left behind by Qiantong. Fortunately, Qiantong was very cautious, and had left behind many marks along the way after entering these ancient ruins. Otherwise, even if Fei Jitu wanted to find him, he wouldn't have been able to do so. After a short while, Fei Jitu determined a direction, and began walking towards it. Everyone followed behind him, looking at the rooms and lofts they passed by, all of them sighing. We trust City Lord Fei's character, so let's do as you say. The other second-order origin returning realm cultivator also nodded in agreement. Naturally, Ning Xiangchen didn't object. Seeing that the discussion was complete, Fei Jitu immediately took out a jade shovel and walked over to the sword soul grass, seemingly intending to pick it up by the roots. Brother Yang, why do you have such a dignified expression? Kai suddenly leaned over to Yang Kai and asked. He inadvertently noticed that Yang Kai's brow was furrowed, as if he had something on his mind, so he couldn't help asking with concern. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his question. His brow furrowed tightly for a moment before a look of understanding flashed across his face and he suddenly shouted. No, this isn't a sword soul grass, City Lord Fei, stop. Kai was taken aback and quickly looked towards Fei Jitu, but Yang Kai's words were too late. Fei Jitu's jade shovel had already dug into the soil in the flower bed. What? The faces of Fei Jitu and the others changed drastically. You're saying they are real clouds? And the reason why the spectral cloud array was lost is because to arrange this kind of spirit array, one needs to refine the clouds in the sky. Even the strongest cultivator on Shadowed Star today does not have such ability. So naturally, no one can arrange this spirit array, refining the clouds in the sky. Even though Fei Jitu and the others were experienced and knowledgeable, they were still dumbfounded by Du Cc's statement, unable to accept it for a while. Just what kind of expert was this to be able to use such a shocking method to even refine the clouds in the sky? This was simply too inconceivable. Du Cc turned a blind eye to the ugly expressions on their faces and continued leisurely. Refining the clouds is only the first step. The person who arranged this spirit array would fuse various attributes into the clouds before extracting the soul of a monster beast and fusing it with it. This would allow these clouds, which are originally inanimate, to gain the ability to transform and attack. The clouds in the spectral cloud array can transform into cloud beasts depending on the grade of the monster beast's soul extracted by the spirit array. However, these cloud beasts, no matter what grade they are extremely difficult to kill. You mean these things can transform into? Fei Jitu pointed to the countless clouds floating around with an ugly expression on his face. There was no need for Du Cc to answer. When Fei Jitu asked this question, the dozen or so clouds scattered around the group suddenly twisted and squirmed before transforming into monster beasts of different shapes and sizes. However, these cloud beasts did not have flesh and blood bodies and were all composed of clouds, but they had been fused with a large amount of pure energy, making them even stronger than a real monster beast. Everyone swept the bodies of these cloud beasts with their divine senses, and after noticing the energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies, Du Cece patted her towering chest, her pretty face pale as she rejoiced. It seems that our luck is not bad. These cloud beasts are only 8th order or 9th order. She couldn't help but rejoice. Since this spirit array was arranged in ancient times, who knew how powerful the person who arranged it was? If there had been 1 or 2 10th order cloud beasts here, everyone would have been buried here. Even if Fei Ji Tu and the others had heaven-defying means, they would not be able to fight against a 10th order monster beast, which was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. Having just stepped into the ancient ruins, and falling into such a spirit array, everyone's mood suddenly became heavy and naturally did not dare to show the slightest neglect. Fei Ji Tu shouted, "Du girl and Kai boy, think of a way to break this spirit array, leave these cloud beasts to us." Yes. Kai He and Du Cece nodded quickly, knowing that it was time for them to play their roles, and immediately became spirited. While he was lost in thought, the giant tiger's body had shrunk to 2/3 of its original size. After being chased by the Firebird artifact spirit for a while, more than half of the clouds that formed its body had been evaporated. After all, it had fused with the soul of the monster beast, so after realizing the situation it was in, the giant tiger let out a roar and its huge body suddenly expanded, exuding an extremely dangerous aura from within. Yang Kai's expression froze while the artifact spirit's eyes also darted around for a moment before it immediately flew high up into the sky, distancing itself from the giant tiger. In the next moment, the giant tiger's body suddenly exploded. Amidst the explosion, streaks of green light shot out in all directions. However, those streaks of green light instantly transformed into the shape of mini giant tigers, scattering and fleeing for their lives. The Firebird artifact spirit was stunned for a moment before it flew into a rage. It had thought that the giant tiger had realized that it was no match for it, and wanted to self-detonate its soul, so it had avoided it. How could it have known that the other party was just making a feint to escape? With a flap of his wings, scorching fireballs flew out, attacking the dark green figures with incomparable precision, directly purifying them. However, after the giant tiger's body burst apart, there were too many green figures that scattered and fled, so the artifact spirit couldn't take care of all of them. There were always a few that managed to avoid its fireball attacks and survive. Yang Kai, on the other hand, grinned and waved his hands, summoning a series of black demonic flames towards the fleeing figures. None of the green figures that had luckily escaped the Firebird's attack were all wrapped up in these giant demonic flames. Alluring Heaven was also one of the 9 Heavens' divine skills, so it was perfect to use at this time. Although the 9 Heavens' divine skills were martial skills from Tongxian realm, with the improvement of Yang Kai's strength, the power they could display was on a completely different level, not to mention, they were formed from demonic flames. Crackling sounds rang out, and no matter how the green figures struggled in Alluring Heaven, they were unable to break free and were instead incinerated by the scorching power of the demonic flames. A moment later, the giant tiger cloud beast disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if the Firebird artifact spirit had shown its power this time, it would have been difficult to kill this cloud beast on his own. Although the demonic flames could restrain its poisonous fog, Yang Kai himself wasn't as impervious to poison as the artifact spirit. If he had fought it alone, it would have been difficult for him. Calling back the artifact spirit, Yang Kai looked to the side and happened to see Lian Guang looking over. Lian Guang had also finished his battle, and the cloud beast he had used his puppet to entangle had also been killed. Exchanging glances, both of them were surprised. Yang Kai didn't know what method Lian Guang had used to kill a cloud beast in such a short time, but the other party also didn't know about Yang Kai's abilities. However, after seeing the Firebird artifact spirit standing on Yang Kai's shoulder and combing its feathers, a look of understanding flashed across Lian Guang's face, and a trace of disdain flashed across his eyes. obviously thinking that the artifact spirit was the one responsible for killing the cloud beast. Immediately after, both of them raised their heads and looked into the distance, wanting to see how the battle between the other origin returning realm masters was going. At first glance, both of their faces sank. Because after the two of them killed their respective cloud beasts, the surrounding clouds squirmed and another cloud beast emerged, and this time, this cloud beast exuded the aura of a ninth-order monster beast. After realizing this, not only did Yang Kai and Lian Guang's expressions become ugly, even Fei Ji2 and the others felt a headache coming on. Yang Kai, the old woman, and old man teamed up to fight the remaining cloud beasts to a draw, but if another ninth-order monster beast appeared, they wouldn't be able to determine how the situation would develop. The cultivator surnamed Wen also noticed this, but he was responsible for protecting Kai He and Du Cc, so even if he wanted to help, he didn't dare to leave their side. Otherwise, if something happened to the two of them, no one would be able to break the spirit array. Moreover, there were still so many clouds around them, so even if they tried their best to kill this new cloud beast, more cloud beasts would appear. This was simply the rhythm of exhausting people to death in this formation. Only now did everyone understand the sinister intentions of the person who arranged this spirit array. They wanted to let them see a glimmer of hope, but then ruthlessly extinguished it. Just as the cultivator surnamed Wen's expression became gloomy, Yang Kai pointed his finger and urged the artifact spirit to meet the cloud beast. He then turned to Lian Guang and said with a smile, "Brother Lian, how about we work together to stall it? It looks like we won't be able to continue killing it, so we can only stall for time." "I don't need you to remind me of this," Lian Guang replied with a cold face and ordered his puppets to meet the cloud beast. Perhaps it had other magical abilities that it did not have time to use. In the blink of an eye, the small beast was burned into a ball by the devil flame, and a wooden token strangely appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and grabbed the wooden token in his hand. At the same time as the small beast was destroyed, the cloud beasts that had been entangled with Fei Ji2 and the others, as well as the cloud beasts that had been dealing with the firebird and Lian Guang, and even the countless clouds floating around, all rushed towards the wooden token. As if there was an amazing suction force coming from the wooden token, all the clouds were sucked into it. In just 3 short breaths, the crisis was over and the world of clouds suddenly collapsed. When everyone came to their senses, they found that they were still standing near the flower bed. On the flower bed, the purple sword soul grass was still as straight as a sword. The spectral cloud array had been completely broken. But at this moment, no one spoke. Instead, they all stood in place in a daze, looking at the wooden token in Yang Kai's hand with envious expressions. Even Fei Ji2 and the others were no exception. Kai He and Du Cici's eyes were filled with fanaticism. At this moment, this wooden token was exuding a white light, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. The world energy around it was abundant, so it was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary object. Array plate. Is this the legendary array plate? Du Cici cried out, attracting everyone's attention. It really is an array plate. Fei Ji2's Adam's apple squirmed as his expression became slightly complicated. Although he had guessed it just now, he was not sure. Now that he heard Du Cici's cry, he immediately knew that his guess was correct. This was an extremely rare and precious array plate. Everyone present had obviously heard of the rarity and value of this array plate. When the cultivator surnamed Wen remembered that he had missed out on this treasure, and that it had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, he couldn't help feeling depressed. If he had directly stepped forward to capture the little beast just now, this array plate might have been his. Such an array plate was undoubtedly much more precious than an origin-grade artifact. "Brother Yang!" Kai He shouted, but as soon as his voice fell, he was stunned to see Yang Kai casually put the array plate into his space ring before standing in place with a blank look on his face. Ahem. Fei Ji2 lightly coughed. "Since Yang Boy has obtained it, it is also your opportunity. Take good care of it." Hearing this, Ning Xiangchen pondered for a moment before chuckling. Congratulations, little friend, for obtaining this rare treasure. Your strength has greatly increased. The old woman and the cultivator surnamed Wen thought about it for a moment before also congratulating, obviously agreeing with Fei Jitu's words and not intending to snatch or share this array plate with Yang Kai. After all, the main purpose of entering this place this time was to rescue Qian Tong. Obtaining this array plate was just an inadvertent act, so it was obviously not wise to start a conflict over this array plate. What's more, the 3 origin returning realm masters all wanted to make friends with Yang Kai and borrow his Firebird artifact spirit. With the opinions of all the origin returning realm masters reaching a consensus, the remaining 3 Saint King realm masters did not dare to object. Du Cece pursed her lips as she glared at Yang Kai with a look of extreme bitterness. This guy obviously did not understand the Tao of Spirit arrays, nor did he know the preciousness of this array plate. Yet he had actually obtained it. It was simply too unfair. If Du Cece had obtained this array plate, perhaps the Du family's Tao of Spirit arrays would have been able to reach a new height and completely suppress the Kai family. Chapter 1343. Although Yang Kai didn't need to restore himself, in order to avoid being too conspicuous, he also found a place nearby to meditate. The world energy here was much richer than outside, so restoring himself was naturally twice the result with half the effort. After a short while, the few Saint Kings who hadn't contributed much had completely restored themselves. Perceiving the sound of footsteps approaching him, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and saw Kai He and Du Cece walking over together. Du Cece still had the same disdainful look on her face, while Kai He had a big smile on his face. Do you two need something? Yang Kai waited for them to come closer before pretending to be confused and asked. Although he didn't know why they had come looking for him, Yang Kai felt that it should have something to do with the array plate. Sure enough, hearing this, Kai He cupped his fists and said, Brother Yang, please don't take offense. We are all from the same generation, so this Kai won't beat around the bush. I came here to ask Brother Yang what you plan to do with the array plate you just obtained. Do you have any plans to sell it? When he asked this, Du Cece also stared at Yang Kai eagerly, as if she was eager to try. As soon as Yang Kai said he wanted to sell it, she would immediately offer a price. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Sorry, I'm still quite well off, so I don't plan to sell it for the time being. A look of regret flashed across Kai He's face. Although he had some faint guesses, when he heard Yang Kai's answer with his own ears, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. On the other hand, Du Cece coldly snorted and said, You don't seem to have come into contact with spirit arrays. Do you even know what an array plate is? Do you know what it's used for? Yang Kai glanced at her faintly and said, Whether I know or not has nothing to do with young lady. That thing is in my hands, so I'm free to do whatever I want with it. You. Du Cece's chest heaved as she shouted. But you being able to obtain this array plate is all thanks to everyone's concerted efforts, otherwise, how could you have had the ability to do so? On top of that, finding the location of the array core was all thanks to Kai He and me. Even if the array plate is in your hands, I should have a share. Oh. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and looked at her with a smile. From what you're saying, it seems you want to snatch my array plate. I didn't say that, don't make such slanderous accusations. Du Cece's face changed slightly as she couldn't help glancing over at Fei Jitu. After all, Fei Jitu had just said that since the array plate had been taken by Yang Kai, it was now his. If Yang Kai really accused her of stealing it, it would be difficult for her to explain herself to Fei Jitu's day. What does young lady possess? Kai Yang's face became cold. He didn't have a good impression of this kind of self-righteous woman. If others didn't provoke him, then he wouldn't care. But once they did, he was disinclined to give them any face. To buy to sell. T to young T to the point. I already said this array plate isn't for sale. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. At this point, how could he not understand the preciousness of this array plate? Not to mention a trivial Du family, even if Shadow Moon Hall came to buy it, he would not give it up. Before he understood the role of this array plate, how could he easily give it up? Du Cece bringing up the Du family's name was obviously an attempt to pressure him, causing Yang Kai to feel a little disgusted. Hearing Yang Kai's refusal, Du Cece sneered and slowly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse, it's not too late to listen to the price. My Du family offers 30 million Saint crystals." 30 million, that's a lot of Saint crystals. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. This little girl doesn't know about Dragon Cave Mountain's heritage, right? She wants to tempt me with a trivial 30 million Saint crystals? On the other hand, Kai he seemed to have heard about Dragon Cave Mountain before and couldn't help snorting. Are you still not satisfied with this price? Du Cece was obviously taken aback. After all, she had heard that Yang Kai was just a guy who occupied a mountain and acted like a king. How could such a humble cultivator have ever seen so many Saint crystals? Even her Du family would not be able to gather this much money. Originally, she didn't have the right to make such a decision, but this array plate was of great importance, so if she reported it to her family, they would only agree and not object. Even if she had to sell everything she had, she would still be able to gather this amount. Du Cece frowned, thinking that Yang Kai was trying to raise the price because he was a rare commodity. Secretly cursing him for being too hateful, she rolled her eyes and said, "How about this? If you can sell this array plate to my Du family, not only will we pay you 30 million Saint crystals, but we will also allow our Du family's array masters to create several powerful array plates and array bases for you. Is that good enough?" "I'm not selling." Yang Kai still shook his head. Du Cece looked at Yang Kai like he was a fool. To be honest, the price she offered was indeed not low, but she had not expected that it would not move Yang Kai at all. For a moment, she ground her teeth and hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to make another offer. Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted her chatter, frowning as he said, "Girl, please go back. Even if your Du family offers better conditions, I will not sell this array plate. You'll regret it." Du Cece was furious, stomped her foot, turned around angrily, and left, not bothering to speak any more nonsense with Yang Kai. Kai he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to comfort her, but in the end he remained silent. After Du Cece left, Kai he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, please don't blame her. Cece has always been spoiled, so she has a bit of a temper. If she has offended you in any way, this Kai will apologize to Brother Yang on her behalf." Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile and nodded. "It doesn't matter, I won't lower myself to her level." "Then many thanks to Brother Yang." Kai he relaxed and said, "But looking at Brother Yang's expression, it seems that you really don't understand the preciousness of this array plate, right?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he said, "I'd like to hear the details." Kai he chuckled and sat cross-legged across from Yang Kai, chatting with him. After listening to Kai he's explanation, Yang Kai understood why Du Cece was so obsessed with this array plate. He also realized how precious this array plate was. The Tao of Spirit arrays was extensive and profound. Even if a cultivator spent their entire life studying them, they might not necessarily be able to understand the essence of spirit arrays. Array plates, array bases, array eyes, array gates, and all kinds of other mysteries were created by array masters. As for the array plate, it was an anomaly. Today's array masters on Shadowed Star could no longer make array plates, not only because the method to refine array plates had been lost, but also because the people who could refine them no longer existed. It was rumored that a long time ago, there was a special branch of array masters called artifact array masters. From this name, it could be inferred that artifact array masters were not only proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, but also in artifact refining. Only by combining the two together and achieving a certain level of attainment could one become an artifact array master. And only artifact array masters could refine array plates. Generally speaking, array masters understood some of the Tao of artifact refining. After all, array plates and array bases needed to be refined by array masters themselves. Similarly, artifact refiners also understood some of the Tao of Spirit arrays. The spirit arrays used in artifact refining belonged to the category of spirit arrays, and this was also applicable to alchemists. It was just that both parties did not know much about each other's territory. The Tao of Spirit arrays was already broad and profound, So how could array masters have too much energy to study artifact refining? So over time, the special existence of artifact array masters gradually disappeared from the long river of history. Array plates refined by artifact array masters, in a strict sense, contain the three characteristics of spirit arrays: array bases, array plates, and artifacts. They did not require a complicated spirit array plate or array base. Only a plate was needed to perfectly display the function of a spirit array. In other words, Yang Kai had the array plate for the spectral cloud array, so as long as he refined it, he could arrange the spectral cloud array as he pleased. Hearing what Kai he said, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. He had personally experienced the power of this spectral cloud array. The cloud beasts contained inside were not weak, and even origin-returning realm masters like Fei Jitu and Ning Xiangchen had been trapped inside. If he could obtain the assistance of this spirit array, his strength would indeed soar, and he would have many more methods to deal with his enemies. Moreover, when everyone was trapped by the spectral cloud array just now, the full power of the spirit array had not been displayed. After all, no one was controlling it, so it would be good if it could display half of its power. If Yang Kai had personally arranged this spirit array and controlled it, even a master like Fei Jitu would have died without a doubt. This kind of long-lost array plate was of great significance to an array master. If one could obtain it, they might be able to discover the refining method of this array plate. Compared to using a complicated array base and array plate to arrange a spirit array, this array plate was obviously much better. Moreover, this array plate was a kind of artifact that could be refined into one's body, and one would not have to worry about it being stolen. There were many benefits. Kai he explained these things to Yang Kai with a look of envy on his face. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? Although he did not offer to buy this array plate like Du Cc did, it was obvious that Kai he also had the same intention, but for the sake of face, he did not say it out loud. So, does Brother Yang understand the preciousness of this array plate? Kai he looked at Yang Kai enviously. Yang Kai nodded. I understand. Many thanks for Brother Kai's explanation. Du Cc's whispered complaint came from behind, prompting Yang Kai to turn around and see Kai he smiling awkwardly. There were simply too many people here, so in order to display the full power of the Firebird artifact spirit and the Grand Fire Dome, Yang Kai and Fei Jitu had reduced their respective defenses to the minimum. As a result, the 8 of them standing together became a bit crowded. Kai he was eager to protect Du Cc, so he naturally stuck close to her. But the other party not only didn't appreciate his kindness, but also complained. Kai he had a good temper and didn't get angry, instead patiently explaining to Du Cc. Let's go. Yang Kai called out and walked forward side by side with Fei Tuesday. As soon as they stepped onto the ice road, everyone couldn't help shivering. The cold was like an invisible blade that pierced through the 2 layers of protection and stabbed straight into everyone's body, causing them to feel a sharp pain. Even with 2 layers of fire attribute protection, this place was still so terrifying. If they didn't have these 2 layers of protection, they would likely have suffered a great deal of damage. Everyone paled. Du Cc was no longer in the mood to complain about Kai he, her pretty face turning pale as she involuntarily moved closer to him, seemingly trying to find some sense of security. Seeing this, Kai he was overjoyed and couldn't wait for this ice road to end. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely solemn. He was connected to the Firebird artifact spirit, so he could naturally sense the coldness of this ice road better than anyone else. Every moment they spent here consumed more of the Firebird artifact spirit's strength. Although it wasn't impossible to replenish it, the Firebird artifact spirit was a great help to Yang Kai when exploring ancient ruins, so Yang Kai didn't want to consume too much of its strength. Immediately, Yang Kai quickened his pace. Before, when they were outside, they couldn't clearly see the situation inside the ice road, but now that they were inside, when they looked around, everyone paled. The ice attribute aura on both sides had become so dense that it had almost turned into a mist. Although everyone understood that under such cold conditions, after years of accumulation, Some good things would definitely be born. No one was in the mood to explore. They just wanted to leave this ice road as soon as possible. After half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai frowned. He found that he had underestimated the length of this ice road. At this moment, looking forward, he still couldn't see the end of the ice road. Looking back, he also couldn't see the path behind him. The whole world was silent, with only the occasional sound of a heartbeat or breathing, which was extremely strange. After walking forward for a long time, Du Cece suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there." Everyone was startled and looked in the direction she was pointing, their faces paling. Because in everyone's field of vision, there were human-shaped ice sculptures. Without exception, those ice sculptures were all lifelike, standing about 300 feet away from the ice path. Among these ice sculptures, there were men and women, old and young, each of them wearing different clothes and wearing different expressions on their faces. Some were pleasantly surprised, some were panic-stricken, and some had indifferent expressions, as if they didn't realize what was happening before they died. These ice sculptures were all made of living people who had been frozen. It seems that old Ghost Qian wasn't the only one who discovered this ancient ruin. Fei Ji sighed softly. These ice sculptures were clearly the cultivator who had come here to explore before, but for some unknown reason, they had all been frozen in place without the slightest wound on their bodies, nor were there any traces of battle. It was an extremely strange and inexplicable way to die. Chapter 1345. After the several Saint King Realm Juniors took a closer look, all of them couldn't help showing looks of surprise, because the clothes of these ice sculptures were clearly very similar to the uniforms of some of Shadowed Star's sects. Although there were some differences, after a careful inspection, they could still find some similarities. For example, one of the ice sculptures had a small thunder character embroidered on his chest, similar to the current uniform of Thunder Typhoon sect. Another ice sculpture had the word war embroidered on his cuffs, indicating he was a member of Heaven Battling Union. Others such as Colored Glass Sect, Grand Fire Temple, Myriad Beast Mountain had similar uniforms. Fei Ji even found a senior from Shadow Moon Hall among them. All of these frozen cultivators were masters with profound cultivations. Since they had been able to reach this place, they must have been extremely lucky, each of them possessing heaven-defying methods. But all of them had fallen here, causing everyone to sigh. Now isn't the time to be looking at these things, is it? Yang Kai frowned, seeing Fei Ji and the others all staring at the space rings worn by these dead seniors. He faintly reminded them, since they were frozen here, perhaps there really is some great danger here. Shouldn't we hurry up? Hearing Yang Kai's words, Fei Ji and the others couldn't help frowning. When they discovered these ice sculptures just now, everyone had naturally noticed their space rings with regret. Since these people were all famous masters, there must be a lot of good things in their space rings. It was human nature to be greedy, so while they were coveting these space rings, none of them realized why they had been frozen here until Yang Kai called out. Fei Ji instantly broke out in a cold sweat and nodded quickly. Yes. Let's move quickly. Ning Xiangchen and the others also withdrew their reluctant gazes, and followed closely behind Fei Ji and Yang Kai. But after walking less than 1,000 meters, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a golden thread shot out from his finger and swept towards the void. There was a flash of white light, and a blurry figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes before disappearing without a trace. At the same time, a large expanse of cold air enveloped everyone, colliding with the protective barrier formed by the artifact Spirit Firebird, causing a series of hissing sounds to ring out. In the blink of an eye, the first layer of protection laid down by the Firebird artifact Spirit was pierced through by the cold chi. Fortunately, the Grand Fire Warding Barrier was able to block the remaining cold chi. Even so, Fei Ji complexion paled. This cold chi. What is it? Ning Xiangchen's expression changed dramatically as he looked around. Everyone else also wore looks of horror. Not to mention how strong the protection laid down by the Firebird artifact Spirit was. The Grand Fire Warding Barrier owned by the Shadow Moon Hall's Hall Master was supposed to be able to restrain the ice attribute, but after coming into contact with the remaining cold chi, It actually began to tremble. It was easy to imagine how powerful this cold chi was. If not for these 2 layers of protection, everyone would have likely followed in the footsteps of their seniors. There really was another danger here. Yang Kai's expression was particularly ugly, because in the brief moment of contact just now, he discovered that his Firebird artifact spirit was not a match for this white light, which both surprised and shocked him. Yang Kai's expression relaxed slightly. At this moment, the White Rabbit World spirit was glaring at them with a malicious look on its face, so no one dared to act rashly. Fei Zhitu's face twitched. This is big trouble. Do you have any good ideas to scare it away? He no longer expected to be able to defeat or even capture this world spirit. He only hoped to scare it away so everyone could safely cross this ice road. In front of such a powerful world spirit, even if the 8 of them joined forces, they might not necessarily be its opponent. The reason why the other party had not made a move was obviously because the Firebird artifact spirit and the Grand Fire Ward were restraining it. But in this place, once the artifact spirit and the Grand Fire Ward were exhausted, there would be no need for the White Rabbit to take action as no one would be able to survive. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads with ugly expressions. Ning Xiangchen's face went pale as he whispered, I heard that world spirits like to devour the vitality of living things to strengthen themselves. It seems that the reason those seniors were killed was because of this. Devour the vitality of living things? The several Saint King Realm juniors all paled. Obviously this was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a strange look as he secretly thought that if this white rabbit really liked to devour vitality, he had a way to lure it away. After all, the golden blood in his body contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, so as long as he gave up a drop, it should be enough to restrain the other party. However, this white rabbit was too fast, and he didn't know where the end of the ice road was. If it swallowed a drop of golden blood, and they still hadn't left the ice road, it would definitely turn back and chase after them. At that time, Yang Kai would likely have to give up a second, third, or even more. Not worth it. Yang Kai shook his head secretly planning to use this method as a last resort. If it really didn't work, he would have to use his golden blood to attract its attention. If there's no way to scare it away, we can only force our way through. Fei Zhitu smiled bitterly. If we delay, the situation might change. Let's go now, everyone be careful. Understood. Everyone nodded, each summoning their own defensive artifacts and standing guard. Lian Guang didn't say a word, instead suddenly tossing out a python-shaped puppet. After pouring his Saint Chi into it, this puppet suddenly transformed into a giant python that was as thick as a bucket and several dozen meters long. It had a ferocious appearance and was covered in thick scales, exuding an aura no weaker than a third-order Saint King. Go! Lian Guang shouted, ordering the giant python to immediately open up a path ahead, obviously intending to use this puppet to attract the attention of the white rabbit. Generally speaking, rabbits had an instinctive fear of snake-type creatures, so although he didn't know what this world spirit was, Lian Guang still held on to a sliver of hope. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction flashed across Fei Zhitu's face as he led the group to follow behind the giant python. Everyone didn't dare to move too quickly, for fear of angering the white rabbit. As for the giant python puppet, it was constantly flicking its tongue and shaking its head, looking extremely powerful, which really opened Yang Kai's eyes. The Lian family's puppet refining techniques really had some skill. This giant python looked exactly the same as a real one, except for the fact that it didn't have any vitality. Not far away, the white rabbit's crimson eyes flashed a strange light. Obviously, its sentience wasn't low. After staring at the giant python for a moment, it suddenly shook its body and transformed into a giant eagle. A loud cry rang out, and in the next moment, the giant eagle flew to the top of the giant python's head and opened its mouth to spit out a white mist. Everyone paled, none of them having expected it to know how to transform. Lian Guang was even more surprised, forming a seal with his hand. The giant python suddenly stood upright, opened its mouth, and spat out a crimson beam of light with astonishing momentum. However, as soon as the crimson beam of light came into contact with the white mist, it was suddenly frozen. Not only that, but after the white mist covered the giant python, ice began to condense on the python's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, making a cracking sound. Chapter 1346. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator was not the opponent of this world spirit. So how could a trivial third-order Saint King Python puppet be its match? After being shrouded in the white mist, the puppet immediately began to freeze. Lian Guang's face changed drastically and he tried to recall the puppet, but he was a step too late. In the blink of an eye, the giant python was frozen into an ice sculpture, and even the connection between it and Lian Guang disappeared. Immediately after, the giant eagle grabbed the giant python with its claws, flew up into the air, and dropped it directly. With a loud bang, the giant python fell to the ground and disintegrated into pieces. Under normal circumstances, if such a puppet were to fall from such a high altitude, it would be impossible to destroy it. It was comparable to a third-order Saint King realm cultivator, and was extremely sturdy and resilient. Otherwise, Lian Guang wouldn't have been able to use it to fight. However, the white mist the giant eagle spat out easily destroyed the puppet's body, and when it fell from such a high altitude, it naturally scattered. Lian Guang's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be seen on it. He was only a third-order Saint King right now and had spent a great deal of energy and effort to refine this puppet, but he had never expected it would be destroyed before it could play any role. The pain and hatred in Lian Guang's heart could be imagined. But facing this world spirit, he was also helpless and could only stand there with a gloomy face. Even if he had more puppets, he wasn't willing to release them. Facing such a world spirit, no matter how many of them he had, they would all be destroyed. After the giant eagle destroyed the giant python, a trace of disdain and pride flashed across its red eyes before it immediately flapped its wings and swooped towards the group. Fei Jitu shouted, "Stop it!" As soon as his voice fell, he summoned his blue jade bowl while Ning Xiangchen and the others also summoned their artifacts. In an instant, a multicolored light bloomed in the sky as all kinds of powerful secret techniques and artifacts intertwined. The cries of the eagles resounded throughout the heavens and earth as another white mist descended. No matter what kind of attack it was, no matter what kind of artifact it was, they were all blocked by this white mist and quickly frozen. Even the blue light from Fei Jitu's blue jade bowl showed signs of being frozen. The giant eagle didn't show any mercy and swooped down with its sharp claws, directly grabbing the Firebird artifact spirit's protective barrier. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on the artifact spirit's protective barrier, and spread out in all directions. Yang Kai's face changed and with a thought, countless scorching black flames appeared around him. Under his control, these flames once again formed a protective barrier around the group. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit's artifact. The Firebird artifact spirit had reverted back to its normal form and transformed into a strange bird several tens of meters long before it swooping towards the giant eagle artifact spirit. The artifact spirit seemed to be holding back its anger. After all, although it wasn't a genuine world spirit, it could still be considered one. Just now, it had to protect Yang Kai and the others, so it wasn't convenient for it to reveal its true form. Now that it had been provoked by the giant eagle again and again, it was naturally annoyed. Now that it had received Yang Kai's order, it immediately erupted. Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. Letting the Firebird artifact spirit continue to maintain this protective barrier was obviously not a wise decision. The artifact spirit's power was inferior to the giant eagle's, and at this moment, in this cold weather, it was only a matter of time before the artifact spirit ran out of strength. Since this was the case, it was better to take a gamble and let the artifact spirit deal with the giant eagle, while they took the opportunity to quickly leave the ice road. Fortunately, the Grand Fire Shield played a huge role here, and with Yang Kai's scorching demonic flame, even if everyone felt uncomfortable, they weren't in any immediate danger. High up in the sky, the giant eagle and the strange bird transformed by the artifact spirit fought fiercely, causing the world energy aura on the ice road to become chaotic. The cries of the eagle and the bird rang out incessantly. Seeing this, Feiji too was overjoyed and beckoned to his group. "Let's go." Saying so, he quickly displayed his movement skill and led the way. Everyone else also hurriedly pushed their defensive artifacts, desperately pushing their Saint Chi to resist the cold that was invading through Yang Kai's demonic flame and grand fire shield, while following closely behind Feiji Tuesday. Unlike everyone else's anxiety and uneasiness, Yang Kai's expression had become extremely strange at this moment. Because the moment the cold chi invaded his body, he felt something stirring inside his body, and that thing was actually absorbing the cold chi that was gushing in from all directions. As the cold air entered his body, Yang Kai didn't feel much discomfort. On the contrary, that thing seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment, and became even more excited. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he rushed forward while inspecting himself. A moment later, his expression became even stranger. "It's that thing." Yang Kai had never imagined that the Ice Phoenix tattoo would be the one that had reacted at this time. Strictly speaking, this was the Phoenix Empress inheritance. The Yin-Yang Joyous Unification art he and Su Yan cultivated had a total of 2 inheritances, both of which were obtained in Tongxian Realm's Dragon Phoenix Palace. The Dragon Emperor's inheritance was obtained by Yang Kai himself, and had merged with his body. The Phoenix Empress inheritance had been sealed in the Phoenix Nest before, but before Yang Kai left Tongxian Realm, he had gone to the Phoenix Nest and taken away the Phoenix Empress inheritance. Since then, Yang Kai had always had 2 tattoos on his body. One was a golden dragon and the other was an ice phoenix. Yang Kai's original intention of taking away the Phoenix Empress inheritance was to find Su Yan and give it to her, but until now he had not been able to do so. Even before meeting Qianyu, he had not been able to obtain any news about Su Yan. This ice phoenix tattoo had existed on Yang Kai's body for more than 10 years, and since he had obtained it, it had not moved at all. But now on this ice road, as the cold air entered his body, the ice phoenix tattoo actually began to stir. As it swallowed the cold air, it became more and more difficult for Yang Kai to control it, faintly showing signs of wanting to break free. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became complicated as he couldn't figure out whether this situation was good or bad. The reason why the cold air could stimulate the ice phoenix tattoo was easy to explain. After all, the ice phoenix tattoo itself was an ice attribute treasure, but Yang Kai couldn't control it at all, so he didn't know what would happen if it left his body. If it didn't come back, Su Yan's Phoenix Empress inheritance would be gone. Just as Yang Kai was worrying about this, his expression suddenly changed. In just a moment, the Ice Phoenix tattoo's movements had exceeded the scope of his suppression, and in the next moment he felt something suddenly rush out of his body. Accompanied by a loud and clear phoenix cry, a crystalline white ice phoenix phantom about 10 meters long suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. In an instant, a pressure that caused all of them to pale suddenly pressed down from above. The expressions of Feiji Tu and the others changed greatly as they all stopped in their tracks, turning their heads to look at Yang Kai before looking up at the sky. With just a glance, Feiji Tu exclaimed, "An ancient divine spirit." The shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. This time, entering the ancient ruins to rescue Qian Tong was not a big deal, and in his imagination, it should not have been too difficult. But unexpectedly, after stepping onto this ice road, he first saw a legendary world spirit, and then an ancient divine spirit appeared out of thin air. These things were things that ordinary people would not be able to see even if they lived several lifetimes. They were existences that only existed in legends, but now they were popping up one after another. Even though Feiji Tu's cultivation was quite good, at this moment, his eyes were still wide open and his mind was greatly shaken. The others were not much better off, all of them staring at the majestic ice phoenix with their mouths wide open, unable to speak for a long time, even forgetting to continue on their way. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he looked towards the ice phoenix with a worried expression, only to see that its body was both real and illusory. Although the pressure it was exuding was unstoppable, the energy fluctuations it was emitting were not strong at all. "No, it's just a remnant soul." Feiji Tu also noticed this and his expression couldn't help becoming better. If it really was an ancient divine spirit, there was no way it would be so weak. The only explanation was that it was just a remnant soul. But even so, it was still a remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. If it was given enough time, it may be able to recover. Even if it only recovered 10% of its original strength, it would still be comparable to an origin king. The moment this ice phoenix appeared, its pair of phoenix eyes stared at the giant eagle that was fighting with the artifact spirit, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across its eyes as it cried out again. The giant eagle, on the other hand, seemed to have seen its nemesis and in a state of panic, was burned black by the artifact spirit, who had originally been at a disadvantage. Immediately, it resisted the artifact spirit's attack and rushed into the depths of the ice road without looking back. The ice phoenix spread its wings and turned into a stream of light, following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, both the ice phoenix and giant eagle disappeared. After the firebird artifact spirit lost its opponent, it immediately flew back and transformed into a protective barrier around the group. The chill that had been invading this place was immediately blocked. The entire ice road fell silent as everyone stared at Yang Kai with dumbfounded expressions. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he stared silently in the direction the ice phoenix disappeared, no one knowing what he was thinking. Good, I found the mark left behind by old Qian. Follow me. Fei Jitu's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, everyone stood up and moved closer to him. This hall did not occupy a large area, and after exiting the hall, they found themselves in a labyrinthine maze with many forks and intersecting paths. No one knew where each path led to, so just looking at it gave them a headache. Standing at the entrance of the maze, everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to proceed. Fei Jitu strode in, and seeing this, everyone had no choice but to follow. As they walked, Fei Jitu explained. Although the message sent by old Qian was vague, it did mention this maze. There are no barriers or spirit arrays in this maze, only mechanisms. Mechanisms? Ning Xiangchen showed a look of surprise. Yes, mechanisms. Fei Jitu gently nodded. But don't underestimate these mechanisms. If you accidentally trigger one or two of them, even you and I may die here. Ning Xiangchen and the others' expressions changed slightly. As they were speaking though, several forks suddenly appeared in front of them. Fei Jitu stood at one of the forks and glanced back at Lian Guang. Lian boy, it's up to you. Lian Guang didn't say a word, simply waving his hand and summoning several rat-like puppets on the ground. Under Lian Guang's control, they split up and walked towards the forks, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, only now understanding why Fei Jitu wanted to bring Lian Guang, a Saint King Realm Master. It turned out that he wanted to use his puppets to explore the way. This was indeed a good idea. There were some places where it was inconvenient for a cultivator to explore, but Lian Guang's puppets didn't have such concerns, so even if they were lost, it wouldn't cause him any harm. After the rat-like puppets disappeared, Lian Guang closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. A moment later, a squeaking sound came from the left side of the passage, causing Lian Guang's face to twitch slightly as a look of pain appeared on his face. Looking at the situation, the left passage was likely quite dangerous, so the puppet he had summoned was likely destroyed. A moment later, a slight sound came from the front of the passage, and Lian Guang opened his eyes at the same time. Right side. Fei Jitu nodded gently, and led the way to the right. With Lian Guang's puppets leading the way, it was indeed a lot safer. Those rat-like puppets were useless in battle, but they were second to none when it came to finding a path. After sacrificing a total of 20 to 30 such puppets, the group passed through the maze safely. Along the way, they didn't encounter any danger. Lian Guang's face was gloomy to the extreme, and even a blind man could see his heartache. Although these puppets weren't too difficult to refine, each one consumed a lot of materials. 20 to 30 rat-like puppets had emptied Lian Guang's savings over the years. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. Don't worry, after we return there will be plenty of benefits for you. Fei Jitu comforted him. With this promise, Lian Guang's complexion improved greatly. Brother Fei, let's not talk about this for now. What do you think we should do now? Ning Xiangchen frowned as he stared ahead. Fei Jitu heard this and turned his head, his expression suddenly becoming dazed. Because after passing through the maze, 2 arched round doors appeared in front of them, one black and one white, giving them a strange appearance. The white one seemed to be made of white jade while the black one gave off a gloomy aura, a stark contrast. Behind the 2 arched round doors was a vast expanse of chaotic nothingness. Probing it with his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't sense anything. On the surface, it looked like the surface of a lake, unfathomable. A space array gate? Fei Jitu exclaimed in surprise. What, didn't Elder Qian tell you which array gate to use? Ning Xiangchen asked in amazement. If the message sent by Qian Tong contained this information, Fei Jitu wouldn't have reacted like this. The only explanation was that Fei Jitu didn't know. He didn't mention it. Fei Jitu slowly shook his head. How could that be? How could Elder Qian forget such an important matter? Ning Xiangchen exclaimed. Old Ghost Qian's message was sent in a hurry, so it's normal that he didn't mention it in time. Fei Jitu frowned, saying so before turning to Kai He and Du Cc and asking, "Can you two crack it?" It seems you've also discovered it. The old woman smiled lightly. Let's go and see what good things are here, but be careful, lest we fall into some kind of spirit array again. And if this old woman's judgment is not wrong, this is the life-revitalizing jade cream of the 3 great divine waters. The old woman shouted. Life-revitalizing jade cream. The 3 Saint King Realm Masters were all shocked. Although they did not know how precious this life-revitalizing jade cream was, since it was one of the 3 great divine waters of the Star Territory, and they had witnessed the changes the old woman had undergone. How could the 3 of them not understand that this was indeed an invaluable treasure? Ha ha! The old woman chuckled. The old woman chuckled. We're really lucky to have actually found the life-revitalizing jade cream here. This is a great opportunity that's hard to come by even in hundreds of thousands of years. Senior, what is the use of this life-revitalizing jade cream? Kai He asked excitedly. There are countless uses, but of course, its greatest use is to enhance a cultivator's vitality and even extend their life. This old woman just tasted a little bit of this life-revitalizing jade cream, and felt like she had become several years younger. If I can refine more of this life-revitalizing jade cream, restoring my youth won't be an extravagant hope. Compared to the 10,000-year stone milk, this life-revitalizing jade cream is far superior. As the old woman spoke, her expression became extremely excited. Because of her limited aptitude, she had been stuck in the First Order Origin Returning Realm for so many years, and now that her lifespan was approaching its end, she felt that her cultivation would stop here. How could she have known that this time she would discover a heaven-defying treasure, like this life-revitalizing jade cream? As a result, not only could she restore her youthful appearance, but she could also greatly extend her lifespan, giving her plenty of time to break through her bottleneck, and perhaps even stand at the peak of Shadowed Star. After listening to her explanation, how could Yang Kai and the others not understand how precious this life-revitalizing jade cream was? On Shadowed Star, a cultivator's cultivation could only reach the Third Order Origin Returning Realm at most, and their lifespan was also limited to the peak of this realm. Many talented cultivators died of depression, unable to break through their shackles, but if they could obtain some life-revitalizing jade cream that could increase their lifespan, it would help them achieve their dreams. Once such a treasure was leaked, it would likely cause all the masters on Shadowed Star to go crazy over it. Thinking so, all 4 of them fell silent. The old woman glanced at the three juniors and said, "Regarding this matter, I hope you can keep it a secret. Even if you return to the family, it's best not to let irrelevant people know about it." Junior understands. Kai-he and Du Cece responded in unison. Young Kai also nodded. How could he not understand the importance of this matter? Naturally, he didn't want to cause any trouble for himself. By the way, Senior, you just mentioned the three great divine waters. What are the other two? Kai-he asked humbly. Of course, he wasn't willing to let go of such an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Although each of the three great divine waters was extremely difficult to obtain, since he had obtained one, perhaps he would also have a chance to obtain the other two in the future. Hearing this, the old woman said, "The other two are equally valuable and are treasures that only appear once every 100,000 years. One of them is the soul-cleansing divine water. I heard that it appeared a few years ago." It appeared? Kai-he and Du Cece exclaimed. And it appeared in the Lu Yen sand field. If you hadn't entered it, you wouldn't have known. Unfortunately, Origin returning realm masters couldn't enter the Lu Yen sand field, otherwise, this old woman might have had a chance to obtain one or two. Perhaps, it was a diluted product that had flowed here from somewhere else. If they could follow the direction of the flow, they might be able to find more pure life revitalizing jade cream. If this was really the case, then the old woman's actions were very easy to explain. She had most likely also noticed this point, so she had divided the life revitalizing jade cream equally. She wanted to stabilize the situation first while she planned to find another time to explore this place again. This wasn't impossible. Considering all this, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Others might have such thoughts, but he couldn't help thinking the same. After all, monopolizing a good thing would give him a greater sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Of course, this was just his own guess. Whether this was the case or not had yet to be verified. About a day later, the group of four gathered again, and reported their findings one by one. After exploring for half a day, everyone found that there really wasn't any danger in this place, so they decided to split up and search for a way out. After spending another half a day, they finally gathered here. After telling each other about their findings, Yang Kai immediately understood that the place they were in now was a semi-enclosed place that occupied a large area. Besides the life-revitalizing jade cream they had discovered earlier, there were no other treasures worthy of their attention. Moreover, there weren't many exits. The only exit was found by Kai-he. After Yang Kai explained the situation on the other side, the old woman said thoughtfully, "So, we can only leave this place through that exit? Boy Kai, is there anything worth paying attention to there?" Replying to Senior's question, there is only one thing worth paying attention to. In front of the exit, there is a human-shaped statue that is over 100 meters tall. It looks fierce and repulsive. It is standing there, and the exit is under its crotch. A human-shaped statue? The old woman frowned. Yes, other than that, there is nothing suspicious. The old woman nodded lightly. Since that's the case, let's go take a look first. After some discussion, the four of them set off towards the location Kai-he had discovered. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at their destination. Kai-he pointed to the front and said, "Senior, that is the exit I found." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help smiling happily, because there was indeed a round door in front of them. It was dark and bottomless, and when they tried to probe it with their divine senses, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, impossible to see what was inside. In front of the round door, there really was a statue that was more than 100 meters tall with a ferocious face. Its legs were spread apart, and the round door was under its crotch. This scene made everyone smile wryly. Although it was just a statue, passing through its crotch made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, whether or not there was anything strange about this statue still needed to be investigated. The old woman didn't say anything and instead released her divine sense to carefully explore the statue. Yang Kai also did the same. After a long time, The old woman withdrew her divine sense and whispered, "This statue doesn't seem to have any problems. There are no fluctuations from any barriers or spirit arrays, but everyone should be careful. Since this statue exists here, it must have some kind of trick. Don't be careless." The several St. King Realm Juniors naturally nodded, all of them raising their vigilance. The barriers of this ancient ruin were so well hidden that even Feiji too sometimes couldn't detect them. If not for this, everyone wouldn't have been trapped in this spirit array when they first entered this place. This statue may have triggered some kind of barrier or mechanism. The old woman's eyes flashed with a dignified light as she opened her mouth and spat out a yellow light. This light flashed and wrapped around her body. It was unknown what kind of strange artifact this was, but it seemed to be quite sturdy. With this strange artifact protecting her, the old woman's expression relaxed slightly as she slowly said, "This old woman will lead the way, all of you follow closely." Yang Kai and the others also quickly summoned their own defensive artifacts and followed closely behind the old woman. A moment later, the old woman walked a few dozen meters in front of the round gate. During this process, she had been carefully inspecting her surroundings in case of any accidents. Most of her attention focused on the statue. But up until now, nothing unexpected had occurred, and she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After all, they hadn't encountered any danger since they entered this area. And she thought to herself that this place was probably really safe to the extreme. However, she didn't relax just because of this and instead became even more vigilant. After walking a dozen steps forward, nothing happened. The old woman sneered and was about to say something when a faint sound suddenly came from the humanoid statue standing in front of her. Hearing this sound, everyone's expression changed drastically. The old woman's reaction was even faster, her figure flickering and leaving behind only an afterimage as she quickly retreated. But what happened next terrified her. While she was in midair, a huge palm came from the side with lightning speed and grabbed her in the palm. She didn't even have the chance to dodge. "Senior Kai," he exclaimed, his eyes trembling violently. Young Kai also showed a look of shock as he cried out, "A puppet!" At this moment, the originally motionless human-shaped statue actually started to move. Moreover, its eyes were emitting a dark red light. It looked extremely frightening. Its seemingly clumsy and huge body was moving at a speed that caused one to be intimidated by just looking at it. Yang Kai, who was following behind the old woman, clearly saw what had just happened. The moment the humanoid statue made that sound, it waved its big hand. Although the old woman's reaction was fast, she was still caught. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and by the time Yang Kai reflexively jumped away, the old woman had already been captured. As a cultivator of the First Order Origin returning realm, who had been immersed in this realm for many years, the old woman's means were far superior to those of ordinary Origin returning realm masters. Pushing her Saint Chi desperately, she stretched out her hand and condensed a huge blade that slashed towards the puppet's hand that was grabbing her body. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out as sparks flew. The old woman was dumbfounded because the puppet's big hand was actually unscathed, not even leaving a mark on it. Seemingly because of this blow, the huge puppet became enraged and a red light flashed across its eyes as it tightened its grip on the old woman's body. The old woman's face went ashen as a second-order Origin returning realm strength burst forth from her withered body, and she struggled violently. However, it was useless as the big hand was like an iron hoop that tightly bound her body. No matter how she pushed her Saint Chi to struggle, it was useless. Kacha. A desperate sound rang out as the yellow barrier the old woman had arranged before was unable to withstand the strength of the puppet's giant hand, and began to crack at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, it collapsed and transformed back into a bead-shaped artifact before falling to the ground and disintegrating into dust. This defensive artifact had been directly destroyed. In a moment of desperation, Kaihi's figure flickered and he rushed over to Du Cici's side, grabbed her, and turned back without looking back. It wasn't until he returned to Yang Kai's side that Kai's body softened, and he collapsed to the ground. This short distance of 1,000 feet seemed to have exhausted all of his strength. His face was frighteningly pale and his teeth were constantly chattering, making cracking sounds. Du Cece wasn't much better off. Her fear had caused her to lose her composure, her beautiful eyes filled with panic and horror. Although this old woman was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, when she was alive, she still gave Du Cece a sense of support, but now that she was dead, there were only 3 Saint Kings left, making Du Cece feel as if she had lost someone she could rely on. Yang Kai's face was also gloomy. He had just been struck by the giant stick and had not yet recovered. Fortunately, he had his golden blood, which gave him a powerful restorative ability. If it had been someone else, they would have needed to rest for at least a few months to recover. After swallowing a few healing pills, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged to adjust his breathing. In any case, stabilizing his injuries was the most important thing. As for how to leave this place, that could only be discussed at length. Half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and silently examined his own condition. Although his injuries had not yet healed, they shouldn't affect his ability to fight. Kai He and Du Cece, after half a day of adjustment, were also in much better condition, but Du Cece's eyes were a little red and swollen, and her expression was somewhat sluggish. Although Kai He's condition was not as bad, a trace of despair and helplessness could be seen in his eyes. After all, that puppet had killed the origin-returning realm old woman with a single blow, so with it guarding the round door, Kai He did not think he and the others could pass through safely. Glancing at the two of them, Yang Kai frowned slightly but didn't say anything, simply waving his hand and summoning the purple shield that had been sent flying back to him. Yang Kai examined it for a moment, and found that there was actually a dent on the purple shield and a 2-finger-wide crack on its surface, indicating that it had lost a lot of its spirituality. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some lingering fear. This purple shield was the product of Yang Yan's refinement, and had reached the origin grade high rank. As a defensive artifact, its toughness could be imagined. Even so, after being hit by the giant black stick, it had actually become like this. It was easy to imagine how terrifying that blow was. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai put away the purple shield, planning to have Yang Yan repair it when he returned. Immediately after, he stood up and stared at the giant puppet 1,000 meters away, a dignified expression on his face as he walked over step by step. "Brother Yang." Seeing this, Kai He's complexion changed slightly as he hurriedly called out, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to test its abilities." Yang Kai turned around and replied. "Test?" Kai He's expression froze as he asked in amazement. "Isn't this a bit too hasty?" He had seen the old woman die tragically at the hands of this puppet, so naturally, he wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. The difference in strength between Yang Kai and the old woman was simply too great, so it was likely he wouldn't be able to return alive. "Can you stop messing around?" Du Cece, who had been staring blankly up until now, suddenly shivered and screamed. "It has finally calmed down. Why are you trying to provoke it? Do you want all of us to die here?" Yang Kai glanced at her coldly. Chapter 1352. Kai He thought about it for a moment and smiled bitterly. When the old woman was still alive, the 4 of them had carefully searched this place. Apart from the exit guarded by the puppet, there were no other exits. In other words, if they wanted to leave, they could only go through the round door. Unless they stayed here and waited for Fei Ji 2 and the others to rescue them, no one could say for sure. Whether or not Fei Ji 2 and the others could find this place was another matter. If they stayed here, they would only be waiting for death. Instead of waiting, it was better to take a risk. If they were lucky, they might be able to find a way to leave this place. Although the hope was not great, it was better than waiting forever. Thinking of this, Kai He's expression became firm and he nodded to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, I will go with you. Although this Kai is not very good at fighting, it is always better to have more people." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "No need, I just want to test its ability." For the time being, I don't need Brother Kai to take action. Once I test it out, we will find a way to leave this place together. That's good, but Brother Yang, you must be careful. Kai He nervously exhorted. Yang Kai nodded solemnly and approached the puppet with full vigilance. Kai He and Du Cece both stood in place and watched nervously. Half an hour later, Yang Kai ran back with a gloomy face. This round of probing had forced him to use all of his means, but with his strength far exceeding that of a cultivator in the same realm, he didn't make any major mistakes and didn't suffer too much of a loss at the hands of the puppet. He had only been grazed by the puppet's giant stick, and now half of his body was still numb. Kai He and Du Cece watched Yang Kai from beginning to end. When Yang Kai returned, the two's eyes could not help but become filled with awe. This was because Yang Kai's test just now was like an experiment with his own life. Many times, the two thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, but they did not expect that he would be able to find a way to survive every time. After watching for half an hour, the two of them were even more tired than Yang Kai. Feeling as if time had passed like years, their palms and backs covered in sweat. However, from this, the two of them were able to see that Yang Kai was not an ordinary Saint King Realm cultivator. The various methods he displayed were incredibly powerful and unpredictable. Even an origin-returning realm master might not necessarily possess such ability. How could Kai He and Du Si dare to underestimate Yang Kai? After returning, Yang Kai did not say a word and simply took out a few healing pills before sitting cross-legged. After a full day, Yang Kai exhaled gently and opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing across them. It seemed that he had recovered. Kai He and Du Cece, who had been waiting nearby, saw this and quickly approached him, looking at him expectantly. Hearing this, Kai He and Du Cece's eyes lit up as a look of joy appeared on both of their faces. Kai He even sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai and anxiously said, "How can we get rid of this puppet? Please advise us, Brother Yang. Cece and I will cooperate fully." "Get rid of it?" Yang Kai showed a strange look before smiling. "It's impossible to get rid of it. You saw it when I tested it before. Although it's huge, it moves like the wind and is extremely fast. If it was just me alone, I might have a chance to get rid of it, but with the two of you, it's absolutely impossible." It wasn't that Yang Kai was looking down on them, but that he was simply speaking the truth. Even if Yang Kai used his full strength and used his wind and thunder wings to increase his speed, he would only have a small chance of breaking through the puppet's blockade. Previously, when he was experimenting with this puppet's ability, he had tried to bypass it many times to reach the round door, but every time he had been forced back by it. This puppet seemed to hold great hostility towards any living creature that tried to pass through the round door, killing them without mercy. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Du Cece's pretty face changed and she immediately shouted, "You can't just leave us behind." She instinctively thought that Yang Kai wanted to leave by himself. Kai He forced a smile. "Cece, you think too much, Brother Yang won't do that." These words were not only meant to comfort Du Cece, but also himself. At the same time, he quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. He was also a little worried that Yang Kai would do this. Yang Kai did not make too many excuses. To be honest, if he could really break through the puppet's blockade before, he would have left by himself, but he had no intention of leaving them behind. If he could leave, he would have gone to find Fei Ji too and the others to rescue them. After all, it was better for him to escape alone than the three of them being trapped here without any hope of survival. Now listening to Kai He's probing, Yang Kai had no intention of explaining and simply said, "If we want to leave now, we can only work together. If I deal with this puppet alone, I won't be able to protect myself." Kai He nodded repeatedly. "Brother Yang is right, but you just said that you can't get rid of it, so what should we do? It seems to be guarding the exit and won't go too far." Yang Kai had also probed this before. Once they were within 10 feet of the exit, the puppet would immediately move, but if they left that range, it would be as unresponsive as a dead object. Hearing Kai He's question, Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. "Naturally, we'll kill it." "Kill it?" Kai He was dumbfounded. Du Cece also spoke bluntly. "Are you stupid?" Before she could finish speaking, she saw Yang Kai looking at her coldly, causing her heart to skip a beat. She swallowed the rest of her words back into her stomach and wore an embarrassed expression, but her expression clearly indicated that she felt Yang Kai's proposal was unreliable. Since I said so, I naturally have some confidence in it. Yang Kai knew that if he didn't explain clearly, it would be impossible for these two to cooperate with him. The giant puppet's great power and the scene of it killing the old woman had already left a shadow in their hearts, so they simply didn't have the courage to fight against it. Let's talk about its shortcomings first. This puppet is guarding the round door, and regardless of what secrets are hidden behind it, it is actually worth it to stay close to it. However, this point can be exploited. Since you two are array masters, I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Yang Kai glanced at the two. Kai He and Du Cece pondered for a moment before gently nodding. This huge weakness of the puppet would give them enough time to arrange a large spirit array. With the power of the spirit array and Yang Kai's help, they might really have a chance. Arranging a spirit array shouldn't be a problem. And we can also arrange a large spirit array that can limit the puppet's speed. Although this puppet is impervious to fire and water, its speed is the most troublesome aspect. If we can really slow it down, its advantage will be greatly reduced. Kai He stroked his chin and said slowly, "You can arrange such a spirit array?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. It seemed that Kai He had the same idea as him. Puppets were different from living people. Although some spirit arrays were quite powerful, they had no effect on them. Yang Kai originally wanted Kai He and Du Cece to arrange a spirit array that could limit the puppet's speed, but he hadn't expected that he would agree with Kai He on this point. This isn't difficult. I have the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array's array disc and array foundation, while Cece should have the Painting Earth Prison array, right? Kai He looked at Du Cece. And Du Cece gently nodded, not surprised that the other party knew about her. After all, the Kai family and Du family were both spirit array masters, so it was normal for them to compete and spy on each other. How powerful are these two spirit arrays? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Kai He showed a proud look on his face. Their power is naturally not small. If we can push the full power of these spirit arrays, even a third-order origin returning realm master would be helpless against them. Quickly changing the subject, he said embarrassedly, "Unfortunately, Cece and I aren't strong enough, so we can only display about half of their power." Less than half. Yang Kai frowned secretly. Kai He looked at Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Rest assured, Brother Yang, I am very confident in these two spirit arrays. I can't guarantee anything else, but they can definitely reduce the puppet's speed by 10 to 20%. 10 to 20% is a bit too little, but that's all we can do." Yang Kai didn't care. "But Brother Yang, even if Cece and I cooperate with the spirit arrays to reduce its speed, how are we supposed to destroy such a puppet? And when you were probing it before, you weren't able to hurt it at all?" Du Cece also hurriedly asked. This was a matter of great importance, so neither of them dared to act carelessly. Otherwise, if they failed to cooperate, all three of them would die here. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Although I didn't hurt it, at least I verified one thing." "What is it?" "The reason this puppet can move on its own without anyone controlling it is because there is a soul clone inside it." "A soul clone?" Kai He and Du Cece called out in surprise. "And you can say it's a soul clone. When Lian Guang was controlling the puppet, did you observe it?" Yang Kai looked at the two of them and said with a serious expression, "Lian Guang placed a wisp of his soul clone on these puppets in order to drive them for his own use. Although these puppets look much more advanced than Lian Guang's, the principle should be similar. After all, puppets are inanimate objects. If they want to move, they must have a similar existence to a soul clone. Since no one is controlling this puppet, there should be a soul clone sealed inside it, but I don't know what kind of creature soul clone is." Listening to Yang Kai's analysis, Kai He and Du Cece suddenly felt as if the clouds had cleared and the moon was shining brightly. Previously, the two of them were shocked by the might of the puppet, so they didn't consider this issue carefully. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they felt that it made a lot of sense. "Brother Yang, you mean? I don't need to destroy this puppet. I just need to find the soul clone and kill it. Then the puppet will naturally stop moving." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Kaihe's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. So that's how it is. In that case, this plan is feasible. Compared to destroying such an impregnable puppet, it was obviously much easier to destroy a single soul essence. Then do you know where the soul clone is? Du Cece interjected. Yang Kai's face darkened as he slowly shook his head. I'm not sure yet, but there are a few suspicious places, so I need to borrow the strength of the two of you to slow it down. This way, I'll have a chance to investigate these locations and find where the soul clone is hiding. Chapter 1353. When one fell into a crisis, what one feared the most was not the slightest hope of survival. Now that they heard Yang Kai's words, both Kaihe and Du Cece were overjoyed, because if Yang Kai was right, with the strength of the three of them, it was not impossible to kill this puppet. The haze on the faces of the two immediately swept away as they exchanged a glance, both of them filled with enthusiasm. Without further ado, the three of them immediately took action. Because of Yang Kai's previous probing, everyone was well aware of the puppet's range of detection. Kaihe and Du Cece stood a few dozen meters away from it, constantly taking out spirit array tools from their space rings and injecting their Saint Chi into them, spreading them out in all directions. As soon as these tools fell to the ground, they disappeared without a trace. Even with Yang Kai's divine sense, he was unable to detect them. The two of them skillfully arranged the spirit array, while Yang Kai's eyes lingered on the head, chest, and lower abdomen of the giant puppet. These were the places where he felt the soul essence that was controlling the puppet was located, but because he was facing the puppet alone just now, he was unable to examine it carefully, so he was unable to determine which part it was. If he could determine which part it was, as long as he destroyed that part, he should be able to stop this puppet from moving. Yang Kai thought about it secretly, constantly pondering over his idea, and feeling that there was nothing wrong with it. After a short while, Kaihe and Du Cece both finished their preparations and exchanged a glance before pressing their palms together and shouting in unison, "Merge!" In the next moment, the Saint Chi in their bodies seemed to faintly resonate with some of the things around them. As their Saint Chi pulsed, the world energy in a radius of several dozen meters around the puppet trembled slightly before quickly returning to normal. Yang Kai looked around and didn't see any abnormalities, but that didn't mean he was surprised. Many spirit arrays, even if they were activated, couldn't be seen from the outside. Only by going inside would one be able to see what was going on. Brother Yang, Cece and I are ready, you can start at any time. Kaihe shouted. Yang Kai gently nodded and said with a serious expression, "Then I'll have to trouble the two of you. Brother Yang is too polite, you'll be the main force in this battle, so be careful. Cece and I can only preside over the spirit array and use its power to coordinate with your actions. Don't take this opportunity to run away." Du Cece's expression changed a few times as she still felt somewhat uneasy about Yang Kai's character. If Yang Kai took advantage of their spirit array to restrain the speed of the puppets to escape, then she and Kaihe's efforts would be in vain. Faced with her doubts, Yang Kai didn't get angry. Yang Kai and the others were not familiar with each other, and right now, the three of them had to work of their own as they were. Any disagreements or conflicts would lead to unimaginable consequences. Hearing her words, Yang calmly replied, "Don't worry, since I've joined hands with you, of course of." After getting Yang Kai's promise, Du Cece smiled and said insincerely, "I'm just saying." Yang Kai didn't say anything more, and simply took a deep breath before glancing at the giant puppet that had been standing still for a long time. His expression suddenly became dignified and serious as his figure flickered and he rushed towards it. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had rushed into the spirit array arranged by Kaihe and Du Cece. The scenery around him suddenly changed, and Yang Kai discovered that he was standing on top of a lake. The lake water under his feet was clear and sparkling, but there was an invisible suction force coming from the lake that seemed to be trying to restrain his movements. Chapter 1354. Restrained by the vortexes in the mirror lake, the puppet was unable to move freely, allowing Yang Kai's heaven-covering hand to accurately hit the puppet's body. With a loud bang, the puppet, which was already unstable, fell directly to the ground. Yang Kai hurriedly took 2 steps back and did not attack again. For him, the most important thing right now was to deal with the puppet. Before he could find the wisp of soul that was driving the puppet, any attack would be meaningless. Kai He and Du Cc obviously understood Yang Kai's intentions and took advantage of the situation to strengthen the power of their spirit arrays. Suddenly, more vortexes appeared in the mirror lake, and the light that filled the sky became denser. Restricted by the 2 spirit arrays, the puppet was unable to get up for a while, and its crimson eyes kept flashing. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stared at the puppet's movements while silently sensing the movements of the artifact's spirit. At the same time, he also separated his divine sense to constantly investigate the puppet's body. In his opinion, since there was a wisp of soul hidden in the puppet's body, there must be some abnormalities. This kind of abnormality could only be discovered by relying on his divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was investigating, another change occurred. The entire lake suddenly became turbulent as the puppet, seeing that it could not get up immediately, waved its giant black stick in anger and smashed around aimlessly. This kind of attack could not cause any harm to Yang Kai, but Kai He's complexion changed drastically when he saw this. There was no other reason. Previously, in order to ensure the maximum power of the spirit formation, the area covered by the spirit formation set up by him was not large. If the puppet smashed around like this, it might destroy those hidden spirit formations set up. Once one of them was damaged, the entire spirit formation would collapse. Not only that, but the huge force of the puppet's ferocious attacks had also affected the formation slightly. If left alone, the formation would most likely collapse on its own in no time. In a moment of desperation, Kai He could only slow down the suppression of the puppet to ensure the operation of the spirit arrays. Du Cc's situation was the same. As a last resort, they could only weaken the power of the painting earth prison array. They had never encountered such a thing before, and could not help but feel depressed. The light that filled the sky like fireflies and the whirlpool in the mirror lake immediately decreased. Without some restraining force, the puppet no longer waved the giant stick randomly. It climbed up on its hands and feet. As soon as it stood up, it stared at Yang Kai and then at the mirror lake under its feet. It revealed a thoughtful expression. Soon after, it opened its mouth wide, and with a buzzing sound it spat out wasp-like things. Those things were only the size of a fist, but there were hundreds of them. They gathered into a ball, and after circling in the air for a while, they immediately pounced on Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, revealing a surprised expression. This was the first time he knew that the puppet had such a strange ability. Previously, when he was testing it, the puppet did not release these wasps at all. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank because he discovered that these wasps were all small puppets, and each of them was exuding a strange aura. Naturally, Yang Kai could not allow these wasps to get close to him. Demonic flames surged in his hand as a black sword appeared and he swung it, sending out a series of sword lights. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk an unexpected scene appeared. These wasps seemed to be extraordinarily powerful, but when the sword lights came into contact with them, they burst apart, as if they could not withstand a single blow. However, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. In order to maintain the power of the spirit array, the 2 of them had exhausted all their strength and had even taken a lot of restorative pills, but their Saint Chi was still not enough to make up for their losses. What was even more anxious was that after the puppet's prolonged struggle and attacks, the stability of the 2 spirit arrays had been greatly affected and had become precarious. Whether it was the vortexes and turbid mud dragons produced by the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array, or the firefly-like light emitted by the Painting Earth Prison Array, both were rapidly decreasing in number. As a result, the restrictions on the puppet were greatly reduced and Yang Kai's attacks often failed to hit its target, causing him to feel annoyed. Compared to the anxiety and helplessness of the three people, the puppet was displaying its might. As it waved its giant stick, even the firebird could not get close to it. It could only circle around it and attack it with pure fire spiritual energy, attracting its attention. Chapter 1355. Inside the ancient ruins, in front of the round gate, Yongkai was constantly releasing space blades towards the puppet's chest. Under the influence of the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array and the Painting Earth Prison Array, the puppet could only swing its giant stick around aimlessly while struggling to move. As such, even though Yongkai was often unable to hit the same spot, under this constant consumption, a crack about 3 centimeters deep appeared on the puppet's chest. Even so, the puppet was not affected in the slightest. On the other hand, Yongkai and the other two had consumed a lot of energy. Needless to say, Kai He and Du Cece had almost exhausted their Saint Chi in order to maintain the spirit array. Yongkai's space blades also placed a great burden on his body. Once or twice wasn't a problem, but after hundreds or thousands of times, his knowledge sea had almost dried up. If it weren't for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, this kind of overdraft would have caused him indelible damage. Once again taking out a pill to restore his soul and stuffing it into his mouth, Yongkai's face turned as pale as paper, but his eyes remained fixed on the crack on the puppet's chest as he sent out another wave of space blades. Kacha. A slight sound came from the side. Kai He's exclamation soon followed. Brother Yang, we can't hold on any longer. His voice was filled with indescribable anxiety, because the spirit array they had arranged was on the verge of collapse and could break at any time. Once the spirit array was broken, without the power of the spirit array to restrain the puppet's speed, the three of them would most likely fail this time. Although there was still a chance to make a comeback, with the puppet's abnormal speed, it was uncertain whether he and Du Cece would be able to escape. Moreover, after working so hard for so long, Yongkai naturally didn't want to fail. As soon as his voice fell, another slight cracking sound rang out and immediately, the countless firefly-like lights that filled the world suddenly disappeared, as if they had never existed. On the other side, Du Cece's pretty face was filled with shock as she stared at the base of the spirit array in her hand. This spirit array given to her by her family's elders had shattered at this moment, and could no longer be used. The painting ground prison formation that she laid down was broken before Kai He's grand formation. Apart from feeling heartache, he was also extremely shocked. Without the assistance of the painting earth prison array, the vortexes and mud dragons produced by the Mirror Lake could not restrict the movements of the puppet at all. Seeing the puppet break free from the entanglement of the mud dragons and shatter the vortexes on the Mirror Lake before turning its red eyes towards Du Cece, who was still standing in place, Yongkai steeled his heart and wiped his space ring, summoning a picturesque artifact out of thin air. As Yongkai madly poured his Saint Chi into it, phantom mountain peaks began to appear one after another. 100 Mountains Portrait. The 100 Mountains picture was the only offensive artifact Yongkai possessed. Because in battle, Yongkai preferred to rely on his own strength rather than relying on the power of an artifact, so he had never possessed an offensive artifact. This 100 Mountains picture was also a unique artifact that had allowed him to refine it into his body. When facing the puppet, Yongkai did not summon the 100 Mountains picture, but now he had no choice but to do so. In an instant, the sky was filled with phantom mountain peaks of varying sizes. This time, Yongkai almost disregarded the stability of the artifact itself, and forcibly summoned 30 to 40 of them. This was the limit of what he could control. As soon as those mountain phantoms appeared, they rumbled and smashed towards the puppet. A hint of joy flashed across Yongkai's eyes as he felt that as long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to penetrate the puppet's chest. Yongkai did not relax his vigilance and monitoring of the puppet either, continuing to condense space blades while simultaneously probing the puppet's movements. After 20 breaths of time, the puppet's eyes suddenly flashed and a crimson light shot out from them, like the eyes of a ferocious beast, causing Yongkai to shudder. Yang Kai instinctively felt a sense of danger, and his hair stood on end. Noticing a gust of wind behind his head, he quickly rolled to the side, condensed another space blade, and slashed it towards the crack. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Yang Kai's fist and the space blade hit the crack almost at the same time. Kacha. The sound of something shattering rang out, and Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he sent a command to the Firebird artifact spirit with his divine sense. The Firebird let out a crisp cry and swooped down towards the crack. At the same time, the puppet's giant hand, which almost covered the entire sky, shot towards Yang Kai. Looking at the terrifying palm, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but that he simply could not muster the strength to do so. His head felt like it was about to split open. Using the space blade so many times had placed an unimaginable burden on his spiritual energy. Now, as far as he could barely see the world in front of him. However, there was no need to dodge. The next moment, the Firebird artifact spirit rushed through the crack Yang Kai had painstakingly opened and rushed into the puppet's body, bursting out with scorching heat and burning the puppet from the inside. The red light appeared and spread all over the puppet's body like tiny snakes slithering around. But soon, the red light disappeared and the puppet's huge hand stopped in midair. A crisp bird cry rang out as the Firebird artifact spirit rushed out of the puppet's body, hovered above Yang Kai's head for a moment, and then drilled into his body. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and a look of exhaustion appeared on his face as he directly lay down on the ground. On the other side, Kai He and Du Cc, who had been sent flying by the explosion of the 100 Mountains picture, had not suffered too much damage. Struggling to get up, they saw the scene of the puppet's movements being frozen, and couldn't help glancing at each other, wondering what was going on over there. After releasing their divine senses to investigate, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what had happened to Yang Kai, he was still alive, which meant that the puppet could not move. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be safe and sound? Although they were excited, both of them still felt some lingering fear. Although they knew that a puppet capable of instantly killing an origin-returning realm master was definitely not easy to deal with, both of them had underestimated its sturdiness. Fortunately, Yang Kai's attack was effective, and with the cooperation of the two of them, they were able to slowly grind away at the puppet's body and finally win. After this battle, neither Kai He nor Du Cc had the energy to speak anymore. Kai He just called out to Yang Kai, and after confirming that he was fine, the three of them began adjusting their breathing. Half a day later, Yang Kai was the first to stand up. It was not that he had not consumed enough energy, but that he was an alchemist and had countless restorative medicines in his space ring. His golden blood also had a powerful restorative ability, so naturally, he was able to restore himself faster than the two array masters. Chapter 1356. Not everything could be stored in a space ring. Sometimes, things that were too large or too heavy could not be stored in a space ring. This was also the case for some special treasures, such as the sun's true essence that Yang Kai and Yang Yan obtained in the corpse cave. It could not be stored in a space ring because the heat it emitted had far exceeded the limit of what a space ring could withstand. Once it was stored, it would inevitably destroy the space ring. It was for this reason that Yang Yan had gone to great lengths to refine this ring. Strictly speaking, the puppet in front of him was not very large, but it still could not be stored in a space ring. The only explanation was that its weight was far beyond what Yang Kai had imagined. Thinking so, a trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Just as he was contemplating this, Kai He and Du Cc also walked over from a short distance away. Now that the battle was over, it was time to collect the spoils. Everyone could see that this puppet was extraordinary, so the two array masters naturally did not want to let Yang Kai take all the benefits, so they hurriedly finished adjusting their breathing and joined Yang Kai. Brother Yang, this puppet is probably a work from ancient times and is of extraordinary value. Kai He chuckled and said meaningfully. And if we can crack the method to activate it, it will definitely be of great help to us. Du Cici's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Yang Kai stroked his chin and looked at the two of them, not revealing their thoughts, instead smiling lightly and asking, "Are you too interested in it?" Kai He gave a hollow laugh, but Du Cici didn't mince her words and simply said, "Of course, who would want to miss such a good thing? Even if we can't figure out a way to crack it, we might be able to learn some ancient puppet refining techniques through this puppet. I wouldn't dare say for others, but I think Lian Guang will be very interested in it." What she said was the truth. Such a puppet, regardless of its value, its research value alone was immeasurable. If the Lian family, which was famous for refining puppets, heard about it, they would definitely not miss it. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded. Although Du Cici had a bit of a young lady's temper, after the three of them joined forces, his impression of her had improved. After pondering for a moment, he said, "All three of us contributed greatly in this battle, but there is only one puppet. How should we split it?" Kai He and Du Cici glanced at each other, unable to come up with any good ideas. Seeing the difficult looks on the two's faces, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "How about this? I don't want the puppet, I just want the giant black stick. The two of you can discuss among yourselves who gets the puppet. Of course, there's also the space ring left behind by that senior." After the old woman was crushed to death, her space ring fell at the puppet's feet. Yang Kai had never had a chance to collect it, but now it just so happened that the puppet, and the giant stick made up 3 space rings for the 3 of them to divide. No one knew what was inside her space ring, but that bottle of life-revitalizing jade cream could not be faked. "You only want that stick?" Du Cici glanced at the giant black stick on the puppet's body, a trace of reluctance flashing across her beautiful eyes. To be honest, she could see that the value of the giant stick was definitely not below that of the puppet itself, so giving it to Yang Kai like this made her somewhat hesitant, but thinking about the old woman's space ring, she couldn't help feeling a little tempted. Kai He, on the other hand, agreed. Good, Brother Yang was also one of the main forces in this battle, and even managed to survive several close calls. This Kai has no objection to such a distribution. At this moment, the rumbling sound was coming from inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, as if some kind of great change had occurred there. Being able to cause such a sound, it was easy to imagine how violent the situation was. Just a moment ago, everyone had come out of the ancient ruins, so could this sudden change be related to what had just happened? Chapter 1358. While everyone was still in shock, a violent and terrifying change occurred at Fallen Emperor Mountain 10,000 kilometers away. All the world energy within 100,000 kilometers began to madly gather towards this place. The cultivators who stayed inside Fallen Emperor Mountain to cultivate were all shocked and quickly used their movement skills to escape, but it was obviously too late to escape now. Just as these people began to move, an unimaginable emperor pressure descended from the sky. This emperor pressure was so strong that it was no worse than the one at the center of Fallen Emperor Mountain. This emperor pressure was everywhere, and everyone felt as if there was a pair of indifferent eyes staring down at them. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, they felt as small as ants and their movements stiffened, not even having the strength to move a finger. Fortunately, this emperor pressure came and went quickly. When the cultivators discovered that they had regained their freedom and wanted to move again, they were shocked to find that the surrounding world energy had condensed into a mass of world energy that was visible to the naked eye and colorful. At this moment, the entire Fallen Emperor Mountain seemed to be filled with countless bubbles. Each of those bubbles contained energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. Violent rumbling sounds came from under their feet, as the ground cracked open one after another like a spider's fangs. It was terrifying to the extreme. Many of the warriors who were caught off guard fell into these fissures, and were mercilessly strangled by the strange forces. They didn't even have the chance to resist. In just a dozen breaths, the cultivators cultivating inside fallen Emperor Mountain had been killed or injured, their cries echoing everywhere. Only those cultivators whose strength was not too high and who had stayed on the outskirts were lucky enough to escape this calamity. 10,000 kilometers away, Feiji Tu, Qiantong, and the others were also pale. Although they were so far away that they could not see clearly, they could clearly feel the changes coming from fallen Emperor Mountain. Exchanging a glance with each other, they could see the confusion and panic in each other's eyes. Before Qiantong could ask what Feiji Tu and the others had done to cause such a change to occur in fallen Emperor Mountain, the abnormalities suddenly subsided, and the continuous rumbling sound disappeared without a trace. However, the heavens and earth were filled with an extremely dangerous aura. Especially the calm before the storm. It was enough to make people panic. Spiritual chi was still silently gathering in that direction, and its speed was even faster and more terrifying than before. A moment later, a dazzling light burst out from somewhere inside fallen Emperor Mountain, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, causing everyone to feel dizzy and unable to look directly at it. A heaven-destroying, earth-shattering feeling descended from the sky, causing everyone's face to go pale. When the light dissipated and everyone looked back, they could not help but be stunned. Above fallen Emperor Mountain, a palace-like building had appeared at some unknown time. This palace-like building was simple in design and exuded a wild aura. Outside the palace-like structure, golden and silver runes flashed and flowed like fish. At this moment, this palace-like structure was slowly flying up into the sky. It did not seem to be moving very quickly, but from this palace-like structure, an unfathomable emperor pressure slowly spread out and enveloped almost all of Shadowed Star. This is... Ning Xiangchen stared at the palace-like structure in a daze, suddenly seeming to think of something, his expression changing greatly as a complex mix of surprise, excitement, and uneasiness filled his face. If that was the case, then this Emperor Garden might also be an artifact, but it was of a much higher grade than Meng Wuya's heavenly palace. The owner of this artifact was undoubtedly one of the great emperors of Star Field, as the emperor pressure it exuded could not be faked. However, what confused Yang Kai was not this, but rather the feeling that this Emperor Garden seemed to be missing something. It was just a feeling, and as for what it was, he could not say. Yang Kai kept this thought to himself and did not try to inquire about it. After all, this matter was related to the Emperor Garden, so even if he asked someone to inquire about it, they would not be able to learn much. On the way back, Kai He and Du Cece asked Ning Xiangchen some questions, and learned that after they separated, they had fought several battles with a number of puppets. The cultivator surnamed one had died tragically at the hands of an astonishingly powerful puppet. This was troublesome. Yang Kai's face became ugly. Although he had already torn apart Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense, if he did not block the attack of these three soul-type artifacts, he would not be able to directly enter Yang Yan's knowledge sea to see what was going on. Judging from the power of these three soul-type artifacts, it was not going to be easy to block them. If he really had to fight with these three artifacts, either he or Yang Yan would be injured. No matter what the result was, Yang Kai did not want to see it happen. His face sank as his soul avatar stopped in front of Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense, not daring to act rashly. During this short delay, the hole in Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense that had just been torn began to repair itself, and it would not take long for it to fully recover. At that time, all of Yang Kai's previous efforts would be in vain. Seeing the hole closing at an extremely fast speed, and the three soul-type artifacts glaring at him from the side, as if they would attack Yang Kai if he dared to move forward, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up and he suddenly thought of a way. A burst of spiritual energy burst out, mixed with Yang Kai's call, and quietly rushed into Yang Yan's knowledge sea through the hole. Immediately, Yang Kai watched nervously. However, to his disappointment, Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense was still repairing itself, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely restored. Yang Yan did not seem to hear the call at all. Just as Yang Kai let out a long sigh and was about to give up on this operation, a crack suddenly appeared in the knowledge sea's defensive wall, and the three artifacts flew back through it with a swish. Yang Kai stood in place and watched for a while, but was surprised to find that the crack did not seem to be closing again. Immediately overjoyed, his figure flickered and he rushed into Yang Yan's knowledge sea through the crack. Yang Yan had really heard his call. That was why he had voluntarily opened his knowledge sea defense and let Yang Kai in. Just now, Yang Kai had just given it a try and hadn't expected it to really succeed. It seemed that Yang Yan wasn't completely unconscious at the moment. It was just that her soul was immersed in her knowledge sea and had no reaction to the outside world. After entering Yang Yan's knowledge sea, Yang Kai stood midair and looked around, a trace of surprise appearing on his face, because he found that the situation in Yang Yan's knowledge sea was very similar to his own. The tumbling seawater below was also like a flame, extremely hot, and even the sky was red. Standing here, it was as if he was in a land of fire. Conflagrated knowledge sea. Last time, Yang Kai brought back 9 Luyan flying fires from the Luyan desert, and gave a few to Yang Yan. Luyan flying fires were good things that could mutate a cultivator's knowledge sea. At that time, after Yang Kai gave her some, he did not ask whether she had succeeded or not. Now, it seemed that Yang Yan had succeeded. Not only that, her conflagrated knowledge sea was not far from his own. Even if its power was slightly lacking, it was only a matter of time. After all, Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea was born much earlier than Yang Yan's. In the tumbling flame-like knowledge sea, there were bubbles floating peacefully above it. These bubbles contained some inexplicable things. These things were Yang Yan's life experiences, memories, and things she had learned. Yang Kai naturally would not be bored enough to pry into Yang Yan's memories, but many of these bubbles exuded a special charm that surprised him greatly. His own sea of consciousness didn't have such an unfathomable charm. Shaking his head, Yang Kai suppressed this suspicion in his heart, and looked up at a certain place in the sky. Immediately, his expression changed and he quickly approached that place. Although Yang Inflammation's expression was still painful, her reaction was much better than before. As time passed and the bubbles decreased, Yang Inflammation's expression gradually calmed down. In the blink of an eye, about half a month had passed. During this period, Yang Kai did not leave, not even closing his eyes, paying attention to Yang Inflammation's movements all the time. Finally, the last bubble in her knowledge sea rose and burst, and the sealed information was quickly absorbed by Yang Inflammation. At this time, the layer of energy membrane outside Yang Inflammation's body also burst, and Yang Inflammation, with her eyes closed, slowly straightened her delicate body, one hand around her chest, the other between her beautiful legs. Her body slightly leaned back, and her long hair fluttered in the wind, exaggeratedly spreading out. The whole knowledge sea at this moment suddenly returned to calm. Yang Kai stared at this beautiful scene, making him feel that Yang Inflammation was like a goddess, awe-inspiring and inviolable. For a long time, Yang Inflammation's head and face had been wrapped in a black robe, and even if Yang Kai wanted to see her true appearance, it was not easy, but he had not expected this woman to be so charming. If she dressed better, It was likely countless men would go crazy for her. Just as Yang Kai was staring at her, Yang Inflammation's soul avatar suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Not only that, but there was also an aura that caused Yang Kai to pale. This aura caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Emperor pressure. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant. He had felt this aura in Fallen Emperor Mountain before, so it was naturally impossible for him to be mistaken. This emperor pressure appeared strangely and disappeared quickly. When the light dissipated and Yang Kai looked around again, Yang Inflammation's soul avatar had transformed into a black robe that covered her head and face. Her beautiful eyes glanced towards Yang Kai, a look of embarrassment appearing on her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned slightly, stood up, and quickly flew over to her. When he arrived, he looked her up and down a few times, a strange look appearing on his face. Yang Inflammation was still the same Yang Inflammation, and it seemed that she had not changed much, but everything he saw just now made Yang Kai suspicious. "Are you alright?" Yang Kai was silent for a long time before asking. I'm fine." Yang Inflammation brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled at Yang Kai. This smile was full of confidence. This was a smile Yang Kai had never seen before. In the past, Yang Inflammation was as timid as a mouse, only showing this kind of confidence when it came to artifact refining or arranging spirit arrays. "I've made you worry this time," Yang Inflammation whispered gratefully. "It's good that you're fine. Wu Yi and Qianyu were both very worried about you, but since you're fine now, you can leave. You go out first. I want to stay here for a while. There are some things I need to sort out." Time passed by and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Yang Kai had been refining this array plate, and now that he had finally succeeded and absorbed it into his body, as long as he could comprehend the mysteries of the spectral cloud array, he would be able to arrange a large spirit array at any time. Having obtained this unique treasure, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had finally made up for the shortcomings of the 100 Mountains picture's self-destruction. On top of that, the power this array plate could display was definitely much greater than the 100 Mountains pictures. At that moment, Yang Kai opened his eyes and found that Yang Yan had at some unknown time been sitting in front of him, staring blankly at the pitch-black stick that was only about a foot long on the ground. Although she was still shrouded in her black robe, Yang Kai noticed that her expression was a bit strange, as if she was thinking about something. "When did you get here?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Although Yang Yan also had the restriction token of the cave mansion, he hadn't noticed her arrival at all, which was somewhat inconceivable. "A few days ago. Seeing that you were refining this array plate, I didn't want to disturb you." Yang Yan replied casually, a pleasant expression on her face as she pointed to the black stick on the ground and asked, "Did you bring this heaven-shaking pillar back from the Emperor Garden?" "Heaven-shaking pillar?" Yang Kai raised his brow, immediately seeming to remember something as he stared at her in surprise. "Do you recognize the text on it?" Yang Kai wasn't worried about the shield, but seeing how even an origin-grade high-rank shield was so damaged, it was easy to imagine what kind of danger Yang Kai had encountered. What she was worried about was Yang Kai himself. Yang Kai knew this in his heart but didn't say anything, simply nodding his head and accepting the shield. Silently inspecting it, he found that it had become the same as before, flawless, so he happily put it away. "Let me see your array plate again." Yang Kai stretched out her jade hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and took out the array plate and handed it to her. Yang Kai stared at the array plate for a while before tossing it back to Yang Kai. This is the Spectral Cloud Array's array plate. Its power isn't small. I'll tell you how to use this array plate, so you can comprehend it yourself. That way, when you face an enemy in the future, you'll be able to maximize the power of this array plate. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Yang Kai was worthy of being called a spirit array master. With just a glance, she knew this was the Spectral Cloud Array's array plate. If it were any other array master, it would have been impossible for them to recognize it so easily. Even if her tone was arrogant, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest doubt. Saying so, Yang Yan stretched out her finger, a white light swirling around her fingertip, and tapped it towards Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai didn't move and simply let her do as she pleased. A moment later, Yang Kai's body shook as he inexplicably felt a stream of information pour into his mind. After a brief examination, he found that it was indeed a description of the Spectral Cloud Array, causing him to be overjoyed. Originally, he had been preparing to ask Yang Yan about this spirit array, but Yang Yan had taken the initiative to tell him, saving him a lot of effort. However, after using such a method, Yang Yan's face became slightly pale, seemingly having consumed a lot of energy. Good, take your time to comprehend it. Right now, the outside world is a mess with countless cultivators coming and going, and there is no lack of masters. Our Dragon Cave Mountain has also been closed according to your wishes, so you can take advantage of this time to attend to your own affairs. Right, I'll bring some things over in a few days. You can help me refine them. Got it. Yang Kai nodded gently. Seeing her turn to leave, he hesitated for a moment before suddenly shouting, Yang Yan, what's wrong? Don't you have something to tell me? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Not now, I'll tell you when the time is right. Yang Yan glared at him, her expression neither happy nor angry, twisted her waist, opened the barrier, and left. Looking in the direction she disappeared, Yang Kai smiled lightly. No matter what kind of changes had occurred to Yang Yan, she had no malicious intentions towards him. Just like before, she still treated him as a friend, which was something Yang Kai hoped to see. As for her secrets, Yang Kai didn't feel compelled to inquire about them. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it, and began to comprehend the various mysteries of the Spectral Cloud Array. In less than 2 hours, Yang Kai had already grasped the changes of this spirit array. All that was left was to improvise during battle. It was only at this moment that a trace of fear appeared in his heart. This Spectral Cloud Array was one of the ancient spirit arrays. Just arranging it was extremely difficult, and required one to refine the clouds in the sky. As an ancient spirit array, of course, it had more power than what Yang Kai had seen before. It was just that back in the Emperor Garden, no one was controlling this spirit array, so it could only display a tiny fraction of its power, allowing Yang Kai and the others to break it, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of it. However, none of the great forces left immediately, and instead left behind some people to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements. Everyone speculated that perhaps the Emperor Garden had not yet opened. This speculation was not without reason, because the Lu Yen sandfield was extremely dangerous before it opened. Anyone who entered it would die without a doubt, but after it opened, a Saint King Realm cultivator could enter it for life experience. It was impossible to verify who made this speculation, but most people agreed with it. These masters naturally did not have the time to stay here and wait for the Emperor Garden to open, as they all had their own matters to attend to, so how could they have so much free time? Naturally, they could only leave behind a group of people. And after that incident, the Shadow Moon Palace was in a terrible fix. They had invited the various great forces to investigate the Emperor Garden together out of good intentions, but more than 23rd Order Origin Realm Masters had died in the process. Almost every great force had suffered some losses, so naturally, Shadow Moon Hall was the one to blame. Shadow Moon Hall's good intentions had not been rewarded this time. If it was just one or two great forces blaming them, Shadow Moon Hall might not have cared. But if more than 20 great forces were involved, Shadow Moon Hall could only carefully deal with them. The Sea Heart Sect cultivator was startled and glanced over at Dai Yuan, the smile on his face quickly converging as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Little brat, are you joking? You call this a woman? Dai Yuan's pretty face became even colder. I'm not joking. Yang Kai smiled faintly. This girl is peerless and beautiful, can't you see? Hearing him say this, Dai Yuan couldn't help glaring at him, the annoyance in her heart fading away. Others may not know the true face behind this ugly face, but Kai Yang was very clear about it. So when he said these words, he didn't have the slightest bit of dishonesty. He was extremely calm. And the smile on his face was also incomparably sincere. Do you have any other girls here? The Sea Heart Sect cultivator asked, unwilling to give up. There are, but none of them seem to be as beautiful as this one. Yang Kai shook his head. The Sea Heart Sect group froze for a moment, and the leader of the cultivators also faintly felt that something was wrong. His face becoming gloomy as he put on a fake smile and asked, Little brat, are you serious? Do you think I'm joking? Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly as he narrowed his eyes at him. Only now did the man realize that Yang Kai was just toying with him, and that all the previous worship and flattery was just a disguise. Furious, he roared, Little brat, you court death. Saying so, without any explanation, he reached out to grab Kai Yang. This cultivator was also a third-order Saint King, and was an elite disciple of Sea Heart Sect, so he felt that dealing with someone like Yang Kai would be a piece of cake, so he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. As the giant hand reached out, Saint Chi surged from this palm, causing the surrounding world energy to twist and condense into a giant blue palm that slammed down towards Yang Kai. Sea Heart Sect had been based on the limitless ocean for a long time, so most of its disciples cultivated water attribute secret arts and martial skills. With the help of its geographical location, it was quite easy to cultivate. The giant blue palm instantly enveloped Yang Kai and Dai Yuan, its aura ready to be unleashed at any moment. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, and the sky seemed to be filled with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the watery blue giant palm suddenly burst open, like a bubble that could not withstand a single blow. The Sea Heart Sect cultivator was shocked and shouted, Not good, as he urged his divine sense to activate his artifact. As soon as he began fighting, he discovered that Yang Kai was different from the Saint King Realm cultivator he had dealt with before, so he didn't dare to neglect and immediately used his artifact. But in the next moment, the golden light suddenly shrank and transformed into a golden thread that shot towards him. This person's reaction wasn't slow either. He flicked his fingers and sent several bursts of energy towards the golden thread. However, the golden thread seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and evaded all the attacks. In the blink of an eye, the golden thread had wrapped around him. Brother Cui is stationed nearby with your disciples to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, right? If you don't mind, why don't you stay in the Xie family for a while? Although my Xie clan isn't considered to be a very large clan, we can still spare a few rooms in a good side courtyard. That's great. I wonder if I'll be disturbing your family. The red-haired old man was overjoyed. He was just worried about not being able to find a good place to stay, but he didn't expect someone to invite him here. Moreover, from what this person said just now, it seemed that he had a deep grudge with the owner of the small mountain. Suddenly, he felt a sense of camaraderie with him and agreed without hesitation. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Although the red-haired old man knew that the other party seemed to have the intention of borrowing his strength, he didn't care. Brother Cui is too polite. It's an honor for your sect to be able to stay in the Xie family. This way, please. Let's have a good chat as we walk. This humble one is looking forward to the limitless ocean, but has never had a chance to go. The cultivator surnamed Xie invited. Please, the red-haired old man said politely. Then, the two of them led a dozen or so Sea Heart sect disciples to the Xie family's headquarters. The cultivator surnamed Xie was very talkative, and along the way, he kept talking with the red-haired old man about strange people and strange things. He also expressed his yearning for the limitless ocean, allowing the red-haired old man to immediately feel what it meant to be at home. After chatting for a while, the red-haired old man began to inquire about Yang Kai's situation. After learning that his backer was actually the Qian Tong, the red-haired old man's expression couldn't help changing slightly. If this was the case, the difficulty of revenge would not be small. Moreover, the Xie family could be considered to be within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to openly oppose Dragon Cave Mountain, right? As if knowing what the red-haired old man was worried about, the cultivator surnamed Xie immediately told him that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between the Xie family and Dragon Cave Mountain. This news made the red-haired old man overjoyed, and he felt more and more that his decision to go to the Xie family was the right one. As long as Shadow Moon Hall did not interfere with the strength of the Xie family and his own forces, wouldn't destroying a small mountain be a simple matter? Thinking so, the red-haired old man's expression became fierce, as if he could already see Yang Kai being torn to pieces. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, inside a relatively large loft, Yang Kai welcomed Wei Guchang and the others in. After the hosts and guests were seated, Wu Yi personally served up a few plates of spirit fruits and ordered some fragrant tea before withdrawing. Brother Yang, please accept this Wei and Xianer's salute. To Yang Kai's surprise, Wei Guchang suddenly stood up again and bowed sincerely to him along with Dong Xianer. What is Brother Wei doing? Thinking back to the tragic deaths of the several ice sect elders, Qian Yu's expression became gloomy. All of these scenes from the past were now vivid in her mind, as if they were just yesterday. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. It was Yang Kai. Qian Yu turned her head and looked at him, a trace of loneliness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Now to her, Yang Kai was probably the only person she was familiar with. She didn't have the slightest sense of belonging to the star field. Involuntarily, Qian Yu whispered, Yang Kai, I want to go back to Tongxian realm. I want to go back to Ice Sect. The soft spot in her heart seemed to have been completely exposed because of this scene, making her look extremely delicate and fragile. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a strange light as he said lightly, such a day will come, but before that, you need to improve your strength first. Yang Kai's voice seemed to contain some kind of magical power, causing Qian Yu's beautiful eyes to become a little confused. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned and shouted. This shout exploded in Qian Yu's ears like spring thunder, causing her tender body to tremble involuntarily. The weakness in her eyes suddenly disappeared, and she regained her usual vigor. After understanding what had happened, she couldn't help showing a trace of fear and gratitude. When she saw this strange star field just now, a huge flaw had appeared in her heart. This flaw might seem insignificant now, but if left alone, it would definitely become a heart demon that would become a huge hidden danger when she attempted to break through. Once this heart demon broke out at the critical juncture of a breakthrough, it would cause her to fail her breakthrough and suffer a backlash. In the worst-case scenario, her soul would be destroyed on the spot. Although Yang Kai's words were light, he had faintly used the power of his soul attack to awaken her from her weakness and memories. After understanding this, how could Qian Yu not be grateful? At the same time, she also felt a little relieved, secretly feeling that compared to Yang Kai's tenacity, she was indeed a little overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, Qian Yu calmed her chaotic mood and asked, "What is this? Why are there these things in your knowledge sea?" Star. Yang Kai stood next to her and stared at the stars that were exuding strong and weak light. This star was something Yang Kai obtained from a chart master, who belonged to Purple Star when he first entered star territory. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter this chart master named Wuxia had, but after his Purple Star starship exploded, he died tragically on the spot and his soul was swallowed by Yang Kai. After Yang Kai purified his soul with his demon eye of annihilation, this star was left behind. Yang Kai had also explored this star before, but he hadn't put too much effort into it. And after arriving on Shadowed Star, he had no opportunity to use this star, so he hadn't studied it. However, since finding Qian Yu and learning that she had been separated from Su Yan and the others in the star field, Yang Kai began to use this star in his knowledge sea to search. He had carefully asked Qian Yu about the location where she had been separated from Su Yan and the others, and now he had found several similar locations, but he couldn't be certain, so he had asked Qian Yu to enter his knowledge sea so she could identify them. Yang Kai had no way to find Su Yan right now, but if he could determine her approximate location, Yang Kai would have a direction to work towards. After briefly explaining the mysteries of this star to Qian Yu, the latter's eyes flashed brilliantly, as if she had never imagined there would be such a magical thing in the territory of star. The profession of chart master was almost non-existent on Shadowed Star. After all, Shadowed Star was extremely isolated and had no way to communicate with the outside world. Because these two were both third-order origin returning realm masters. One of them was the city lord of this city, Fei Ji Tu, who was standing there with an unhappy look on his face. Originally, he wanted to be free and unfettered, but how could he have known that he would end up in such a mess? As a result, he had no choice but to stand here and deter all the guests. It would be strange if his complexion was good, only slightly better than the person next to him. The one with an even darker face was naturally Yan Pei. Not only was old Blackface's face dark, but his heart was even darker. All the things he auctioned were sold for sky-high prices. The last time he auctioned off an origin condensing pill with pill veins, the price had broken through the hundreds of millions mark, creating a miracle. Chapter 1373. The Masters of Shadowed Star's great forces had a love-hate relationship with old Blackface Yan Pei. They loved him because whenever he took part in an auction, the items he obtained would definitely be of great value, but they hated him because of the ridiculously high prices he charged. Even the great forces couldn't stand his exploitation. With two third-order origin returning realm masters standing here, It was obvious how much importance Treasure Trove Pavilion attached to this auction. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, whether it was Fei Jitu or Yan Pei, both showed a smile. When Qing, who was leading the way, saw this, she couldn't help feeling stunned. She hadn't expected that the identity of this young man she was receiving would be so extraordinary that even Great Elder Kuang Lao showed a rare smile, causing her to feel even happier. For Qing, the more distinguished Yang Kai's identity was, the more reward she could receive. If her luck was good and she was chosen by Yang Kai, she wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. After all, those who came with golden invitations certainly wouldn't lack Saint Crystals. Greetings, seniors. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to step forward and salute. This was the disadvantage of having low seniority. No matter where one went, they would always be dwarfed. Haha, no need to be so polite. Fei Jitu smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, and an invisible force lifted Yang Kai up, his expression amiable. Since seeing the Ice Phoenix remnant soul appear in the Emperor Garden last time, Fei Jitu no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Even if it was just a remnant soul, it was still a legendary ancient divine spirit. It could be said that as long as Yang Kai didn't die, as his strength increased, he would be able to exert more and more power from this ancient divine spirit remnant soul. Due to the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, Yang Kai may not have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the Origin Returning realm, with the help of the Ice Phoenix remnant soul, he was absolutely invincible. If Yang Kai didn't take advantage of this opportunity to curry favor with him while he was still weak, once he was strong enough, it would not be so easy to form a friendship. I heard you got into trouble some time ago, boy. Fei Jitu grinned meaningfully. May I know what senior is referring to? Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Stop playing dumb. Did you kill the people from the Sea Heart sect? Fei Jitu glared at him. So it's the Sea Heart sect. That's right, I killed them. Why? Did senior hear some kind of rumor? Yang Kai raised his brow. That's not true. Fei Jitu slowly shook his head. However, although Sea Heart sect is located far away in the limitless ocean, it is still a second-tier sect and its strength cannot be underestimated. For you to act so recklessly, have you ever considered the consequences? Yang Kai chuckled. Senior, do you expect me to endure being bullied? Seeing this sharp look on his face, Fei Jitu couldn't help laughing. If you could endure, you wouldn't be you. Last time, Yang Kai had wreaked havoc in Heavenly Fate City, dealing with 7 or 8 Origin Returning Realm Masters, and even killing a master from the Xie family. Fei Jitu had long known that Yang Kai was not a law-abiding person, so he simply reminded him lightly, however, I heard that the people from Sea Heart sect are now residing in the Xie family. The relationship between the two seems to be quite good. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and cupped his fists. Many thanks for senior's reminder. And, in addition, it seems that a force called Flowing Cloud Valley has also settled in the Xie family. In any case, you should be careful. Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai frowned, his expression changing slightly. Yang Kai observed her expression and could more or less guess what she was thinking, so he immediately said, the two of us don't have any other requests, just do your own thing, and when the auction is over, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. The young girl was happy to hear this and said, thank you, senior. As if she had already understood the temperament of the two guests, the young girl was quite good at serving them. Unless Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had something to ask, she never took the initiative to speak, just quietly waiting on the side. During this time, Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener came once and chatted with Yang Kai for a long time. It wasn't strange that the two of them could find this place, as they only needed to ask Yan Pei a little to find out where Yang Kai was. If not for the fact that this was Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, and there were countless masters inside and outside, many people would have desperately tried to snatch this spirit storage bead. Even Kai Yang, who was in room B13, revealed a look of interest. Such a treasure could be said to be a heaven-defying existence. Even with his wealth, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it, let alone others. However, this thing was useless to him because Yang Kai never lacked Saint Qi, so this thought only flashed across his mind for a moment before he calmly observed it. After all, such a good thing would definitely fetch a high price when auctioned. Although Yang Kai had brought 70 million Saint crystals with him, he wasn't sure if he could obtain the item he wanted. If he used up his Saint crystals now and ran out of funds, the gains would not make up for the losses. Haha, Senior Jinshi of Demon Blood Temple, right? Senior, don't worry, Junior will let you see it clearly. Ren Tianrui revealed the identity of the speaker before reaching out and removing the red cloth. In an instant, a dazzling golden light bloomed, causing all the cultivators present to feel a sharp pain in their eyes and involuntarily close them. As for those with higher strength, they had to circulate their Saint Qi to their eyes in order to see what was inside this golden light. Yang Kai also narrowed his eyes, and after seeing what was inside this golden light, his heart skipped a beat as he became extremely excited. Hearing this voice, both Old Woman Feng and Jin Shi's complexion changed slightly, as if they had thought of something and really did restrain their auras. The cultivator in the hall gasped for breath, a look of lingering fear on his face. Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, couldn't help wiping his cold sweat. Although Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions had never had any problems, if these two really fought here, it wouldn't be easy to resolve. After thinking about it for a moment, Ren Tianrui said, Senior Jin, please don't be angry. Since Senior Feng is participating in this auction, she must have some use for it. What use? Jin Shi coldly snorted, obviously not believing this claim so easily. Ren Tianrui smiled lightly and said, as far as Junior knows, the Golden Thunder Lion that has been with Senior Feng for half its life should be about to break through, right? Yang Kai took out a space ring and handed it to the young girl, Qing, before ordering her to go to the back hall of Treasure Trove Pavilion to hand it over. Qing obeyed. A moment later, another item was brought up for auction. It was actually a 9th order monster beast egg, and just like Old Woman Feng's Golden Thunder Lion, it was also an ancient variant. Although it wasn't as precious as the Golden Thunder Lion, it was still quite good. Such a good thing naturally attracted many people, especially those from Myriad Beast Mountain who spared no effort to obtain it. After all, this was a 9th order monster beast egg, so as long as it was properly cultivated, it would likely become a powerful 3rd order origin returning realm master in the future. In the end, this monster beast egg was won by Myriad Beast Mountain. And the final price was neither high nor low, 36 million Saint crystals. A price that everyone was happy with. Next, several more items were brought up, each of which was contested by countless people, with the final price being several times or even more than 10 times the base price, causing the cultivator in the hall to secretly click their tongues.